a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond. Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
What an amazing ride it has been, fans. We are now on the final day of the playoffs. Looking forward to finding out which teams will be taking the spotlight at the grand final. I am CeeJay, and this is the North America Challenger Tournament spring season. Today we have your winners of the Battle of the Casters who have won your votes. Congratulations, Trex and Deku. How are you guys feeling right now?
Well, I am extremely hyped right now. I'm trying to hold in a little bit, save it for the games, because tonight we have some of the most anticipated series that NA has been waiting for. So wherever you're watching this from, take out the headphones, plug in the speakers, because we're going to get hype and we're going to get loud tonight.
Absolutely right there, Trex. Bringing all the energy we can, and honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I can't express it enough. So appreciative that you all found us worthy to cast your semifinals tonight, and we got a show on our hands.
Super excited to have you guys cast, but before we get started on all of that, let's run through that tournament format one last time. We went through the qualifiers, we went through the double round robin, and we are now at the playoffs, second day, to find out who our grand finalists will be on May 14th. Let's quickly run through the bracket as well. Trex, can you run us through that?
Well, yesterday we had some cheers, we had some tears. Outplay with an easy 3-0 sweep over Empire, sending them down to the lower bracket. After that, BTK up against Ackerman in one of the closest matches we've seen in NA history, finally sending Ackerman down. And what do Ackerman do? They dust themselves off and they get a victory against Empire 3-1. But tonight is what we're here for, because it is the revenge match. BTK up against Outplay. Who's going to take the win? Because the loser's going down to face against Ackerman again, possibly.
Yeah, and I am so looking forward to see these teams in action. But first, let's check out what these teams are fighting for again. The total prize pool features 50,000 worth of rewards, which is split into 24,000 cash and over 900,000 diamonds. And first place will be going home with 15,000 cash, 100,000 diamonds, as well as the NACT champs will be going to the MSC, the Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup, as well as IESF World Championships 2023. Let's check out where these tournaments will be held. We are making strides here in NA, beautiful locations, and I'm looking forward to see the top teams on our stages, at those stages as well. But hello, we are here today with CeeJay. We are happy to have you. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Zena. How about you?
I am doing great. I'm excited for the matches today, but I hear you are from Hawaii, such a beautiful place. How do you love it out there?
Yeah, it's true. Right now, it's kind of rainy here, but everything's perfect. I can't
Oh, of
complain.
course, the double rainbows they have over there are so beautiful. But what's
Yeah.
the time difference between Hawaii and the mainland right now?
Right now here in Hawaii, it's around 11:30 a.m. in
Oh,
the
it's
morning.
11:30. All
Yeah.
right, so here Pacific time is like 2:30. But
Yeah.
I hear you do tournaments in your college. What college is that, and how long have you been doing that?
So I'm in Brigham Young University, Hawaii, and the Filipino chapter. They're the one who's holding the tournament. So we started this tournament around 2020, and right now
Oh,
we're in our year 3 in holding this tournament. So we're in 3 years now.
wow, that's exciting stuff. Like, how many teams usually sign up for it?
So for this year, we have 12 teams. Yeah.
Oh, 12 teams? What is the rewards? Like, what do you guys get for that? The prize pool?
So yeah, our reward is we provided a medals and trophies for the champions and the
Ooh,
runner-ups, and also we have a 50K diamonds reward for all overall champions.
ooh, 50K diamonds, nice. And medals and trophies? You guys are doing
Yeah,
big stuff
yeah,
out there. That's amazing.
yeah,
Where can people find out about this tournament? Like, where can they watch it? If you guys do, you guys stream it live?
yeah. Actually, we're talking about the streaming, so they can actually watch the stream in the Filipino chapter Facebook page. So we're gonna post it
Oh,
online, and probably this coming May 8th and May 9th is gonna be available for everyone.
well, that's exciting stuff. So thank you, CeeJay, for taking the time to chat with us today. Like, what do you find? Okay, what do you love most about that community that you've built?
So what I've loved is how people being connected because of the game of Mobile Legend. So I can see every participants, all the teams are so happy, and they're all involving. It's because they really love the game of Mobile Legends. I think being connected to everyone, that's the best thing that I felt the most important part of the tournament.
That is super exciting. It is fun to get together with a group of people that love the same things, and we appreciate you taking your time to chat with us today and being a part of growing the NA community. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Yeah. And for now, we have like a giveaway for our fans. 70 giveaway codes on the screen right there, right now. Do not miss your chance, but it's 70 codes. You have a higher chance of getting that Javelin Champion Moskov skin. Moskov has been doing a heck of a job this tournament, and he's just a beast to be reckoned with. But be sure to stick around because later in the show, we will be giving out another one. I cannot wait to find out who is going to the grand final. But first, let's jump into the cast to see who they thought may win the first match. It's looking like Outplay has their votes. What do you guys got to say about that?
I think one thing I'm happy to see here is unanimously nobody thinks that Outplay is going to sweep BTK here. There's even a few of us with 3-2, and honestly, the way that BTK has grown, I personally believe there is this, there's a small percentage that maybe they turn the 3-2 into their favor, Deku.
Absolutely. One of those 3-2s is me. So I guess you, me, and Private as well, sitting on 3-2. I feel like everyone's a little more confident, right, in BTK since the last showcasing. And like we've been noticing over the weeks, they've gotten better and better every single weekend. So we're looking to expect the trend to keep going on the up and up.
And we had to look at these stats real quick. Guys, can you run us through these stats?
Yeah, so we got Mobazane and Shark, both star players on their team. I feel like no matter where Shark goes, whatever team he's playing on, and he's played on a few, he's been in the Valley when Zane wasn't there. He was with BTK back in M3, and now he's with OP, along with Hoon, Basic, and the rest of the team. And he has always made a huge impact. Taking a look at it, 11.04 in average assist and a 66% team fight rating. That means he is part of at least 2/3 of anything that is happening worth talking about on the map, Deku.
and sitting right at 2/3 of all interactions of the map, and only sitting at right under 3 deaths for that KDA. I mean, he's obviously doing exactly what he needs to. Great positioning, great sets and engages, and really knows how to lead this star-studded roster to victory.
Yes, they are doing amazing job out there. Shark is a beast, Rome. but be sure to get your predictions in the chat there, guys, because we are hopping into this first match, OP versus BTK. Let's get it.
All right, Deku, we're going in. Draft 1 of the revenge match. BTK haven't been able to catch a series against Outplay at all yet. They lost twice in both round robins. Outplay undefeated completely. Can BTK pull this off?
And I mean, if we're talking about, especially with those predictions, the improvement from BTK, I absolutely do feel like they could get this done, or at least keep it competitive, right? Because what we're hoping for is a game 5 at bare minimum, nothing less, full series. And you know what, Trex? Right on segment with that. To get there, I want to introduce something I want to call the PPP. Now, what is
PPP?
that? You might ask. Right.
I
PPP.
don't know. What is it?
Call me Bob Ross, because this segment is going to be called Paint the Perfect Picture. We're going to try to run down real quick while these bans are coming out the ideal conditions for either one of these teams to win, right? And we've been talking about BTK versus Outplay, and one of the main matchups that we kind of want to key in them was that position 4, position 5. Who are those players? Yato, Hoon, Shark, and Joy, Bod, your mid lane, and Rome. These guys are kind of going to set the pace for either one of these teams. We're talking about the prio in the mid lane. We're talking about the rotations, the setup for those early neutrals, whether it's the turtle or the ganks to some of those outer lanes. I really feel like from top bottom, you have to start talking about those groups specifically here, Trex.
Most definitely. I mean, we all know Hoon and Shark have always been the aggressors. I feel like they have steadily paced the game for their team. Now, on the side of Yato and Joybaj, they're both the rookies, right? They're both the newer guys. They're great players, but they're not always the ones to set the pace, especially when you have someone like Zane, who is an aggressor. He is the one who wants to set the pace. So they either need to keep up with him, they need to move around him, or they need to find a way to combat against Hoon and Shark so that he can move freely.
And Hoon, man, honestly he's the #1 mid laner currently, right, in NACT. He came in with that title, and he came in with a bunch of other titles, right? Fall NACT champion, winning in NASL Season 3, M4 top 5, professional in multiple MOBAs, right? And that's a hard opponent to kind of visualize when you're talking about Yato over there. This is his first time competing, right, for a global qualifier. So it's a lot of pressure on him, and that's why I feel like on top of even just in game, like the mental aspect of this, that's a hard pill to swallow coming into a series, kind of on the undercard, right? There's a bigger guy on the other side, and that guy is on Outplay. So I really want to see if they can get Yato comfortable, get him into some comfortable picks where he feels like he can make those plays you're talking about, working around Zane, making those optimal plays for them to keep them competitive in this series.
Yeah, I feel like Yato's still kind of trying to find his way in all of this. He definitely, he has some experience in tournaments. He's played in NACTs, but like you said, there's never been this much on the line. It's never been MSC, IESF, real deal, Holyfield type stuff. And now we're starting to see some of those cracks come through. So tonight he needs to pull it together. And I think, as you've said before, he needs to match Hoon. He needs to at least match Hoon, right? He can't get stomped by Hoon, because that's what happens. That's what happened in the past games. Yato, Joybaj, they're getting picked off, and then Shark and Best Player just have their way.
And you know what? Now that we've kind of talked about those inner lanes, it seems like both of the teams are kind of prioritized the outside. Both EXPs have been locked in, Glue and Lapu. I really like the Lapu in T's hand. He is a monster with the Lapu. I really feel like that's when he's at his best, when he gets that Lapu. T in the 1v3s with that Bravest Fighter stance. Something else, though, to kind of note here, Trex, I really want to look at. They've already put the Farsa in Yato's hand. Back to that comfort thing that we're talking about as 1-1 gets picked up. But look at this. Eve, Valentina, and Faramus have been banned. And I do note that when that happens, Hoon kind of likes to opt in for that Kagura. And it will go really good with this composition. They already have Kaja and Glue for the pickoff. Kag seems like the jelly to the peanut butter.
Yeah, but they didn't lock it in immediately. And if I'm BTK right now, what's gonna? We already got Hoon. Normally Hoon is always first phase pick, right? He's
Right.
always in those first 3 somewhere. This time, he is not. So if I'm BTK, Kagura's going down next. Probably another mage is going down next. Since they banned the Eve, they banned the Valentina. I mean, I like the way that Yato's sitting right now. He's in a comfortable spot. Fermis is also gone. Maybe we see something, if the Cog gets banned out, maybe we see something crazy like the Gushin or something along those lines. It does close the distance. Don't know if it's going to happen, but you talked about T and Yureshi. What about Basic and ISO? Basic has the Wanwan right now. It's something that we have only really started seeing slip through the cracks a lot recently in the playoffs, I feel like.
And you know, they locked in that 1-1 twice in yesterday's series up against Empire, so no surprise there at all that they locked that in for Basic. We were talking about the side of BTK potentially banning out this Kagura and the Hoon, but like you said, Basic's already locked in this 1-1, and something that the side of BTK likes to put in ISO's hand is that Beatrix. They like to repeat it. He played the Beatrix twice, and alongside that, the carry. Both of those marksmen got used twice, so maybe Outplay can return the favor on some bans if they look to target it. They went ahead and used one on Fanny here. Oh, there goes the Beatrix ban.
There goes the Beatrix, and I think they do continue to hammer onto ISO. Honestly, his Beatrix is a little iffy for me sometimes. He misses those snipe shots a little bit too much. So let's put ISO maybe on something else. I don't know. But I get it. Hoon, the Kagura is going to be open for him now. The Fanny is going to be a problem, and they don't want to have to waste. They've already locked in a roam with the Lolita. They can't pick up the Kufra at this point. They're a little bit more limited. So I think it's a solid ban. Lancelot as well. Now with that, Fredrin still open?
Indeed.
Couple possibilities still open. BloodThirstyKings will have first pick after this ban phase, so I think Fredrin's a definite possible pickup unless Outplay bans it.
And I like it, right? I like to see the Fredrin. It goes really good with the Lolita. You have some extra engage, maybe to kind of distract, because Lolita really can get hammered away, right? Trying to go for the Numian Blast, it can be difficult if you're the only engage. It's an easy, little bump, little shoulder tap, if you will, to knock that off course. Speaking of knocking off course, they're going to get the Yakai out of the way, trying to limit the pull back up against Zane. But again, the Fredrin you're talking about, Moba Zane is the man when it comes to Fredrin, the walking petrified. So
Ling?
I definitely like it. Ling, yeah.
I'm thinking maybe
an
Ling
option
here from Outplay. I'm like, why do they ban the Akai? I'm like, with the Fredrin open, I'm like, they got to know.
Ooh.
Oh, we saw this yesterday, right?
Mhm.
But we didn't, I don't think we saw it from Best Player. We saw it from Kush yesterday up against BTK. So they're going to be comfortable with this. They know what they're up against at least. But the Health Guard actually, like so far since we've seen it picked, has had a decent win rate, right? It's not picked all the time, but when it is picked, it doesn't do bad. The passive can work well against the Fredrin. You got to get up close and personal. He pops a skill and he's going to be silenced for a little bit. So I think it is a slight possibility. It can work. Vision coverage. Yato's got to be even more careful now when he pops his ultimate, so I'm not completely against it.
And it's super strong too. Ooh, wow. They're really pulling out the bag of tricks now. The Lilia. Ooh, I'm feeling it right now. That gives them some great opportunity for that mid lane cryo when you have that Lilia, and that's super strong. Now you're talking about getting the neutrals first, maybe shooting out to that gold lane, especially now that Claude's been picked up by BTK. Definitely something to key into it, potentially show a little love out there to Basics lane and kind of throw off that 4-minute farming pattern from Claude to pick up that DHS, kind of put him behind a little bit, keep the spike from coming in. I really like this so far. I like the composition.
Yeah, I think the Claude, I do kind of like the Claude here just a little bit because of the mobility. I'm glad he didn't pick up something like the Brody or something that's a little less mobile. The Claude should possibly be able to escape from those Lilia tower dives, right? From the Hellcurt jumping in, from Shark. Have a little bit of dance maneuver. And honestly, I feel like the Claude can, as long as your skills are on point, you can stalemate a lot of other marksmen. So it really just comes down to who comes down and help and if Basic is just going to get the better of him overall. But here we are, Deku, and here we are, everybody watching this. Make sure you turn the volume up like I said before, because we are jumping in to Game 1. This is Outplay up against BTK in the upper bracket finals. One of these teams will be victorious tonight. Let's see who it is.
You know what? Speaking about victorious, we definitely got to set the pace here, right? The storyline. We already kind of talked about the lane rotation. You know what? I really like that they actually match that up because we know Farsa has that wings by wings. So this Lilia pick, Also, obviously against the grain of kind of in thought of what we were maybe expecting to Kagura, but it matches what Yato wants to do for the lane rotation. And that's great because we were talking about Yato matching and keeping up with Hoon, but he forced him to adjust already in the draft. That's a great offset right there for the side of BTK to kind of lead things in their favor. You adjust the picks a little bit, you get your rotation lead, or at least match it. Now we're talking about a great time to contest these neutrals, great opportunities for the gold lane ganks if they go for them. The Trex, we do know BTK likes to go for those EXP lanes first, so that could be their option. Speaking of EXP lane, look at them grouping up already.
They are grouping up down there, but Outplay grouping up on the top side. And I've been watching Shark on the minimap, man. He's been up there this whole time, and you mentioned it. Gold lane's going to be important. If Basic can get ahead of ISO early on, it's going to be trouble, and Outplay knows that right now. Everybody huddled up here. I was worried that Joybaj wasn't going to make his way up, but he finally has. And I think this is where he needs to stay. He needs to be watching Shark at all times.
And you know, something else we need to watch out for here, Trex, we were talking a little bit about BTK's side. Over here on Outplay's composition, while it does look very good, it looks very nice. You have a lot of pickoff, you have some good mid lane prio. Something that can't be overlooked is they lack a lot of range here, Trex. If they looking for these engages, they're going to have to commit almost fully. And you know who's over there on the opposing side for BTK to go ahead and counter engage that? Joybaj on that low Lita can be a monster. So they're going to have to be very wary of that Numium Blast and look for the engage. Speaking of engage here, Trex, clash for the turtle.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a clash with Turtle. Best player is getting stunned up. It's going to give Zayn the advantage on it. Able to secure the first neutral objective, and there it is, the feathered airstrike, and that is another one to help with that range. So you got the Lolita, you have the Farza, and there's just, it's going to be a little bit troublesome for Outplay to make their way into that.
And that Farsa, I feel like, could be the key to victory there as well. Like you said, having that range up against a composition with none, Yato should look to punish the side of Outplay every opportunity. I'm talking about letting the feather airstrike fly like no other, like the 4th of July. You're looking to poke, you're looking to chip those HP bars, because unless Outplay wants to try to bum rush you and go for that 5v5 commit, that clash, they're going to have to lose some HP before they do it. And I think Yato is the key to making that happen, tipping that HP bar battle in their favor.
Yeah, I think he just needs to play a bit more in the back line. Sometimes Yato, on these positional mages, like the Farza, like the Eve, he gets a little up too close and personal, and he needs to kind of be a bit more delayed into these team fights. So, because if he's up front, he gets caught by Shark, he gets caught by this Hellcurt, and he takes some deaths here in these first 5-6 minutes, it's going to be a major, major problem.
It definitely is. And, you know, something else there, I'm not quite sure where best player is going to go with this, but if he's looking for that kind of that damage Hellcurt, something else we could end up seeing is those neutral pits aren't going to be long and drawn out. Mobazane's obviously going to have the HP pool. We know how that's going for the tank side of things. Best player might have a harder, a difficult time, right, with the team trying to go for those dances that we kind of seen. You know, Trex, I really like to call them the WWE, if you will, those late game walls. What's that? It's called the wall wiggle entertainment, because these teams love to put on a show around that Lord Wall. Yesterday, we seen so many lasting long that I have to expect that that'll happen again in between number 1 and number 2 here in the NACT Spring.
Sounds like a new record label, man. Wall Wiggle Entertainment. I swear I saw them somewhere in a club when I was younger. I don't know. But we are going to have a little bit of wall wiggling right here because the turtle is up. Zayn making his way down. Keep your eyes on Basics. He's rotated down into that small bush. I don't know if they were able to get vision on him. He's keeping his distance. We also have ISO up in the top side. Both teams taking their time with this. Joybaj does have this Numion Blast, and Yato does have the Feathered Airstrike. Waiting to see if Best Player is going to use the Darkness Balls. There it is. He's going to be able to get a little bit of vision. Best Player able to secure it. Numion Blast comes down, but does not connect onto anybody. Mobazane in a bit of trouble. Brought down to about half health, but able to get away just in time. Yureshi and T rotate up, but the party is over now.
That's right. The confetti's already been cleaned up here in aisle 3. And you know what? Honestly, I was hoping to see T and Yureshi there a little bit early because they both went for that cut behind those tier 2 towers on the opposite sides of each other. Thought we were going to see a big 5v5 clash. Speaking of clash, a little skirmish.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage from Best Player, but Zayn wants to reenact. Best Player in trouble. Zayn wants to get the finish. He's after it. ISO comes in as well. And that's a first blood for the side of BTK. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Able to find Hoon with the burn. That's 2 kills for the side of BTK at 5.5 minutes.
And, you know, that is huge because that first blood went into ISO's hand, and that's going to be lovely, especially up against Basic. You have two late-game scaling marksmen and one picking up a first blood. You're talking about getting those items faster, right? Potentially even winning this lane faster, taking that tower and starting to rotate around the map and join in these fights, because we talked about it earlier, that 4-minute mark, that spike for that DHS is exactly what Claude was going to need, and he was able to pick it up pretty much unscathed from the side of BTK.
Now T takes that tower. He's going to start rotating up. I think we're getting the lane swap right now. ISO making his way downtown over to the bot side as T makes his way up. Turtle will be up in about 30 seconds. And at this point, BloodThirstyKings holding a little bit of a lead. But do we count Outplay out just yet?
I don't think we can. That Darkness Falls, like you were talking about at draft, it's so good for being able to provide that vision denial. Even though Mobazane has the beefier jungle, the retribution can't really come into play if you can't see what you're looking to retrieve. Speaking of things we're seeing here, Trex, potentially a pull.
Shark hasn't really been able to get a pull down just yet. He honestly hasn't even been using it. And the patience and steadiness from him, I don't know if it's a bad thing or if it's a good thing. Both teams, I think, know the seriousness of it, and they're not trying to waste any utilities.
Right here, Trex, I mean, there goes the wall wiggle with the commit.
Yeah, best player force use second skill, just dash away, but T flickers in, gets the kill. Basic making his way around. Shark still holding on to that Divine Judgment like it's somebody's change, but there's none here today because he goes down as well. That's 4-0 for the side of BTK.
This is grown man business right now because they're not spilling any tea out there. BTK keeping it nice and tight. You know what, Trex? This is what we were talking about at draft. Loving to see T on that Lapu Lapu. He is a monster on it. It's his decision making, the aggression that he has. It's so controlled, so precise. Little to not at all do you ever see him go for the commit and not come out at least with a +1, if not going even in those trades.
Most definitely. I mean, at this point, map's starting to look a little bit red. Hoon hasn't, I mean, he's taken one death. Basically as well, though, hasn't taken a death, and neither has Ureshi. And these are two players. They're on the off lanes. They haven't been as involved, but it does seem like they've, so far, BTK has taken one of those points that you talked about. They were able to take down Shark, able to take down Hoon, and now they're controlling the mid-map, and here comes best player Yato, does find Shark, best player, in a whole lot of trouble. Basic, look for the crossbow, Tang does pop it off, but it's still not enough damage, does finally find T, and able to dance away, but it's a 1-for-1 trade overall on the map.
1-for-1 trade, but Trex 5-1 in favor of BTK, and they had a solid gold lead. But look at the dive for the gold lead.
Oh, big dive, big dive. Basic in trouble. Joybaj able to get the finish, and the tower goes down as well. This is a great start for the side of BTK.
This is more than a great start, Trex. This is starting to look like a little bit of a landslide here, and this is what BTK needs. Get out here and punch Outplay in the mouth, because, Trex, they haven't experienced a start like this since the beginning of NACT. Not many teams giving them problems. Speaking of a problem here.
There's a problem for Shark. Another one at that. The bombs drop down, but they're not able to get the finish. Hoon, though, not able to clear the wave. Will have to wait to the mid side, and BTK is moving like a well-oiled machine. They're coming down to the bot side. They're going to clear this wave, and they're looking for their next target.
And looking to reclaim the throne. They don't believe in the #1 Outplay hype right now. If you didn't know the standings, you would think BTK leads the charts right now amongst teams, because they have showed no fear. Speaking of fear,
Darkness comes down, big damage. Yato is the first to fall. Best player, Ureshi, maybe looking for the next one, but ISO comes in. Blaze Duet doesn't really get a lot of chip damage onto anyone just yet. Needs to be careful. BMI's back to safety. Lord is up. Yato won't be up, though, for another 15 seconds.
You know what, Trex? This is what we were talking about. The improvement from BTK. You can see it here clear as day. They're up 6-2, and it feels like for once in a Blue Moon, Outplay is the one on the back pedal of a match. They came out the gates with a great game plan. They came out ready for those early skirmishes. They came out looking to be on the aggressive side and not be on the reactive side. So what Outplay wants to do, BTK making them play to their game. And you know something else, Trex? Yato looks very comfortable, and so does T. The mid laners holding it down, and so is the side lanes. And when that's going good for BTK, well, this is what you get here, a great early game.
Yeah, but there's still this sliver of doubt in my chest right now, Deku, because this is almost exactly what we saw game one in their second bout at the end of the second round robin when BTK went up against TOB before, and we've seen Outplay on the back burner. We've seen their backs push up against the wall. They know how to draw out a game, and like I said, Basic's only taken one death. when you have the 1-1, you never know what can happen. So I'm still a little worried, you know? I still got some stress on me.
You know, speaking of stress here, I'm feeling kind of relieved. At draft, I was talking about Yato needs to be aggressive with the Farsa, needs to look for the poke. We saw him actually put that down on basic down there in that bot side, made him have to go for the recall. We need that all game consistently from Yato. BTK is going to be in a great shape. Speaking of great shape though, Trex, a little bit of a wall of entertainment going on.
Yeah, and look at Joybot, he's got a good position.
Oh,
messes
no!
up that flicker, not into the wall. What are you doing? Able to get the stun zone. In comes T to help correct the damage. Best player falls, and the rest may be falling next. Shark very low, forced to flicker away, and Yato takes the Lord. Yureshi catches a ride, hits the drip, and takes out Joybot. They want to try to make him pay for that. Yureshi wants to re-engage, gets the stun, the immobilized onto Mobazane. They're going to be able to back off. That will be the first Lord over to the side of BTK.
And that's huge. First, Lord going over to BTK. A lot of firsts right now, Trex. We haven't seen this kind of action, but look at Yato.
Oh, another feathered airstrike, and that damage is starting to stack up, and this is what we wanted to see from him, positioning. He needs that Nicolette positioning, as I like to say, and he is definitely doing a good job. He's not being too aggressive. He's hanging out in the bushes. He's not showing his face, and Shark just doesn't know who to grab right now.
You know, right in line with what Yato's doing, man. That's that confidence factor that we were talking about. This is good. He came out here. He's surpassing Hoon right now in the mid lane. He's been so proactive. He's nailing these win conditions that we kind of put in place for him. He's going for the pokes. He's setting up a lot. Look at this right here.
This player's running. He's running. He popped the Darkness Falls. He thought he was going to get a tower, but he's out of here.
And this is what we need to see. I mean, he's letting that feather airstrike fly, and that's what they need all game. Never let it loose. Anyone from Outplay, if they get out of range of that, they have to burn some skills. They have to use a spell. There's no way to avoid it. They're so melee, so close range, and that's the thing that we're talking about. They're so melee heavy, they have no option but to respect the threat that Yato has right now.
Yeah, basic also, they're really denying angles right now. And Outplay, like I said, for the first time, we're seeing them on the backboard seriously this time. They've taken one tower, or this is about to be the first tower they take. And we're seeing, I mean, yes, their draft is not optimal against BTK right now, but they're being very grouped up, and they're a team that wants those angles. They want to try to cut behind, and they're just not able to do that right now.
You know, talking about angles, Trex, one of the angles in between these rosters, Mobazane, best player. I have to tell you, player 1 ain't keeping up with player 2 right now. Mobazane is having a great game, and best player is struggling. He's 0-3-2, hasn't came up too huge on those neutrals. He's lost, what, 2 of them? 3, actually. The 2 turtles, 1 Lord. He's only picked up 1 turtle since the start of the game with that Darkness Falls. Ever since then, though, been a pretty quiet game for someone that has been touted as the best jungler so far in NACT.
I will say this about Outplay, right? With how many towers they are down right now, their gold deficit is not that much. If this was another team against one of these two teams and you had almost all of your towers gone compared to only taking 2, it would be like a 5, 6, no, maybe a 7K, though the gold lead has just jumped to 5, so I can't count myself out too early. But still, it feels like Outplay is playing, like, look at them, they're way up. They're actually pushing BTK back a little bit right now, and they are still at a deficit, so BTK still has some respect for the composition right now.
And since we're bringing up the deficit, Trex, we definitely have to figure out, right, what can Outplay do? We kind of talked about their composition. They're very strong in the pickoff. You have Yureshi on the glue. He's phenomenal in engages when he gets the proper window of opportunity. You have the Darkness Falls from best player on the Hellcurt. You have Shark on the Kaja. I really feel like maybe before they commit to these 5v5 engages, or before they get forced into the engages, I should say, by Yato and company, they need to look for the pickoff. They need to secure that -1 on the side of BTK. If they can start getting these 5v4s, we're talking about a real good game, baby, but they have to be wise enough to find it. They commit to the 5v5s, BTK is going to keep winning it. Speaking of 5v5, the conceal has been called here.
I love it. Joybot once again trying to get to the backside. Shark's been steadily looking for someone, and like you said, you know what the pickoff they need? They need to get Yato. They need to get someone important, maybe ISO, and they're looking for it, but they're just getting denied consistently. BTK's positions right now on the map are better than I think I've ever seen them throughout NACT. The way they're using the conceal to rework themselves around this Lord pit, no one's sticking their neck out, and now once again, BTK hanging out in this bush. They have a great position on this Lord, but we've got to keep our eyes on Shark because he is on the hunt.
You know what? I love that you even mentioned something about Yato, though. That is the range difference in between them. Hey, Yoreshi.
There it is, and there goes Yato, pulled in. Basic, able to kill ISO, though, coming in with the Blaze Duet Shark. Very low, Basic, in trouble. Out comes the Wind of Nature, able to get away just in time, but Basic looking for more T, tries to get the stun, but Yoreshi's in the midst of all three, tanking up the damage. ISO has showed his face once again. T able to get the flicker.
Oh, no.
Yoreshi goes to the right, doesn't get the finish though. Now ISO wants it. Here comes the Numi on blast, and that's the kill. A 2-for-1 trade. Yoreshi and Shark for Yato.
And you know what? That's 2 more kills over to ISO, who already was having a great game so far. That is not what they needed. But Trex, they did finally pick off Yato. If they can keep doing that in these fights, they can still keep this nice and close.
Yeah, watch the best player. He's making his way in. He just walks in calmly with the tees, looking for the stun. ISO finds Basic. Lord will go to best player, though. Mobazane able to take out best player, so that is an expensive Lord. They are taxing for that Lord right now. Even though they lost it, BTK should be able to get some ground out of this.
Expensive Lord, man, that's an expensive retry hand right there. You can put that on the auction block and it's going for a high bid because that was impressive from best player. We were saying he's only picked up 1 objective so far in this game, but he just added 2 to his collection, and I have to tell you, that's pretty important right there. That's like a, what is that, like a 70s kind of Thunderbird convertible or something like that, man. That's a prize possession.
It's a classic.
To pick up. It's definitely a classic. It's a banger, man. That's a Luminous Lord on your side with all members up or getting ready to spawn in. They can make some plays here. Speaking of plays.
Yeah, and Yato's about to get played. Yato forced to use a flicker, but he's in a very bad spot. No one wants to attack him. Will he get the finish? 1 tap, 2 tap. That's it. Yato down. Yoreshi able to dodge Numi on blast as well. Mobazane trying to back off. Yoreshi's getting a little too thick. They just can't do the damage. And now Lord still coming. T able to get back involved. Mobazane want to do it as well. Here comes ISO though. Basic does have the crossbow tank. He's waiting to pop it off. In it comes. People going down. T, Yato, all fall, and next will be Joy Baj. The Lord is coming. Zane and ISO all on his lonesome. It's 5 members marching down. Oh, the turnaround. This could be bad. The Lord crashes in. ISO to the backside. Pops the blazing duet. 1 member does go down. They're able to find Shark, but Mobazane forced to use the immortality. Will come back up, but it's instantly deleted. ISO on his lonesome. Not enough minions, and the finish will not happen. Outplay, though, just turned the tables.
My goodness, Trex, we almost seen that go all the way to his house from Outplay, man. They turned that around, and you know what they did to start that out, right, Trex? What we were talking about. I said they need to pick off, you said they need Yato. You bring both of those together, and that's what you get. Outplay almost taking BTK out of their misery there, narrowly hanging on by a teeth. Honestly, I think that Blaze Duet from ISO is really what saved them. Getting those minions out the way, getting those HP bars lowered, especially with Mobazane trying to hold down the fort. Obviously ended up falling, but it was just enough to hold this down. And I have to tell you, this is a great game. We're getting closer and closer to that 20-minute mark, Trex, and I'm hoping that this keeps it up all through the series.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the gold is even. Both teams, I will say BTK down a little bit because they have lost that inhibitor, and we know Outplay does have the macro game, so they're going to need to watch out for that top lane. Luckily, ISO does have a lot of mobility. Let's keep our eyes on Joy Baj and ISO. See if they can possibly get a pick here against Yoreshi. He's going to be walking right into him. Are they even going to try a T there as well? But the Darkness Falls comes in the clutch this moment. But I think they want to let him go deep. But wait, what's happening on the bot side? Mobazane going to get found. They better be able to get Yoreshi for this one. Yato hits the big wall. Tried to pop the wings by wings, but does not find it. So it's a 1-for-0 trade on the map.
That couldn't have went any worse than it did. Imagine trying to set up for that pick and then having your own jungle get picked off while you're going for that, all underneath the cover of darkness. And BTK is starting to get shoved further and further back here, Trex. And I don't know if it's the experience from Outplay knowing how to win, because let's be honest, they haven't taken a loss all in NACT, and it seems like they don't want to take one here. BTK is going to have to focus up, and you know what else has to happen? Yato, he cannot fall anymore. Every time he drops, it is a negative to BTK for those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, another big problem is Yoreshi right now. He is just, nobody seems to be able to get him down. He's causing havoc. This is why he picked the glue. It had a little bit of a slow start, but once we got into the late game, which Outplay knows how to stretch things out, as we have have seen, he has now come online. Same thing with Shark. He's not getting melted down as easily, so he can be a bit more ballsy when he goes in for these pickoffs.
You know, you're talking about the pickoffs. You mentioned Yoreshi, and I have to say, man, kudos to him. He's been taking Yato on some piggyback rides, and he's been getting it done. The moment he got the first one, things flipped. He got the second, things got to where they are now. But speaking of how the way things are now, Trex, this is the big siege starting to happen.
Yeah, Yato will drop the feathered airstrike. Hoon trying to go to the backside, drop a couple glooms. Looking for something. Yoreshi as well, trying to maybe get a big stun. Hoon playing the front side too. ISO gonna melt down the Lord, brings it down to about half health. Here comes the conceal play. Shark looking for the pick, doesn't find it. Numi on blast, misses everything. Wait, no, the flicker. Shark goes down, but here comes the pick from, they're on the base. This is a lot of damage, and they do not last. That is it. Game 1 in a best of 5 will go to the side of Outplay.
My goodness, Trex. BTK couldn't see it in the darkness falls, but we can see it clear as day. The focus there, ignored the fight and went straight for that crystal base. I have to say, man, Outplay really showed exactly why they sit in that #1 spot, because for a while, this looked like a game BTK was poised and ready to take. But the difference, man, especially starting from Yoreshi, starting to find Yato, we were talking about it, they had that pickoff composition. If they could get to him, they could turn things around. And that XP laner for Outplay stepped up huge for them in this one.
I mean, just so many things. Yato was on, his position was so clean in the beginning of the game, and towards the end, he started getting found. He started getting hit, and that from there was just the downfall of that game for BTK, and at this point, it's looking a little reminiscent of what we saw last time.
That's right. And speaking of things we are looking at, we're starting to look at those items, and you know what? Best player went for that full damage Hellcurt, and while he didn't have the best KDA with it, he still came up huge with some pretty well-timed retributions. One of those retributions leading to the siege we're seeing here to try and end this game. They had the Lord going in. You can see BTK was trying to peel that off. They were trying to chunk down that HP bar.
Best player.
Meanwhile, though, exactly, best player, man. He knew what the call was all game. He's not even going for it. He sees Shark use the ultimate. He flickers. Okay, that goes to CC. He was about to join the fight. You saw the hesitance. Then he popped the Darkness Falls. Let's get this crystal base. Forget that 5v5. Let's go up one series in this best of 5.
And you could see them both just, I mean, basic as well, hanging out on that boss side. Yeah, fine. Take the fight up by that wall way up there, because we're just waiting for this wave of minions to come down the middle so we can get the finish. But here's the thing, right? Let's take a look at ISO. Had a great game. The rich guy, the carry. Mobazane taking the most damage throughout the whole series, and Hoon, the forgotten one, with the total assists of 8. But I think the real thing to show here is all these bars are kind of favoring BTK, but Outplay still secures the win, Deku.
You know what? There's a famous saying, they like to tell you numbers don't lie, but I tell you what, Trex, Outplayed might have been the one to beat that one, because this time the numbers did lie. All of it points as an indicator to a win for BTK, but not so fast. The Outplay from Outplay, able to buckle down on the comeback, get it done game 1.
So like, when we got to the middle part of that game, maybe around, like, I want to say maybe 15 minutes, something like that, when the Lord got taken, or even maybe before that, after BTK gets a big push, comes all the way down to the inhibitors, isn't able to get one, but still, they started playing back a little bit. They had like a 5k gold lead, I remember saying it, and they started, it's almost like they were still nervous, and I feel like that's where they gave too much map presence back to the side of Outplay, and it was just a major mistake. When you have that lead and you have the composition you have, I feel like they should have just kept hammering in, but I think at that point they were so used to playing safe, and they played too safe, and Outplayed got the outplay. Now we're in to game number 2. Taking a loss like that, how is it going to affect BTK's mentality here? Are they going to be able to pick up the pieces, or are we looking at a big landslide from there?
I mean, that's a strong, important question. I really think that's going to be the make or break for this game, too. Do they take game 1 in stride and say, well, you know what? We came out the gate swinging. We know we can put the pressure onto Outplay. Matter of fact, we were the pressure, like you said, leading the way in all the stats. Everything was checked in them. It was that late game. It was the adjustment from Outplay, really, that shone through and got them the win. But BTK was definitely the clear leader for the majority of that match. You have to be able to realize that and go into game 2 with a better mindset. You can't let that loss shake you. This is Outplay you're going against. If it was going to be easy, they wouldn't be here in the first place. You got to bring your best game, and you have to remain consistent to finish off those matches with them.
Yeah, I will say BTK does have the stamina, right? We saw them last night go 5 long grueling games against Ackerman. And it wasn't like you won 2, you won 2, then we won. It was back and forth. They were playing ping pong with the scoreboard, just 1, 1, 1, 1. And then finally BTK comes out on top. So we do know they have that stamina. We do know they have the ability to come back. I think if they won that game, it would have been huge for their mental, for their for their morale. But now, with the loss, like you said, they got to brush it off. They got to come back into this. I think Outplay had a pretty rough draft last game, but it did still come in clutch. And once they got into the late game, the composition worked very well. Early on, I think BTK could aim for the same thing, but they got to know when to finish it, man. They got to go for the throat when they have a 5K gold lead.
They definitely do. You can't take your foot off the pedal because, like you said, as soon as they kind of started to regress, got a little passive Outplay, sniffed the blood in the water, they could see the weakness and started punishing on it. But you know what? Not too much on BTK here, because while they did make a lot of mistakes to throw that game over to the side of Outplay, Outplay didn't have the cleanest decisions either. Obviously that's why they were kind of on the back end of the match, and I think it really was a lot at draft. We saw them kind of adjust the pick. Normally in that position, Hoon opts in for that Kagura. You have a mage killer in your hand for that Farsa from the start. You're not waiting on Ureshi to get to a point where he can do it for you, but they went for the Lilia, tried to match the rotation. Now while that's good on paper, rotating without profit is nothing. It doesn't matter if you beat someone there first. If you're not doing anything to cross that finish line, what's the point? So I'd like to see maybe Outplay adjust that a little bit, or maybe just try to keep things open for Hoon. But you know what? BTK is trying to get those things off the board. They've already banned the Faramus, banned the Valentina. We might see Hoon have to adjust yet again in that position forward.
I think it's definitely a viable strategy, right? Focusing on Hoon. You said it when all this first started. He's a major issue for every team that faces Outplay. So I think it's not a bad deal, especially since they get first pick here. You could essentially just really hammer into it, maybe pick up the Farza again. The Arlot's still open though. Shark as well on the Kaja. He's not able to play as aggressive. So we still haven't seen like Hoon and Shark in their aggressive mindset where they're going to play on your side of the river. They're not playing on their own side. They're playing on your side of the river. They're keeping vision for you. So once we see that from them, there's definitely going to be a slightly different vibe, and Yato and Joybaj are going to have to adjust to that.
And I love that you actually pointed that out, because that is a great point to kind of talk about, right? Shark was off one of those picks that he's normally able to be super aggressive on. He's on the Kaja. It's one shot, one kill. If it doesn't connect, that's all you have. Now you have to fall back. Normally, he normally has those good set tanks in his hand. Even if you don't find the big ult, you have a little bit more in your kit to work around with, a little more pill, just some things to kind of bounce back and forth in those fights. Didn't have that with the Kaja, and you had Hoon off those traditional picks, because Hoon is really big on those top 3, man. He loves that Valentina, the Faramus, and the Farsa. That is what he likes to go for. That's the bread and butter. When it comes to meta, Hoon sticks to it like no other. And you had a great opportunity to take the win from them, and I think that's why they had such a great opportunity. We were talking about that mid lane and roam battle coming into the series, that would dictate the flow of things, and they threw them off, had a great start, but you kind of sold your great opportunity there. Now Outplay can adjust, especially since they get those counter 2 picks. And I actually think that Yuzhong is geared up for potentially a Farsa into the hands of Hoon.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's something you can pick without picking up the Farza, right? And still know you're prepared for it. Also, I think this is probably one of T's best EXP liners. We literally saw Ackerman like banning out the Yuzhong. Everybody, it's literally that's his pick right there.
It's like Lapu and YZ.
Yeah, but he's up against Ureshi. You know what I'm saying? Ureshi's like one of the EXP laners who's give me whatever. What do you want me to pick? Hilda? I'll run it. You want me to pick this? I'll run it right down their throat. I mean, he's totally comfortable with whatever EXP lane you give him. So T's going to be on his best right now. How is Ureshi going to answer it? Basic is going to pick up the carry up front. And then we get the Fredrin, which honestly, speaking of Ureshi, this could get flexed over if they want to.
It could. You're talking about Ureshi. I like to call him Urekmi because he is a dominant force in the XP, especially when he's left alone for the 1v1s. He can really turn that weak side of the map into the strong side of the map very quickly for a team. And I really love what we're seeing here, right? We're talking about the YZ. Maybe it's a deterrent, especially since Farsa's up. That normally would get picked up right away. Instead of that carry, it might have been a Farsa Fredrin. But that YZ, I really think from BTK, kind of pushed that away. And now we're seeing a bit of mind games here, a bit of battle over priority for the mid lane. Because now this allows Yato to be able to pick this up, right? We're not heading into ban, so it's still going to be on the board. And you have the YZ now. You potentially, like you said, could see this flex, but no. They're going for the Eve here, Trex.
The Eve's not, I mean, the Eve's reasonable.
Oh!
Best player gonna pick up the Fanny. So what do we do from here, right?
The dynamic has shifted.
Now the dynamic has definitely shifted. Luckily, I will say this. They haven't picked their roam up. Plenty of possibilities. Right. You already know Outplay, though. There goes the Kufra. Next is probably going to be the Franco. Let's just put that out there. Kaja's open too, so maybe they ban out the Kaja. My guess, though, is possibly the Franco. I don't know. One of the two. BTK are going to go for the Diggy because they need some hard CC coming in. So what do they pick here? If the Kaja, I mean, they have two options, right? Kaja or Franco. I think either one could work. And then Mobazane, does he pick something that counters the Fanny? Maybe goes for the Akai here. It's open right now. They ban out the Akai. So he needs something. Maybe
it would have been a good setup.
I don't know. It's tough.
I mean, you know,
could
something
go for
else we can see. The Lance.
Yeah,
he could go for the Lance. The Akai's gone. The Kufra's gone. They probably pick up Franco or that Kaja. So you either deal with one or the other. I think we could. There's a good chance we do see Mobile Lance pop out here. It wouldn't be the worst option. I think it definitely fits in pretty well. You have the assassin versus assassin matchup, obviously, with the tank side into your favor. Kadena ban's interesting, though, from the side of BTK.
Yeah, they leave the Farza open. I think Kadena would have been better to give over to Hoon, but hey, whatever. You do give up, I mean, I don't know.
Faith in T. Faith in
T. That's true. You're right. They do have the Yuzong, so we got to just have faith in our players, which I like to see. I think it's definitely a very possible pick from Hoon, though, picking up that Farza here. But still, they have a lot of things. ISO as well can deal with that with the Claude, right? I mean, they have a couple things that can deal with that.
I feel like that's exactly why we didn't see it potentially, right? The Kadena is nice for the pickoff, especially like earlier on up against this Kagura. Maybe even the Claude if you catch him off guard with the Petrify. Even if you don't catch him with the knockup, the Petrify stopping the Blazing Duet, I think that's a fair enough trade, a spell for that dangerous ultimate. But like you said, you have YZ and Claude. They might be inviting the Farsa pick. Speaking of inviting picks, though, the Kaja does come up. We were talking about that could be an option, especially if Mobatizi makes an appearance tonight with the Lancelot. So these teams are doing really, I like both the drafts so far. I feel like they're playing this extremely well from both ends.
Yeah, Outplay is definitely checking all the boxes. I didn't even think about that. I'm like, why did they ban the Akai, not the Kaja? And the Akai works, but they get to pick the Kaja for themselves. Yeah. So now the only thing really left for BTK is the, I didn't expect that, but is the Franco for Joybaj here, right? I feel like you have to pick it up. You
almost a necessity.
Yeah, I feel like it's literally it. I don't know why they're taking the time. Maybe they got something else. But how do you feel about the Paquito?
I mean,
some damage.
It's some damage, but given the performance we've seen from Xanon Lance, I really would have loved to see him pull that out here, especially against the Fanny. I'm not a huge fan of this Atlas. I can't say this is something I'm very keen of. But what I will say, though, there is some upside to it. Besides Fanny being extremely mobile, a lot of those members have to group up, and there's that Farsa for Hoon, man, sticking to the meta. That's what he does. But with them all being so pretty close range, Bosch can find some opportunities for sets. It's just that outside of Fanny, outside of Hoon, this Farsa, you're banking on trying to catch basic here, because anyone else, you're talking about Kaja, Fredrin, not really a great set, right? You need at least Hoon or at least basic to make that set really make sense for the side of Outplay here.
Yeah, everyone's going to have some assignments here, right? I think Joybaj really, his focus is basic here. More going to be focusing on to Hoon, and Mobazane trying to get the reap off, trying to get some big burst damage. But all that aside, even with those Fatal Links, one person he's definitely never going to catch is Best Player. So that is the box that they really need to check here. Are they going to play aggressive in the early game? Maybe try to take a purple buff? Something like that? Are they going to try to hold out for a mid-late game? A lot of questions to be asked, because Best Player is definitely going to be an issue. So let's see because right now we're going into game 2. BTK at a 1-game deficit in a best-of-5, trying to get a win up against Outplay.
You know what? They definitely do need this win, because if we let Outplay go up 2-0, that could be disaster for BTK. That would be a huge momentum swing, right? Especially after giving them like that pressure effect air. They know they have a +1 on you. Even if you take the win the next series, they're still highly favored to be able to take it. I really feel like BTK needs to take it. It's almost a necessity, right? To keep their mental in check, keep the momentum. But look at this early rotation.
Oh, this is going to be a problem. T already very, very low. Is going to get the Petrify. Going for the re-engage.
Oh, no.
That's the wrong way. Don't go that way. No. First blood over to the side of Outplay. Yato and Joybosh maybe looking to pick up something here, but more like just clear the wave. And with that, we got some nice targets on the board for best player already.
Maybe thinking a little too much of Yureshi, thinking they're both classy, traditional gentlemen, looking for the 1v1 Western style, but no, the rest of the team comes for that early rotation, coming to punish the XP, and that's huge, Trex, especially because when you're talking about that first neutral objective, right, that turtle spawning in less than 40 seconds here, you have a bit of an issue now because T has taken a death. If he doesn't hit level 4 on time with that black dragon form, you can pretty much pack it up and ship it off about that first turtle and just let Outplay have it, because without that level 4, that YZ really can't offer much to you for that wall with.
I think at that point, maybe T just knew he was going to die. He's like, let me try to get a minion here, something, and then I'll respawn fast and I can hide and run back to base. But Hoon's going to get a big pick onto Joybaj there. That's 2 kills already. Outplay being very aggressive. A much different game than what we saw last time.
Definitely a little bit different right now. Look at the pressure. This is another visit to the XP lane, but this time from the side of BTK trying to right the wrongs. But look at best player.
Mobazane in a little bit of trouble. Best player's got to be careful against Mobazane because he's still going to pack a punch. If he gets a knock up on a best player while he's standing still or something, it could be a problem. Best player, look for Mobazane. The pull comes in. Can they get the finish? Best player goes down. Yato picking it up, and that's an important pick off for BTK. T holding up the aggression, trying to keep them away. Give this turtle over to the side of Mobazane. They just need to hold Shark and Yureshi at bay here. Shark and Yureshi, though, are coming in. Yureshi does have level 4. Gonna maybe look for that final hit. Can't quite get it. Mobazane able to take the turtle, but down goes Hoon. It's 2 for 2 now at this point. Down comes the Appraisal Wrath, but still not enough damage. Shark flickers in, finds a kill onto T, though. Now Joybaj and Yato forced to back off. A 1 for 2 trade over that turtle fight.
And you know what? I'm not mad at that because Mobazane's still able to pick it up. I was talking about, I thought maybe they'd be at a bit of a disadvantage, but able to correct those mistakes from earlier and pick up that objective. That's still huge. That's some nice momentum. And like you said, differing from last game, the first objective went into the hands of the best player on that healthcare. But this time, Mobazane says, I'm going to get to the bag first this game.
Yeah, and they're actually keeping up with the farm of Outplay right now. And, like, don't get me wrong, Zane's got a great farming rate. His gold rate is amazing. BTK is known for having a pretty good gold discipline. But Outplay, on the other hand, has just been a little bit scaling above them throughout the season. But this time, BTK, once again, bringing a different light to this best of 5, actually holding a small lead right now.
And you're talking about farming. Basic just locked in that corrosion scythe at around that 3.5-minute mark. So that's a nice buff to him, right? Picking up a nice core item from the gold lane, able to now maybe potentially add some damage. Best player right now doing a lot, but not a lot at the same time with that fan. He kind of just showing the cable mastery, I guess. But something else we're going to be showing and seeing, turtle up in less than 20. BTK looks like they want to make a play here.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's playing pretty well around best player right now, and it's like he's hunting. He's looking for the usual mistakes that he's finding. He's checking that mid lane, seeing if Yato's sitting there, seeing if he's looking for Mobazane. He goes through the tower, and with that, because he's not finding anyone, he's losing a little bit of time. You know, he's not able to farm as fast. Right now, BTK, Mobazane, he's able to clear his jungle already, and now he's able to look for picks. Luckily, Basic knows it's coming, so he backs off.
You know what, speaking of backing off here, keeping an eye on that bot side of the map. Yureshi is cutting that wave with the Fredrin. We might see him join in on this clash, and definitely before T can, because he's clearing in the middle of the wave. And there he goes. Yureshi's making his way with that Cyclone. We might catch us a 5v4, but T not too far behind.
Yeah, and he's got the Black Dragon. Here comes the full Divine Judgment. Best player able to find Joybaj, who dropping the Feathered Airstrike, but Mobazane still holds position over this turtle. Yureshi got stopped in his place, but he's able to push T away. Shark in a little bit of trouble, though. Brought low. Best player able to find the turtle. It's another objective over to the side of Outplay. This time it's 1-1 for turtles on the map.
And that's a great grab for them. Very impressive, able to get out there and still put up a show. And like that, they gave themselves a little bit of a boost. Not too much, but every bit counts when you're talking about powerhouses in North America. It's all about getting out there and asserting dominance, and having a gold lead is a great way to do it. Outplay not going to let BTK stay comfortable for too long.
Yeah, Yato once again playing comfortable though in this early game, not sticking his neck out too much. He did the same thing last game, and he started to get a little too cocky. I feel like now that he's a little bit behind, maybe he'll smarten up. Hold on,
wow.
T gonna get popped off down on the boss side. Zane making his way down, maybe look for the wave clear. He's gonna dash to the tower, try to get that left jab over onto the minions. He's able to clear the wave and protect that tower, luckily.
You know, it's funny. I was actually going to say something about best player not having a pop-off game, if you will. Normally, at this point, he's picked up at least 4, maybe 5 kills. But he's at a respectable 2. And for the side of BTK, kind of like that. But hang on, Flash.
Did you see, hold on, did you see that big whip from Yato? He popped through a manipulation the wrong way. Someone's going to flip that. Someone's going to find a way. Zane on a best player, forcing him out of the jungle. I think did he take that purple buff? I think he took that purple buff.
I would love to see if we could get an eye on.
Eye on best player would be nice right now, but anyways, over to the mid side, Zane will be working. I'm sure we'll see in just a second. They're going to be able to clear this wave, but I just saw, I think it was just the turtle buff around best player, not the purple. Yeah, no purple for best player right now.
Huge from Zane to be able to take that purple buff. And kind of what I was talking about kind of keeping best player in check. He's not having the great. Ooh, hold up.
T's
back up.
T's falling behind, and now he's going to get pulled in possibly. Luckily, does have the Black Dragon. Go home, T. Go home. Give up the tower. Go home, T.
This is bad.
He decides to stay, but Hoon and Yureshi are still here.
Best player.
I'm waiting for best player.
Oh, here
swinging
comes,
in
comes.
like Tarzan, and he gets away.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Wow. Man, by the skin of his teeth, he almost overstayed that too far. But Yureshi.
Not only that, basic, able to take that tower up top. Yureshi, always the looming threat, sitting at 1-0 and 2, and that's a good spot for him. This veteran's going to start getting thick, going to start getting meaty, going to once again be holding down the front side, and BTK are going to have to worry about that. Once again, 1v1. Zane up against BTK. Zane able to take the turtle. Will get pulled in, though, in a little bit of trouble. And in comes Joy Bosch, the fatal links. Shark taken out, but able to get away. Now, everybody disengages, but BTK secure the 3rd turtle.
That's right. Count them up, man. Those are some great objective securing from BTK side, specifically into the hands of Zane, man. He's been keeping up and sometimes seeming even better than best player out here, at least as far as retribution goes. It's still pretty even in between both of these teams, but speaking of even, man, we finally get a moment to look at some of these items. And something interesting here to look at is T. He went for the rose gold here for the first item, as a kill gets picked up down on the bot side, and that is so unorthodox. Then following it up with the anti-Curis, he's not looking for damage, he's looking for sustain, but hang on.
Yeah, ISO trying to see if they got sustain, looking for the Blaze of Duet, doing a lot of damage on a basic. Wind of Nature does come out though. ISO trying to get the outplay, but he's not able to do it because the gang is there. Outplay, save the day, basically picks it up.
Basically having their way right now. Best player!
Oh. There's the cables we wanted to see, Deku. There's the cables we wanted to see.
There it goes. And, you know, base player is such an anomaly. We're getting towards that mid-game. He should start to taper off a little bit, but it seems like he's starting to pick up for whatever reason. That's even after losing out on some of those neutrals, losing out on a purple buff, and not really having a snowball type of game. He's still showing why he is so dominant and why so many teams fear this Fanny. This might be a setback for BTK.
Yeah, but BTK, during all this chaos, because we've just been jumping around all over the place, mid-tower does go down for Outplay. And taking a look at the gold, just like last game, when BTK never got too far ahead, Outplay also has not gotten too far ahead. It's just below a 2,000 gold lead. BTK definitely still in this. And around this 9-minute mark, Zane should start packing a punch here.
He definitely should. You're talking about around that 9-minute mark.
What happened
wow.
to that, though? Where'd he go?
Delete it, man. It was like a magic trick.
I just noticed the death counter. Yato's down, I guess. Laying on the ground on the mid side. Best player hunted down ISO as well. The Lord is up now.
Ooh, Joybaj looking to make a move potentially, but you know what? Talking about that 9-minute mark, basically locked in that golden staff. He's at that 3-item power spike. He has the Wind of Nature, has corrosion, and the golden staff. He's looking to put on some damage in the next team fight here.
Yeah, they got to be careful for him, and that's why Joybaj doesn't pop that ultimate on Yureshi. He knows, just like you said during the draft, he knows who he needs to find. He needs to find Basic, he needs to find Hoon, find somebody important here. If not, get 2 more, and the rest of the team better be able to clean up those 2 players. Lord down to about half health, the best player still up, full energy bar, ready to go. He's had his Wheaties this morning, he wants to play. MLBB there as well, though, got the passive ready to proc. The wall wiggle entertainment is here. Let's see who comes out on top. Best player swinging through. Tarzan on the ropes. Watch out for the tree because he's coming soon. Waiting for the hit into the backside. Yato in a bad spot. Able to get the shield from that ultimate. Able to just get away, but the Lord will get reset. And down in the boss side, T having a 1v1 up against Yureshi. Joybaj looking for Hoon. There it is. Best player goes down to the top side. ISO able to find it, but we don't see it on camera. That's okay because he's long gone by now. Yureshi now on the backside in between 3 members. BTK gonna find another one. ISO putting the kill into his pocket and walking away.
My goodness, and those 2 kills are huge. He went 0-1, now he's 2-1, and I actually believe he got a shutdown there, did he not? Over there on best player? That's some huge economy boost over to the goal lane for BTK. This is exactly what they need. We're talking about what else they need. How about an extra team member? That's 5 players plus 1 with the Lord. We're talking about a 6v5, all members on the map here. Trex, things could get dicey for the side of Outplay.
And once again, when all the chaos is happening, Outplay loses another tower, the tier 2 in the bottom side now. So they got a big open wave. Here comes the Lord, marching on down. BTK, I think, want to try to hold the mid side here. Take away this tier 2 in the mid, maybe on the top, but Outplay knows it's coming.
And you know what else is coming? The conceal play, Trex. Don't stop now.
Ooh, Joybaj moving around the right side, looking for the back line. Yureshi will get spotted, so now at least they have vision. A little bit of a waste of that conceal, but they do take the tower. Hoon dropping the feather airstrike. MLBB close the distance, gets the hit, looking for the finish. Hoon in a bad spot. This is revenge, but no revenge yet. Not today, but there goes Basic. MLBB picks up the kill. BTK on the rise right now. Best player decides not. Maybe I don't want to move in onto this, but now they're going to move in because BTK are taking the handles of this car. They do decide to back off, though. No inhibitor down just yet. Best player swinging in. Joybaj looking for a little bit more ISO with the Blazing Duet, trying to get some chip damage down. More minions coming down to the boss side. BTK can switch maneuver. T with the Black Dragon trying to zone them back. Can they take this base turret? But in comes Best player, finds Yato, looking for another one. T very low. Double. Best player finds the double, looking for the triple. Joybaj in a little bit of trouble here. Shark pops a conceal play. He's on the chase. ISO needs to get out of town quick along with MLBB, and they're just able to. No base turret down yet.
And the energy is electric right now. Trex, you can feel it, but it's not over still.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage on Yureshi. MLBB is able to do it. Speedy Light Wheel comes down, and down goes MLBB. Shark picking up the kill. Down goes that tier 3 tower. It's looking very reminiscent of game number 1. BTK have it by the horns, but Outplay outclasses them once again. BTK doesn't want to let it happen, though, just like last time. Joybaj looking for a possible finish, trying to get the stun. ISO able to pick up the killing spree. Shark might just be next. Basically knows it's coming, and he's able to help out the teammates to get away.
That was some of the most back and forth action I've seen in a long time there, Trex. I don't know how you're holding up, how those lungs are staying strong right now, but
feeling good.
Outplay at BTK. I'm feeling great, man. Hey, I think we're all feeling great. You, me, both of these teams, and even everyone watching. This series is exactly what we expected. A dog fight, man. It's been a bloodbath since Series 1 from minute 1. Matter of fact, make it second one, and these teams are trying again to assert that dominance. BTK made a couple mistakes, right? In that last kind of bit of a clash, a little bit of skirmish. They were on a hot run for a minute. Finding towers, finding kills, almost took the high ground, but of course, Outplay able to respond, right? Able to even things up just a little bit. BTK still has a lot of map control, right? 5-3. Gold is even. Lord spawning in. They need to be careful. They need to find some good position. Speaking of positioning, someone out.
Ooh, ISO Able to pop that Wind of Nature and get away. Comes in clutch in the nick of
That's
time.
huge.
Now best players got to go
Blue
back
team
to base.
turret has been
But
destroyed.
Outplay's ready, right? They're sitting at the base. They're sitting at the Lord. The rest of the team.
Oh no.
Best player can kind of do whatever he wants. Wait a second. Mobazane goes down, instantly shredded. Yato bringing out the real manipulation T. Able to take a tower though on the top side. I think he's going to keep on hammering in. Needs
That's
to try
right.
to use damage. Back to the Lord pit though. Yureshi does find Yato. Able to push him away. Joybaj able to get freeze and mobilize Hoon. Hitting some shots from a distance. Brings down the bombs. Joybaj able to get the Fatal Links onto several members, but no one's there to capitalize. Yato now on the run, and T backed off from basic up on the top side. This Lord is getting low, and there's no wretched for BTK, so it should be another Lord to the side of Outplay.
And this is heart-wrenching, man. It seems like time and time again when BTK is right there, Outplay moves the goalpost a little bit more. Got to be a little bit faster than that, man. And BTK just keeps stumbling and tumbling. It's almost there, man. It's so close. They just have to tighten up things. Oh no, another one.
Not again. Zane, you're going to get bombed down. This is bad. Will he be able to get away? The burn, not able to get the finish. Able to escape with just his life. If he would have got taken out there, it could have been a G because Lord is still coming. Outplay trying to outclass game 2.
Yeah, man, if he would have failed, that definitely would have been a 6v4, and we all know basic math, I hope, and that would have not have been a great equation for BTK to be able to stay in this game and maintain and potentially win. But again, like you said, that Lord is here. You can still play, though, Trex. We might see an engage from Bosch. Uh-oh, they found a target.
He does find Yureshi. Fatal Links comes in, but the bombs are dropping on the side from Hoon.
Oh, no.
Mobazane taken out, basic, able to pick it up, but ISO does find
Best
Yureshi.
player.
Jungler for the side EXP. Best player on the top side, Lord still coming.
Great.
Once again, he locks onto the base just like game 1. They gotta stop it here. Lord still there. They gotta try to get the finish, but ISO's not there to help with the melting. Luckily, they will be able to defend this, but Hoon and the rest of the team are closing in on the bot side. Game 2 on the edge of the mountain. Joybot just spawning up, looking for a possible pick. T there as well. Russian comes in. Hoon pops Winter Truncheon. They're able to find basic, but the immortality comes out, and he will be able to get away from this. Best player back in the fray of things. Decides to back off, but waves are coming from all over the place, and BTK just wants to defend. They're trying, they're hanging, they're swinging, and they'll live to see another wave.
Speaking of swinging, man, this is swinging either way. When it looks like BTK has it, Outplay says no. Outplay almost getting it done. Best player, almost like a thief in the night without the darkness falls, almost pulled another play to go ahead and look for the back door, but BTK able to pull a last-minute defense and keep them from ending that game and keeping us here a little bit longer. And that's exactly what we want. Speaking of what we want, let's take a second here to look at some of these items. Most of the players here starting to lock in to those final items here. But speaking of final,
A lot of damage onto Shark. Real world manipulation does come out. Shark forced to use the flicker.
Best player?
The best player into the backside. Look for ISO once again. He does use that Wind of Nature, but here comes basically Speedy Light Wheel. Whole lot of damage on a Joybaj. Brought down to about 10%. He needs to get back to base. He does still have that immortality utility. Mobazane also teleports back to base as well. Lord gonna be up in 24 seconds. Outplay holding about a 5,000 gold lead right now.
you know something? My goodness, you mean to tell me Hoon didn't already have that holy crystals? He's been sending napalm strikes out there with this Farsa, and he just picked that up. He's been doing that damage without this item, and I have to tell you, Trex, with that Lord spawning in, this is scary hours, man. You have Hoon, one of the best, if not the best mage in the game, on this high ground, this artillery Farsa for this evolved Lord. He has great positioning. He's only died one time, has the Purify if he does get caught out, and now with that new power spike, that new item spike, he could really make some dangerous plays, man. Really burst out a single target from BTK, and that's all they need, especially with best player who's almost been able to pick up the kills. He's almost getting it every single time. Almost. Very close. The Wind of Nature from ISO, but if you drop the Feather Airstrike with the steel cables, man, you can't defend both with the Wind of Nature. They might be able to make a play. Speaking of plays, look at ISO here.
Best player looking for somebody, hunting right now. Joybaj will switch positions, and they're trying to move on to Mobazane as well, up by the Lord pit. Both teams still at a standstill. You talked about electricity, you talked about energy, and it is definitely in the air right now because this Lord will most likely decide game 2. Conceal play is coming out. Looking for Yureshi possibly. Anybody at this point, but they're not able to connect. That is a utility down as well. Let's take a look at Outplay. They're trying to get a sandwich here. Shark misses it. That's another utility down for them. No Divine Judgment. Mobazane gets the sandwich himself. Hoon dropping down the bomb. Joybaj very low, able to get the fatal links. Mobazane maybe looking for the finish, decides not to engage. Best player to the backside. ISO instantly deleted. Don't know where it happened, don't know how, but he's gone. Lord now into the favor of the side of Outplay. BTK, Mobazane, is he going to try to go in for the steal on this? T does have the Black Dragon, but it's getting brought down way too fast. They're not going to go for it. They're not going to do it. They're going to see if they can defend.
That was so anticlimactic from ISO, man. I know Sprint is kind of the glue that goes with Claude, but I know in that moment he wished he had Purify, because as soon as he jumped in with that BMI Ureshi taunt pop-up and that damage we were talking about from Hoon, picking up that Holy Crystal, that's the magic trick that you saw delete that man out of existence and send him up here with us at the caster desk, Trex.
You know, BTK, I get it, they put up some great fights, but great fights in a game do not matter if you can't get the win, and Yato brought down to about 10% already. ISO looking for Ureshi here, but here comes best player to the backside. Everyone gonna get dragged in, whole lot of chaos. T able to get the Petrify, but he still goes down to Shark. Mobazane waiting for a time to strike. Mega kill from Hoon onto Joybaj. Shark gonna move onto the base. Best player gonna lock it down, and the damage is just too fast. Outplay taken. Game number 2.
Victory!
And man, oh man, Trex, we were talking about this outcome. Going up 2-0 in favor of Outplay right now puts BTK in quite the hole. This is a sticky situation, and they need to try to correct things, especially for this game 3, man. Everything is on the line, literally. They are going to be heading into an elimination match, and Mobazane and company are going to have to quickly adjust. You only have one more chance, potentially, one more draft phase, potentially, to get things right up against Outplay.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of saying at the end there, like, definitely BTK has given Outplay the best games we've seen anyone give Outplay so far, I feel like. And not just one, but 2 in a row. But all those skirmishes, all those little fights throughout the game don't matter if you don't get the win, because at the end, all the Outplay fans are going to say is easy, GG. Doesn't matter how hard you fought, doesn't matter if we went to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. Outplay is still taking these games one after another.
You know, speaking of taking these games one another, let's take a little bit of time here looking at these post-game stats. Let's look kind of what Outplay had going for themselves to be able to find that win. A couple things standing out to me there. You're looking at Sharker with a fleeting time, able to find a lot of pulls. I mean, he went 5-0 and 11. Definitely was a huge chunk of Outplay's potential there. He was able to find a lot of the pulls and consistently get it done. Best player as well on the Fanny, man. We were talking about his early game didn't look as strong as usual, but boy, did he make up for it somehow in the late game. He put so much pressure on ISO, even without getting the kills. Sending ISO, the gold laner, in a late game situation back to base is huge enough. But this right here, Trex, was insane. I don't know how you kept up with this. We saw a super sandwich, man. This was a BLT, had all the good stuff, bacon, lettuce, and the tomatoes, and that was ISO's getting put in a coffin there right next to the whole WWE center. He got hit with an RKO from Yato, and that right there is what wins games, man. Those type of plays from Outplay is what put BTK down here.
Yeah, this time it's nothing but OPs on the board, as you can see. Hoon gonna get the carry, 10,000 damage dealt. No, that's 107,000 damage dealt. My bad. Ureshi with the sandbag, taking a lot of damage, but still with a very clean KDA. Best player, though, with 22% team fight, and Hoon with 34. You know, when we're looking at a lot of those fights, BTK's, they think their job is to find Hoon and find Basic, but the major problem was every time everyone dived in for that, what happens? Best player happens. He gets into the back line, he takes out ISO, he harashes ISO, he gets into the back line, he harashes Yato, and at that point, you got T and Mobazane all committed. Nobody can peel for him. Joybaj is dead because he tried to hit a Fatal Links and got some feathered airstrikes dropped on top of him. It's just, there just didn't seem to be an answer, and they couldn't find it in time.
It was definitely fatal from Baj, but the links weren't connecting, and that's why things kind of spun up against them. I'm glad, though, that you mentioned that pressure, though, or the committed, because a lot of that open opportunities for best player on that Fanny, we almost saw him end the game with them putting so much at stake there. But speaking of things at stake, Trex, here we are. We're sitting at draft for game number 3, and the stakes couldn't be higher if you're the side of BTK.
Yeah, Outplay right now is looking like they got a clean run to the grand finals.
Mm.
BTK is trying, man. They're trying hard. They're
are.
definitely sweating right now. They're putting everything they can. But Outplay, I feel like, is also sweating. I can't just give it over to them easily. But if it ends in 3-0, like I said, when people go to Liquipedia, they check the scoreboard. It doesn't matter how long the games were. It doesn't matter what the drafts were. Outplay's about to 3-0 BTK and still continue undefeated throughout the season of NACT.
You know, it's a great point to make because only thing in those columns are wins and losses. There's no such thing as an almost or this close, baby. This is esports. You get it done or you get none. That's how the slices of this apple pie break down, Trex. And it looks like Outplay wants it all for themselves. The toppings and more, the whipped cream, a little cherry there. We're looking to have a nice dessert tonight, but BTK could still have a seat at this table and snatch that away. A little bit of action here, but it's going to take a lot, right? The mental fortitude from them. Are these players on BTK built for this moment? We know one guy who can rise to the occasion, and hopefully he can lead the way for the rest of those four.
I mean, he's trying. A couple weird plays last time. I think he got pulled a few times from Shark. I think Mobazane also needs to maybe not play as aggressive, not leave his team behind, because this is continuously the downfall of them. They do so well when they kind of work together, but once they start to split up, Outplay just breaks them apart piece by piece by piece, right? So coming into this, I think their drafts have been okay. I probably would have liked to see the Franco last time, but overall the drafts have been very clean from both teams. I think the real problem is BTK in the game. They need to just tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, it's absolutely things on BTK side that they need to do. You really don't have to worry about Outplay because Outplay's making their own mistakes. They got to worry about Outplay as well, right? I really think if BTK can just hunker in, at this point, it seems like who can make the least amount of mistakes. Outplay has just been coming up a little less on those because for once, like you said, it really does seem like Outplay is putting their all out there. You can see the struggle, right? They're making some bonehead plays. They're making errors. BTK is capitalizing on those said mistakes, but they have to do a little bit more. It's not enough to try to go even with them. You need to exceed what they're putting out there. Break the expectations. Break the mold because most people don't think BTK can get it done. This is the moment to flip that narrative. Take this game and give us a prolonged series here.
Most definitely so. Match point, right? Match point.
Do or die.
What would be the Vegas odds of BTK taking 3 of these back and somehow taking the win? Once again, I think if BTK could just get a win, I could see them maybe getting 2 in a row. I don't know if they're going to be able to bring it all the way. But at this point, it's like, I see them doing so well in the game. I just want to win, man. BTK, just take us at least to game 4 or something here, man. Because it's so good. I want to play-by-play. I want to say BTK is taking game 3, but it's just might not happen tonight because Outplay is in prestige manner. Hoon's going to pick up the Faramis, keeping it simple. A lot of stuff still open for BTK.
And that's scary because we've been talking about Hoon, right? He's kind of been a little shifted, been a little limited. First game, he got put off onto the Lilia, right? Second game, he got a little closer to those Hot Pocket 3 picks. He got the Farsa, right? Now he has Faramis, arguably top of the cream if you're, either you're a Valentina that likes to take the Faramis or you're the Faramis that likes to play into the Valentina. Hoon right now is playing the Faramis, and that is scary because he has shown his mastery on this. His mastery in the mid lane in general is bar none right now, and having him get that comfort, man, it is something to behold. But something else to behold right now? We're talking about BTK in a do or die situation, and the Kaja gets locked in. I am not sure that is something I'd be confident to throw in Shark's hand with the series on the line. So many more options that I feel like Shark excels in outside of this bird.
Yeah, well, Joybaj getting the Kaja. Joybaj.
Oh, Joybaj, yeah.
It's all right, but honestly, it's literally the same as I did because I was thinking the same thing. And not only that, it's a pretty squishy early game roam, right? And I was just about to say, if Shark picks up something a bit more aggressive, something with stuns, and you got Hoon as well, all this the past 2 games we've seen Shark on the Kaja. And honestly, I think it's one of the reasons why BTK has had a decent laning phase. So now we are finally turning the tables. Outplay is going to have a bit more of an aggressive mid lane here. Nice wave clear, possible invade strategies once level 4 hits. So Yato and Joybaj are going to play very, very different. And they pick up the Eve, okay wave clear, okay mobility, but still depending on what basic hits here, Yato and Joybars are once again going to be very prime targets on the mid side.
Yeah, I mean, the Eve, honestly, I'm not like opposed to it, right? Because now you at least have some utility to bring to the team fight, because that's what Hoon is going to bring with this frames with that Cult Alter. Now, instead of having that extended life, you have some good zoning, right? You can create space, you can maybe split up members, maybe isolate a member that goes in for that charge first. I mean, if you Reshi, let's say, you know, he likes to really gung-ho it on this glue. We saw that up against Yato on the far, so he will immediately take the charge first if you need him to. And that could be an opportunity where maybe he overcommits a little bit, maybe he overextends, you drop that real world, kind of split up him and the rest of the team, and now you can look to try to punish, maybe get the rest of the teams to go for that 4v4, you know what I mean? Or maybe just commit onto that one, get that first pick, and now you're talking about a great opening for a team fight. But again, that's execution. That's execution here.
Yeah, I feel like ISO, once again, so into gold laners, Claude could be a decent pick, right? Just because of the Fermis, and I'm thinking that maybe they don't go for that. Maybe Outplay bans it, or maybe they're just like, no, let's not run the Claude here. But I think this is a time where the Claude actually still kind of works.
Right.
I think at this point, it's really just like the reason that the golds, why they keep losing a basic, is just his positioning has been so key, and best player has been such a distraction, and basic has just been able to bide his time. And then when his time comes, he knows when to pop off. He knows where to be. ISO is having a little bit trouble in that.
They banned the carry here from BTK. I'm not sure if I agree or like that. I can understand the thought process, right? Can you kind of shred your front line, give an issue to Zane on this Fredrin, but something else that's slipping by that basic loves to pick up is the Wan. And that Wan with the Faramus, now we're talking about an issue. When it was just Faramus and Eve, we got some possibilities, we got a lot of options to dance around this, but that Wan really starts to tilt the scale into the favor of Outplay, and using that last ban onto the carry, that could be detrimental. I honestly thought BTK would even put that in the hands of ISO, since that's been something he's favored.
Yeah, I think they literally, Outplay knows, that's why they banned the Brody. They're like, all right, yeah, we're going to give you the Claude again. We're going to get the Wan, because BTK can't pick up the, they can't pick up the Wan here.
Right.
You have Fermis, you have
Lolita.
And you have the Lolita. Like, both of these, it's just nullifying anything the Wan wants to bring. So I almost feel like they could have not banned the Brody, just because we all know ISO is going to pick the Claude here. But still, we want to make sure, we want to get rid of possible early game damage. And if they do go for the Wan, Brody does have some range to compete with that, right? But best player gonna pick up the Hayabusa here. We're getting a little bit spicy.
And you know what? If that Wan comes in, that's gonna be hard, because Joybod is gonna be put in the middle of a rock and a hard situation. There it goes. Do you go for Haya? Do you go for Wan? You only have one pick here so far able to deal with either of those threats, and neither one of them are someone I would let go free. Basic on the Wan, best player on the Hayabusa. This is like the lesser of two evils. But I like that adjustment. Minsathar. That is a great way to clean the tail end of that draft.
It also
Didn't
helps,
even
I think,
see
dealing with Yureshi a little bit, right? It helps dealing with Yureshi a little bit if he tries to come in and get some, you know, I don't know, if he's on top of you,
right?
If Glue is doing his grab,
doing his thing,
and the King's Calling is there,
right?
And you're in the midst of that. Can he jump? Yeah, can he get the slam away? Because he can't use any skills in the King Calling, right?
Right. I would.
And are you safe in the King's Calling if he wants to grab onto you? Like, if you run to the King's Calling, can he grab onto you?
Unless
he's in it.
If he's in it, it takes effect. I believe if you're outside of the King's Calling, you can get attached by the grab. But if he hops onto you with the piggyback ride, it's not really a threat if he can't pull you out. So I think the Minsathar is still like a +1 in that scenario, that very specific scenario. If that's the case. But Trex, here we go.
Into game 3. This is match point for the side of Outplay. BTK looking for some redemption, down 2 games. Can they get the reverse sweep, or will they be sent down to the lower bracket?
That is the question indeed. And you know what here, Trex? I have to say, BTK has been playing extremely hard. And if they lose here, if they take this loss and fall to the lower brackets, that means they get to have a little bit of a revisit on what Ackerman had to do from day one of semifinals, and they're going to have the extended matches, and that opens up a whole different door of possibilities. But staying in the line of reality here of what's going on, BTK needs to find this win, needs to keep this series going, because again, like you said, this is an elimination match. Everything is on the line here. Outplay looking to take school lunch away from BTK and send them exactly down there to that bottom scenario here on the brackets. BTK, though, like we have already looked at, they have a pretty decent composition. They really cleaned up things with that Minotaur. I had a lot of doubt when it was just Joy Bodge and the Kaja, but now you have two ways to answer the duality correct. Ooh!
Oh, that's a lot of damage already. And ISO going to get pulled back, and Shark picking up the first blood for the side of Outplay. Doesn't mean too much. We saw BTK almost come back from that last time, but still, it's a nice first blood, and we're already seeing the aggression onto the bot gold lane.
I mean, I like to think it means a little bit here. You remember in game one, right? Take that back to game one. We had the same matchup, Claude onto the Wan, and we were kind of talking about, right, being able to stop the Claude from getting to that Demon Hunter sword around that 4.5 minute mark. And getting that kill right there on ISO is one way to prevent that and keeps Basic in the lead. And we know what they like to do with Basic. Get him the lead, get him the tower, get him Alpha in the map.
Oh, Yato gonna get taken out next. Urashi takes him for the ride, and best player with the shadow. That's two people on to Yato, able to get that kill. Now it looks like nice and mobilized onto T. Numi on blast, gonna come down, stun up Zane, stun up T, slam, down goes T. Joy Bodge on the run, both get shadow stampeded back into the midst of it. The taunt comes out, big appraisal's wrath, but not enough damage just yet. But while all this is happening, Deku, Turtle will go over to the side of Outplay.
This is not good. Most of these games we've seen a BTK Turk that early momentum at least keep it consistent, right? Keep it stable over to the mid. But right now they're letting Outplay start to run away with that. And look at that, Basic has already picked up that corrosion scythe with that one assist and with that one death to ISO, extra turtle goal as well to the rest of the members of the team. He's already getting that item advantage that we're talking about. Two late scaling marksmen, the one that gets their best foot forward first normally is able to take advantage.
Ooh, Yato once again forced to use the real manipulation just to try to come up, and he comes to shadow kill. Best player able to find another one, putting him at 1-0 and 2. Joy Bodge maybe trying to get the finish. Mobazane coming down as well, but Hoon is here to make sure they don't get too aggressive. Shark and Basic working their way onto ISO. Out comes Crossbow of Tang, decides not to pop it just yet. Doesn't want to get pulled too deep because Joy Bodge is there and he's at level 4.
Oh man, Trex, another kill, right? Netted by the side of Outplay without any answer, without response to BTK. They're down 2K goal, and Basic picks up a kill down on the bot side. Another one, man. They're doing exactly what we're talking about. Getting Basic ahead in the game, letting him start to rotate. He's already a super threat right now. He'd already picked the first item to get him in the match. Still don't think ISO is locked in his yet.
Yato.
Man.
0-3-0. 0-3-0. Best player 2-0 and 2. Take us through the items, man.
Looking at the items, like I was saying, man, Basic getting that early lead. Claude still trying to finish that Demon Hunter sword, but look at this in the mid.
Another attack, another revenge. This could be bad. Mobazane low, and Hoon picks up the kill. And comes T, pops King's Calling. Best player may not be able to get away from this. Can they get the finish? No, the Cult Altar comes just in time. Joy Bodge looking for something, decides not to use the Divine Judgment there onto Urashi. Don't know if that's a bad call or not.
I wonder here, right? Now that we're sitting 7-0, 4K gold leads to the side of Outplay. Was this a bit too much reaction going in from the draft from the side of BTK? They went for a lot of answers, but they still haven't solved the question as ISO finally picks up his Demon Hunter sword here.
I mean, Outplay denied the answer to the question, right? They immediately attacked ISO in the bot lane, immediately sent. They're moving so fast right now. Hoon and Shark are all over the place. And this is exactly what we were worried about when they finally got their hands on some aggressive mid lane roles where Shark can stun you at level 1, where Hoon can run through walls and pull you back. It seems like BTK has no answers to that composition.
definitely having no answers. Don't even have anything on the scoreboard here, Trex. For some reason, whatever it is, I don't know if it's BTK losing the mental or Outplay taking another gear here, but they have turned it up a notch right now. This doesn't seem like the series that we've been watching. It seems so even earlier on, but hang on to the mid.
Hero has been
Finally
slain.
getting a kill on the best player though. Yureshi though gonna hit to ride onto Mobazane here. Mobazane bobbing the recall. Nothing should happen here. Down on the boss side though. Still a little bit of action going on. They're able to save that tower in the gold lane. ISO just hanging on by a thread right now.
Saving the tower, but Trex, you pointed out Yato. Who's going to save him? He's 0-3, and we just hit right underneath the 6-minute mark of the game. This is not what we expected, and definitely not a winning recipe for BTK. From the start, from Series 1, we talked about how important that matchup in the mid lane is, how important it is that they keep Yato's confidence in check. 0-3 is not a way to keep someone's self-esteem high, especially up against Hoon on one of his comforts in the mid lane. Someone has to start peeling, someone has to correct the wrongs, start giving Yato some breathing space, because like you said, Outplay's been moving so quick. It feels like BloodThirstyKings has their head spinning in every single direction except the right one.
And here's the thing, Outplay, like they pick a target in the laning phase and they find it time and time again. Yato, they knew we give him a rough early laning phase. It's going to be huge. Now T goes down on the top side, and best player's just having a good time. He took a death early on, but it's not a problem. Not a problem at all. He's still able to output the damage.
Definitely can still output the damage, and even with that death leading a bit in the XP, right? He has a level up ahead of Zane, who seems like maybe he's on his way to contest, maybe fight it out for this turtle. With the rest of the members from BTK though, looking to respond to the gold side, but look at Basic here. He's already hopscotching his way up near this turtle side, but maybe they're gonna fix the rotation as well. Maybe this is the bait. They're just gonna handle both sides of the map. But look at the top side right here.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a battle going for this turtle. Mobazane in the midst of 3 members.
Nice.
Looking for it, able to get it. That's nice. A good play for them. Can they find something else though? Yureshi gonna try to get the stun. Joybosh still holding on to this Divine Judgment. Just use it at this point. You're gonna get able to flicker. Gonna possibly get taken out here in a little bit of trouble. Finally used it, but it might be too late. T will bring out the team's Colin. Do some nice damage on Yureshi.
Oh,
Can they get the finish here? Yureshi low. Finally going down, and T picks up the shutdown, so it's a nice amount of gold into his pocket.
That's right. I think they get that tower with this cannon minion here as well, and they do. So some kills. A turtle from Mobazane, who was down a level, mind you, level 10 to level 11, able to pick that up against the best player, facilitated with that Appraiser's Wrath as well. So really good on that. Very great on the trades here. BTK showing some signs of life now, and this is what you need.
It's definitely what you need. And I mean, I feel like that's one thing that Mobazane really thrives on. When he's in the midst of like 3 other heroes, he's able to proc that ultimate. He knows how to push the Fredrin to the limit, but still, is it going to be enough right now? They did close up the gold gap a little bit, but it's still 3,000 and Outplay still ever so aggressive. I think what we really need to see is Joybosh finding some important kickoffs here like Shark did in the past 2 games.
Talking about pickoffs, keep your eyes on it here, Trex.
Okay, Yureshi down by half health. T will be the first to fall. Yureshi able to pick it up in the backside. The Blazing Duet does come out. Mobazane gonna move on to Shark here. ISO able to find best player. Shark a little bit of trouble, brought down low. ISO finally outputting some damage, but here comes the Numi on blast, along with the crossbow of Tang. Basic not able to find a full target, but finally locks on Yato under the tower. Can he get the finish?
Man.
He does. It's a double kill, but the tower takes out Basic as well, so it evens out the playing field. A 3-for-3 trade.
The good part is Yato at least got a shutdown there. He gets his first kill in the game after 4 deaths. I don't know if that's enough to kind of get him back in the zone, get him back in the groove of things. As BTK is looking to take this tower here, but they're going to run out of minions. Now Lord spawning in along with the rest of the team. Wait!
ISO, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, he's going to go. He finds it. PMI's out into safety. Yureshi now at a low spot. Best player decides not to go for it. ISO taking the risk, and this time it pays off.
And you talking about paying off. Trex, they were down 4K. The gold has been even. You went from 4K to 400 gold difference, and now we have a game on our hands. This is exactly what BTK needed, man. The revival here, the spirit, the will to stay in the game, but up in the top side, someone might not stay alive much longer.
Yeah, basic does go down. That's very important for side of BTK. Get that 1-1 off the field, but I'm not gonna lie, Deku. We've been saying these same words for the past 2 games. I'm not getting my hopes up just yet. Until BTK has the Lord on that base, I'm not calling it. Outplay knows how to outmaneuver other teams time and time again. Lord down to about 30% now. Yureshi into the backside, look for the stun, but ISO gonna pop the Blazing Duet onto Hoon. Hoon brought down to about half health. ISO trying to get the finish. Gonna lock on. Best player takes the Lord though. We missed it, but he finds it. Nobody goes down on the side of Outplay. They're looking for more. Yureshi still on the backside, looking for Yato. Wants to hit to ride. One Yureshi, one Yato, and Yato will go down. Best player wants to engage. Shark able to get the stun. This could be bad. Shark in the midst of it. Best player goes down. Shark might just be next, but here comes Basic. Crossbow tank, ready to go. Mobazane down to half health. Does Basic want to use it just yet? He's waiting. He fires. He finds it. He gets the kill, making a double. Looking for the triple. Doesn't connect. But still, the turnaround happens again, and Lord is coming.
Trex might have been right, man. A little too soon because, again, right when you think BTK has it, Outplay moves the goal a little bit further with the siege.
Yeah, this is the siege. ISO will be able to melt it down. Still going to be hanging out there, still looking for it, but Outplay controlling the map once again.
Man, I'm honestly, Trex, I honestly really want BTK to pull deep here and get this. It seemed right there. They were so close. It would have been so nice for them, too, especially after losing that Lord. That would have been such a nice momentum to be able to take a kill, maybe take some trades in the ensuing fight. But again, on the back end, they get punished. Yureshi playing out of his mind right now, still going for Yato since game 1. He's not going to let him fix his KDA. He's going to keep shattering that confidence. No self-esteem boost here, he says, but Trex, look at this, can still play in the jungle.
Seal play coming. They don't find anything huge. Wait, no, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Bad. Mobazane in a bad spot. Will get taken out. Best player able to pick up the kill. And there it comes. Outplay feeling confident at this point. They drop down another tower. The emotes, the recalls, the TP, whatever you want to call it. Outplay has arrived, and Yureshi's in the backside. Look for the kill. Baj goes down. That is trouble. Crossbow tank comes out. They're ready to rumble. Nice tower take. ISO trying to clear some wave in the mid side, but here comes Outplay. They don't want to go for it.
Macro.
Have it. Take it. We're ready. We want to try to force it down elsewhere. We're coming for your orange buff, and Mobazane and the rest of the team might just be next.
I like what ISO did there, man. That was a really next level, very professional play there. All hope is lost in the fight, but the push no longer available down the bot side, cleans up that mid lane. It won't let Outplay be able to recover and maybe go for a secondary siege. That's all you can hope for there when it seemed like things were going bleak for BTK. But you know what, Trex, they keep things in a little bit longer. They need to not make another mistake, because at this point, at 13 minutes into the game, the next one, it could be their last one. But I really want you to take a look at T here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Boston Tea Party.
Oh, Boston Tea Party. They burn it down. Test player gonna get taken out. T will go down, but that's kind of
that.
fair trade. We like that.
We definitely like it. That's a jungle down there, Trex. This is huge for BTK now. You have a 4v4, but look at Yureshi.
And not only that, look at Best player making his way to the backside.
Basic,
try to force this Lord. They gotta go for it. Basic gonna move on to Joybaj, trying to get the kill. Able to get the crossbow tang. ISO able to move away. Mobazane still working on this Lord. Shark's gonna try to get the stun. They want to try to combo something up, but you're actually able to find Yato. Can Mobazane get it? No! Hoon takes it right out of his fingertips. There's nothing there for Mobazane to grab, and Outplay able to secure it. Once again, he had it by the threads, but it slips away. This could be game 3 for the side of Outplay.
There is no way that just happened in 4K right in front of us, Trex. Not Mobazane losing the retro, but look at this.
On ISO looking for it. He's in a bad spot. He's making dire moves, and that is another mistake. Joybaj and T on the backboard trying to bounce back, but this is Shaq looking for the finish. T goes down. Shark into the back with a double stun. Able to hit one on Joybaj. Best player looking for another, and they've made it to the base. Mobazane up, but the base is going down way too fast. And ladies and gentlemen, Outplay will be our first team to make it to the grand finals.
grand finals. Trex, they made a grand entrance from game 1. They made a grand exit in game 3. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, like Trex has told you at the end of that game, we will be seeing Outplay in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena. BTK just got sent down to the lower bracket, and you know, it was heart-wrenching, heartbreaking to not get the series we maybe all wanted for that full 5 series.
Yeah, well, it's not even about BTK winning the series. It's about giving us a game 4, giving us a game 5. But you know what they say? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
That's right.
These
baby.
are hand grenades. This is esports, and Outplay is going to take that win once again in favorable fashion. 3-0 still the undefeated team. People will say they took that one loss, but I don't care. That was a fluke. Outplay's undefeated the whole season right now.
And what a marvelous game. And like I said, Trex, in game 3, right, from game 1, game 2, you could have argued BTK should have been able to win, if not in the position to just go ahead and take it away from Outplay, maybe even just call it a throw inside of BTK. But in game 3, Outplay stopped playing around there. 22-9, under 15-minute game. They came out the door spanking butt, man, like a wild rodeo. They were talking about horseshoes, and Cowboys were definitely saddling something, and it was BTK sending them down in spectacular fashion. Look at this. This was insane. I really thought basic positioning was crazy, man. Swinging around when you only have a 4v4, no pill around you, able to pick the kill up on Kaja, starts helping out, take out with your Reshi here. But this right here is the play I could not believe. MobaZane, in that condition you're talking about, in those 1v3s, in those 1v4s, normally comes up so huge in the 50-50, but in this case, it wasn't even a 50-50. No retribution. We saw the Boston Tea Party take out best player, and the one man with retribution on the map couldn't get it done. That definitely put the nail in the coffin for BTK.
Listen, I need everybody to rewind, go back to that clip, because what was ISO doing in the midst of all that chaos? He was clearing the mid wave. I don't know if it was a comm call, if it was like a, hey, MobaZane will be able to get this Lord, just clear wave or something. But when all that is going on, Yato's getting picked off. Sure, everyone else is getting picked off. He makes a bad decision there, and what it does is it costs them the game.
And look at this, Trex. I mean, we're reliving the pain already. Is it not too soon for this production? This is cruel to have to watch this again. Looking at BTK here, trying to hold back up against Outplay. We saw the Darkness Falls from best player, able to get it done. He was providing so much, and that was one of his worst games there, but still one of his best closing acts, one of his best closing performances to secure game 1 in a match that we thought BTK had. Up 2 here. This is game 3. Look at this ISO again in that mid lane. He was able to find the tower, but did not join and help BTK for that Lord take over there with the rest of the team. Outplay was able to pick it up, and then Reshi, again, we were talking about this, man. He will charge in by himself and take out who you need. Finds Yato, and here comes the rest of the cleanup crew. Basic hopscotch in his way, dipping and dashing. He finds the crossbow tank. Trex, we thought maybe he'll hold this, but look at what the rest of the team does. Keep an eye on T. At this point, MobaZane is a lost cause, but what do? Run right on over. Let the crossbow tank unleash. You give 1, you almost give 2. Here, this was insane. Best player is gone, and we're going to look at it. We're looking at ISO. You were talking about not doing too much. He looks to take away from the fight. Basically, he's having his way. BMI out. Where are you going, sir? Get that guy out.
Get back in the pit.
And someone get MobaZane some help.
What's he doing over there?
Try to find the Rechi, but it wasn't enough. Trex, so many things went wrong in that one fight. Now it makes a lot of sense how things did not go their way. But, geez, 3-0. Not even a gentleman's sweep. Just clean them up out of here, man. That's esports cruelty, baby.
That is it. They will be going down to the lower bracket, but don't leave too soon. Keep your phones on. Stay watching, because we get to watch BTK play again against Ackerman in a little while. But before any of that, we're going to throw it back to our beautiful host, Xina.
Thank you, Trex. Hey, we've got PikaPikaML here with us today. Welcome, and how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am good. How do you feel about that last match between Outplay and BTK?
It was really close match. I was really hoping Zane would get that retry, but Hoon clutch it, and then Outplay get to close the game.
I know, that was so close. I was like, wow. You didn't get that red raven. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
So I'm PikaPikaML. I used to host community tournaments, and I'm a tank main. I used to stream on YouTube, but then I took a little bit of a break.
Oh, tank name. What was the tank that you usually play?
So people know me as the Atlas main, but I used to
Ooh.
play like a variety of tanks like Lolita, Kufra, Hylos, Bashia. Mainly all of them. Just name them all.
Okay, you play them all. You basically can do them all. I play Lolita, but Atlas is tough for me. He's a good one. But how long have you been playing Mobile Legends?
So I have been playing since season 2.
Since season 2. Wow, that's a while now. Are you still addicted to the game?
Yeah, I still love the game. I still play the game. You know, it's a fun game to play, and I like how the esports scenes is finally growing in North America.
Yeah, that's super exciting to see that they're finally going to all these other things like MSC.
It's amazing. Yeah,
ESL.
finally.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I hear you used to be on the professional side of esports. Do you plan on going back to it?
No, I think I'm done with the esports for Mobile Legends. I think I'm gonna try to work behind the scenes and try to help the game grow more in North America. My esports days are over, so I hung up the phone.
Oh, you hung up the phone. What do you do in the backstage of helping with Mobile Legends and stuff and having it grow?
So I helped host some of the tournament games when NACT, when there was like 128 teams. I helped host some of the lobbies. And also I'm gonna be in Vegas as well. So if you guys are going to Vegas, don't be shy and make sure you say hi if you see me.
Oh, well, I'm gonna say hi for sure because I saw you last time. It was fun. Who do you want to win this next match to take out the second spot between Ackerman and BTK?
I'm close with all the players on both teams. To be honest, when I first entered the competitive scene, I was a BTK fan. So I guess I have to go with BTK on this one.
Okay. So, where can people find you? For your social handles and all of that good stuff.
So on YouTube, you can find me on YouTube. Just search up PikaPikaML, and then you can also find me on Twitter. Just search up PikaDiff.
Okay, you can find him on. You hear that, guys? Those are all his social channels. Be sure to check him out. Do you have any fun plans for coming to Vegas though? Since you said you were going to
I'm gonna be working behind the scenes, so I think the first day, me and my friend in Vegas are gonna go visit the Color Rocks, but I'm not sure what we're gonna do after.
Alright, so all work, a little bit of play.
Yeah, all work, a little bit of play.
Alright, thank you so much for being here and chatting with us. We're excited to have you be there at Vegas, but I'll see you later.
All right, thank you for inviting me. Bye, everyone.
The lovely.
All right, guys.
I
What do you guys
love
think? You love Pika. You guys known him for so long?
Yeah, he was at Vegas last year.
Yeah.
I didn't meet Pika in Vegas, but he's been a long time player. I've been here since season 3. He's been here just as long as me. So for some people he might be a new face. For me, he's just old and coming back.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Well, congratulations to Outplay for taking that first spot at the grand final. Outplay's defense is so good. A lot of games have gotten so close to them being in favor of the other team, but somehow Outplay keeps bringing it back. It's like flipping on a switch when things get rough, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
So this
time and time
leads
again.
up. This leads up to our MVP, which is Hoon.
Hoon,
What do you
I
guys
think
think
it's
about
well deserved. I think it's well deserved. Hoon
Oh,
has
yeah.
been a a very important member of the team since the start of the season, and even today. I mean, some of those polls on the Faramis, every single game, the Retri. The Retri. Is Hoon the new Retri god? Is Hoon the new Retri god?
Yeah, man. That's a game 3 shot clock buzzer beater. Okay, he came up big in that pit.
Well, that is super fun, but like, let's see where the grand final's gonna be held, guys. Let's check out that location. I had a blast last year when it was here in Las Vegas, and I live here, so I'm like super excited for it to be here at the HyperX Arena, a bigger venue, you know? Are you guys just as pumped?
I'm definitely pumped. I think like we said earlier, I already have tickets, I already have hotel, all that good stuff. So Vegas, last year was amazing. Last year was a blast. We thought there was only going to be like 40, 30 people that would show up to the event. We had like well over 100 people. The tech team ended up bringing out microphones just to mic the crowd because it turned out so well. The whole community got together, and with the USA being so big, we don't really get to see each other. It's all Discord. It's all like, you don't even know the faces of most people you're talking to half the time. But, you know, yeah, a lot of long distance relationships here. But we make it work, and at least once a year now we get to meet up, and I'm definitely excited for it. But Deku, you weren't there last year. How are you feeling? You're finally going to get to show up to the NACT.
I mean, man, I'm so excited. I know you're talking about meetups, you know, once a year, but this year has been so different for NA. It hasn't just been for the competitive players, right? We've been having meetups all across the country. Now we're talking about pretty much the pinnacle of meetups, okay? The HyperX Arena out in Vegas. All the guys, all the gals, everyone is there that needs to be there. Definitely got to show up. I know you're going. I'm definitely going. Like I said, I missed out last time. I got to get a little bit of my action too. So I'm really hoping to see everyone in the community, man.
Yeah, and speaking of the HyperX Arena, we have Outplay, aka TOB, who are going to be the first team to be guaranteed a spot there. And speaking of TOB, as you guys saw, they got a little bit of a makeover. With the base down to about 10%, the Nexus goes down goes the next one. It's a 5-man wipe and another double kill for Basic.
So much going on, making the most out of the situation.
Best player finds the Lord though. Yureshi into the backside. Down goes Alex. Yureshi locked in, zoned in. Make another big statement with another big sweep.
Wow, that video does a lot more to you, especially now that Outplay has won. It would have sucked to play that if they had ended up losing to BTK. This is a nice little entry, a nice little, introduction to the new phase that was previously TOB, now Outplay, earning their stripes, earning their spot to grand finals, and things are looking good for them.
Listen, when when Hoon first announced his team name, the Ohio Brothers, I was the first one to be like,
yeah,
I don't like it. What are we going to have the Ohio Brothers representing us at MSC? Then it kind of grew on me. Then they dropped the logo. It looked really cool. And now it's like, hell yeah, the Ohio Brothers. I got you guys. Where's the jerseys at? But I do really like the Outplay look. Not only that, it's our first organized team. They got some money behind them. They're kind of setting the pace, and this is something all of us have been waiting for. And for the first time ever, NA has an actual organization team, and that's what we're looking at. So I'm definitely excited to see where it goes and what will be the next one.
That's right. I mean, it's one of those things that are kind of unprecedented, right? For North America, we started out getting a bigger and better NACT. You get the trip to MSC, the trip to IESF, another great offline event. And now to add into that bunch, we get a team that gets acquired by an organization, man. Things just keep getting up and that much better in North America. It's a great time to be in America, man. God bless America.
Definitely. Stonks are definitely up right now. But before we go any farther, let's toss it back to our wonderful host, Xina.
Thank you, Trex. First off, we would like to congratulate the Ohio brothers on their name change to Outplay. So make sure you follow them on their new social fan pages as Team Outplay on Facebook and Twitter as well. Now that they have a more professional sports in the esports scene, we can't wait to see the team and what they can achieve next. And in other news, if you haven't yet, free tickets for the offline NAC Grand Final Carnivals are running out. So after today, we'll know which teams are going to the Grand Final in Las Vegas. This is your chance to meet these top players in person and be the first ever to go to the Mobile Legends NA Carnival that we're they'll be the first time that we're actually doing something like that. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now and join the festivities on May 14th. Tickets will be sent through the NA offline meetup Discord server starting on May 1st. So Trex and Deku, we'll see you fellas at the event too, right?
We will definitely be there. And last year it was at the Poker Go studio. It was a lot of fun. We had some boosts. We had Xina and Luna and Ritz and cosplay. And I think this time it's going to be even better. From what we've seen of the stadium, it looks much cooler. The production team might kill me for saying that, but the HyperX Arena definitely looks amazing, and I think we're gonna have just as many people. I'm pretty sure Xina, right? You're coming back with some cosplay?
Yes, I am going to be cosplaying. I will be doing Carmilla's Valentine skin. Was it Phantom Countess? So hopefully I see everyone there, and you guys come and meet me, and take pictures. I want to meet all of you guys.
Deku, what are you cosplaying as?
Cosplay as Deku. I'm just gonna be
not Assassin Dave.
It's good because I can show up by myself and be Deku, or I can really put on the Deku and be Deku. But either way, nobody can be disappointed. No one can be disappointed. You gotta 10 steps ahead.
Gotcha. If I was gonna do it, I'd pull the Khalid. If I was gonna do it, never mind. Are we going to break? It's cool.
Oh no! Were you gonna do Khalid? That would be cool to see.
Maybe.
Now that you said it, you better do it. I'm just kidding.
It's gonna be hot. It sounds hot.
But before we go on, let's do a quick giveaway for our lovely community, guys. Right there on screen, we have 30 codes. Be quick about it or else you're going to miss your chance. You have a 99.5% chance at tickets, magic dust, premium skin fragments, and a 0.5% chance at one of those amazing skins. Great Eventer, Floral Knight, Glorious General. Be sure to get them while you can. But next up, guys, we have Ackerman versus BTK. They were a battle the other day, so I can't wait to see what's going on here. What's going to happen. But be sure to stick around as you don't want to miss who will be taking that second seat in the grand final.
We've got each other's back. Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
Private's crazy. I want to go BTK because Eunice won't act for the hope of stealing the lead.
Welcome back to the North America Challenger Tournament spring season. We are on the final day of the playoffs, guys, and I know you all are on your edge of your seats right now to find out if Ackerman or BTK will be going to the grand final. But let's take a quick look at the bracket. Deku, can you run us through it real quick?
Most definitely. Ackerman. Well, from what we just saw, Outplay did just get the big 3-0 against BTK. Now, we're on the match that really, really matters. Ackerman up against BTK. BTK just taking a big loss. The question on everyone's mind is, can they put the dust off their shoulders and get the win here? Or will Ackerman prevail? Last night we saw it 3-2, down to the wire, down to the line. Are we going to see it again, or will this be a sweep? Personally, in my opinion, I think we're going the long haul. I think both of these teams want it bad because one of them isn't going to be packing their bags to go to Vegas. One of them's going to be staying home, and the other team we're going to be seeing in about 2 weeks.
That is super exciting. I'm so that is going to be such. This is going to be such a big fight right now. Who's going to take that second spot in that grand final, guys?
Most definitely, Xina. I mean, we were just talking about it, Xina. We were just talking about it. I'm not going to spoil the predictions just yet. But Xina, who do you think? Who do you want to win, or who do you think is going to win?
You always do this to me.
Because the fans want to know. I want to know. I got to put my prediction out there.
They put it out. Like yesterday, they were going head to head. Like they used all 5 games to
Could we
fight
say
it
your
out.
hair matches the logo? Could we say your hair matches the logo that you want to see win? We'll say that. The fans can figure out the rest. Purple for the win here.
Yes,
Deku, welcome back.
Thank you, brother.
Welcome back, and let's see who you guys thought was going to take it.
Now, I think it's going to be a little split. Maybe not. Maybe we're just not. They're teasing us. We're teasing the fans right now. There's a big game coming up. There's a big game coming up. You know, like I said, somebody's not going to be going to Vegas. So, Deku, how you feeling about this match?
Man, honestly, from yesterday's matches in between BTK and Ackerman, that was some fierce competition. And honestly, I feel like this could go either way. Obviously, I'm in favor of Ackerman, along with a couple of the other casters. I just feel like this is a great moment for Ackerman to overcome that hump. BTK is coming off a sweep from Outplay, so a little bit of mental check is in question. Maybe the camaraderie here could be some headbutting going on, because that game 3 we saw was not what was going on from game 1 and game 2. Some things may have fallen along the line there.
Listen, I got to point out Ben's vote right here. 3-0 BTK. That man is on the ledge right now. He's soaking it in. He feels confident that BTK is going to take this. And honestly, this was the hardest of all the brackets so far. This has been the hardest prediction just yet. I do not know who's going to come out on top. I put BTK down because I think they got a little bit of momentum. Yes, they took that 3-0 loss, and it's either going to work horribly for them or they're going to feed off it and take the win.
It is nice to see that it's split between both the teams. Everyone's excited for this round, right? This is the last spot in the NACT Grand Final. So if Ackerman wins, we finally get to see the long-awaited face reveals from Nicolette and Kush if they were to make it. But I cannot wait to see these teams, and how they're going to battle it out. If it's going to be like
we also get a face reveal from Yato or Joybaj. Either way, one of these teams is going, and we get to see a whole bunch of players. Yes, I know everyone wants to see Nicolette. Nicolette's been a star in the NACT for over a year, also known as Apple back in the day. It'll definitely be a pleasure to see any of these players, because no matter what, whether either team wins, we get to finally see some new faces of NA.
Yes, super exciting stuff, but let's get the match started, guys. Casters, let's get hype and let's finish the final game with a bang.
All right, we thought the last draft was the draft we were all waiting for, Deku, but comes to it, a little surprise here, little twist. This is the draft we're all really waiting for, because somebody's going to grand finals.
That's right. This is everything on the line here. right? Like you said, going to Vegas, you have to win this series. There is no more, there's nowhere lower below the lower. There isn't a sub tier to the lower bracket, right? This is do or die again for BTK, and this is also do or die again for Ackerman. And we saw what they brought last time in the upper bracket, and that was a thriller in Manila, if you will. And I'm honestly hoping for another one of those, praying for a game 5. Bless our hearts if we don't get one here.
I mean, it's definitely what everyone wants to see. It would definitely be a blast. But, I mean, you called it. You said 3-1, man. You said 3-1. Ackerman feeling strong for you.
Yeah.
So, what are we thinking about? Do we think that BTK is just taking too hard of a hit from that loss previously, 3-0, and they're going to come into this with, you know, a low morale or something of that nature?
I definitely do feel like that is a part of the equation that I feel people overlook, and it definitely can't be missed here. Taking a loss like that and having to hop right back into another series, especially the way that they took the losses, it was a 3-0 sweep, like you said, almost doesn't cut it at all. So you just take 3 straight to the back, and that's it. Now you have to go right back up against Ackerman, a team you went the distance with yesterday, a grueling 5 games in a series that we thought would never end with the timers. They were running up 30-minute games, and then after that, all 20s, and you have to do that potentially again today. We saw Yato get shut down in Game 3. I questioned what his mental looks like if he falls behind, especially up against Hoon. Game 3, we saw exactly what it looks like. I mean, for like the first 4 minutes, it was a death round the clock. Every single minute, another death. And that is a shaky way to move down to the lower bracket.
Now, there's some interesting things we're going to have to look at in the drafts here between BTK and Ackerman. Last night, we got to see 5 games. What we also got to see is Mobazane pulling out the tanks a lot 3 times, winning 2 of them, losing 1. And we're already seeing the draft change a little bit from how they were drafting against Outplay earlier, which means they are prepared for this game, I feel like. They're not just throwing in the same old thing. This time, they're banning out the Fanny. They don't want Kush to have that. They're taking out the Farza this time. They're taking out the Melissa. Last time, it was very Valentina focused, just a little bit different, focusing a bit more onto Hoon, to where this time they're kind of spreading out their options.
I mean, talking about spreading out their options, spreading out the wings, I feel like the Farsa ban is essential, especially when you're talking about Nicolette from the side of Ackerman. You dubbed her, I don't know if this has already been made a name, Trex, but you said she's a positional mage. Hadn't heard that one before, but you should coin that. A positional mage is exactly what she is. Maybe a step or 2 below potentially mechanics with someone like Hoon, but when it comes to staying alive, when it comes to finding the right angles, finding the back line, keeping her KDA nice and right to stay on the map as long as needed to be an impact out there for Ackerman, no one does it better than Nicolette.
Yeah, I would almost, like, honestly, to talk about Nicolette for a second, I could almost debate the fact that she has possibly, out of all the mages in NA, even Hoon, even Yato, she has some of the best positioning and best map awareness and IQ in the game. It's why she's able to pull the Lu Yi off so well. No one else can, but she makes it work because she knows her positioning. She knows good map awareness. She knows how to make plays. And last night against BTK, when we saw her on the Eve, when we saw her on the Farza, she was just, I mean, she's able to just go deathless sometimes. She's able to always come in at the right exact time. She never sticks her neck out like we saw Yato doing against Outplay. So I mean, she's, like I said, probably one of the top positional mages in NA right now. And if she can pull that off, which we're seeing her on this Valentina, personally, it's not my favorite pick for her because of what I'm saying right now, but they do have to probably take that away from Yato.
I absolutely do want to take it away, and glad that you mentioned Yato here, because now that we've kind of praised Nicolette for kind of that positioning thing, you kind of pointed out the glaring opposite coming in from Yato on his mage, and he struggled, especially up against Ureshi coming out from the XP for the side of Outplay. Now you have to face Galaxy, right? And that's another XP laner that really likes to give those backline mages a hard time in the game. And the question that I'm hoping to see answered by BTK is, can Yato fix that? Can you start to match the positioning? Because we know what Nicolette's going to give us. It's going to be a kill here, a couple assists here, and very little to, if any, deaths in that middle column. Yato, it can go one or either way. Sometimes he looks like in that caliber of someone like Nicolette, like Hoon. Sometimes you question how he got slotted here, because the deaths, and especially at the times that they come, he was a win condition for BTK in that first series, right? On that Farsa, opened it up so strong, and then all of a sudden it's like he was just allergic to staying alive, just handing Kazor to Yureshi. It can't happen this game, especially up against a mage like Nicolette, because she's not going to make those type of mistakes.
It just feels like he's been very like hunkered down in the mid lane. And that game 3, I think it was, or game 2, we saw Hoon when Hoon was playing the Fermis and Shark was on the Lodi. They were moving, man.
Yeah.
And Yato then in game 3, he's just getting picked off. It's like he's got weights tied to his feet sometimes, just hanging out under that tower. He clears the waves and he doesn't move on to the opposite lanes. Joybaj is doing it, but Yato's just kind of sitting there. And we need to see more movement from him if they want to take this game against Ackerman. Because Ackerman, they're ready. They took the loss last night. They went on, they beat Empire 3-1, and they've been waiting. They probably watched the past 3 games, trying to get everything they can out of BTK right now, and they definitely want this win. Now, taking a look at the bans, the drafts, we started to have some things fall in. We got Claude, we got Kufra, and we got T on the Minosaur. For the side of Ackerman, we have the Arlott, we have the Valentina, and we have the Beatrix.
And, you know, from BTK, that Kufra and Minotaur, I really like those 2 picks, especially going hand in hand when you're looking at Arlott and Valentina. It's a lot of answers there. You have the Magic Ball to kind of stop some of the dashes. You have the King's Calling as well to try to lock down targets. This is a great setup, at least as far as counters go. Now, obviously, we know you can't beat all counters because last time BTK was kind of in that match on the red side, game 3, they went for the same thing. They had the Kaja in the Minotaur, right? Very focused on the counter play, but didn't have too much of their own play style. It was very reactive. They need to be able to balance it. You want to be able to kind of shut down them without hampering what you want to go for as well. You need your own identity. You don't just need to try to stop someone else's.
Most definitely. Now, they do like the ban there with the Diggy. I like the Lancelot and the Fred are both open right now. They decide not to ban one of them. That way they can at least get one themselves here. Ackerman, I'm wondering if they're going to save that jungle pick. I think everyone's kind of just like holding off to the end. We do know the Akai still a possibility for Mobazane. We haven't seen him play anything other really than those 3 recently, but the Karina's still there. The Martis. You know, I mean, I think even last series, we could have made him see even delve a little bit deeper possibly, but we will see what happens here. Ackerman is on the gun right now to pick something up. Franco's still open. Kaja's still open. Yeah, Kaja's still open. Kush is going to lock in the Akai here. So it's got to make Mobazane now think a little bit. I don't know if the Fredrin is what they want to go for because he can get pushed away. The Lance, though, could be a possibility.
And that's exactly what I was thinking about the Lancelot, especially since they already have the Kufra, you have the Minotaur. It's a great option to go ahead and pick up now, obviously. Still some options out there to kind of respond to that, but I feel like you have the overwhelming presence. He's going to need something to deal with the Akai, because last time they matched up yesterday, Kush pulled out the Sakai and was very successful. He pretty much shut out Zane from contesting those pits. Lance offers kind of that ability. Something we're seeing here is Lilia.
Yato's Lilia. Now, I'm kind of scared to like hype up Yato nowadays, but I will say this. Little story time. Yato has a monster Lilia. It's not as meta anymore. We don't see him pick it up all the time. I don't know how it's going to do against the Valentina, but Yato does, in theory, have a really nice Lilia. Back when he was with Area 77, him and Gauss Cutie used to dominate lanes with the Lolita and the Lilia combo, things like that. But I need to see him and Joybaj moving together, not this old split up thing that they've been doing recently. I think if they move as a unit, they can make things happen.
And it doesn't just stop there, right? I know previously you were talking about you felt that was happening with Mobazane even at times. Kind of feel like he was moving as an individual piece when they really should be grouping up. Sometimes we see them, but then they just go away from it. And I feel like that's when we see a lot of the issues start to arise. They stop with the tight-knit formation. Now you're talking about pickoffs here, maybe fights being split up too far here, and it leaves a lot of openings for the other teams. Speaking of openings, though, the Kaja was on the board. It was available to be picked up, and Ackerman is going to double down on some more of that suppression-type skills and more of that lockdown and pair it up with this Akai.
Yeah, CC definitely can win games, and both teams honestly kind of packed with it, right? We got the Kufra, we got the Mincy, then on the side of Ackerman, we have the Akai, we have the Kaja, but we also have this Arlott. And I think depending on how well Galaxy does here on this Arlott could be a major game decider. Him and T, once again, going up against each other. We've seen Ackerman literally ban out T before because they know they want to give Galaxy such a good game. I think both teams know how important that EXP lane is. But before we go any farther, this is game 1 in a best of 5. BTK back at it again, going up against Ackerman in the lower bracket. This is the revenge match. Someone is going home and somebody's going to the grand finals.
That's right. Like you said, Trex, the stakes couldn't be any higher. A trip to Vegas is on the line, and with a trip to Vegas being potentially a trip to MSC, a trip to IESF, and again, a little more higher up on that cash prize for these rewards for the team. So a lot of pressure on these young rising stars. A lot of questions will remain answered. We're going to see which team can rise up to the occasion here, Trex.
Yeah, Yato gonna keep vision on this Litho Wander here. Goes the shuffle, as you like to say. Joybaj coming around the backside, does not connect onto anyone. It did seem like Kush able to get that Litho Wander, but they want to keep on forcing it. Toink's a little bit low. BTK finally deciding to back off. They're going to clear that and go back into the jungle.
All right, going back in the jungle, and now with a little bit of moment here, we gotta set that pace, right? Set that tone, because this is a beautiful story. If anything from yesterday is to prevail here, we need to see BTK keep some of what they had from yesterday. Obviously, a little tighter, right? Finish the series 3-2. That's a little too close for comfort here at a best of 5 with everything on the line that we stated previously. Mobazane is gonna have to be the rock here, the core of this young star-studded team that he does have. ISO gonna have to be more on point than he's ever been, especially up against Zia, pretty much a generational talent here out here in North America. We know yesterday he came off big, especially in that game when he had that Brody. We know Zia knows how to hold it down in the gold lane, maybe provide some assistance to him. But speaking of assistance, these teams are moving towards the turtle pit for some of that wiggle wall baby tricks.
What's really funny is both mages up in the EXP lane as both EXPs have moved down into this pit. Out comes the King's Calling. Kush gonna get stunned up there, brought down to about half health. Mobazane pushed back and Kush is able to take the first turtle. Galaxy able to lock onto Mobazane here, but Kush getting the pin onto T, and Galaxy picks up the first blood for Ackerman. Divine Judgment does come out. Toink's poise pulls Joybaj in, but not another kill on the board just yet.
That's right, not on the board, but ooh!
Ooh, nice pick. Yato trying to drop some glooms. Can't get the finish. The synergy just not there.
That's some good pressure though right there. You land a couple of those throughout the game, and you're talking about flipping the game on its head. Joybaj just needs to stay locked in. We know that Kufra is amazing for him. Speaking of the Kufra though, we were talking about some of these setups, right? I really like that Joybaj gets to have the set tank, especially up against Toink on the Kaja. The same reason why we didn't like when not BTK, but Outplay kind of put that on to Shark or vice versa, because that single target set, especially late game, if you're not actually playing for the pickoffs and going for the 5v5s, you're at a disadvantage no matter what way you slice it. When teams are grouped up, the set tank is the better option. And I like that Joybaj has that advantage. Speaking of Joybaj,
yeah, Joybaj trying to make a play here. Will get pulled in. Toink's able to grab on. Kush making his way around, but Zane has eyes on him. Everyone decides to back off. Now, you mentioned that, but there's also some risk, right? We saw it when Joybaj had the Atlas against Shark's Kaja. You go in, if you don't hit it, if you don't make it count, you are getting pulled in by that divine judgment, right? You are suiciding if you don't make it count. So Joybaj has some pressure on his shoulders, and one of the main win conditions for BTK right now is if he can land those without getting pulled in.
That's right. If he can land those without being pulled in is the question. Indeed, Trex. Nicolette here. Pretty aggressive positioning. I take a note here. It has the black shoes ultimate as Kush being pressured.
Yeah, Kush does have that heavy spin. Going to use it to disengage. A little bit of pressure brings him down low. I think BTK should be aggressive at that point, but decide to back off. Keep eyes on Nicolette, and Turtle is coming up now.
And like we said, the heavy spin has been utilized. So now Kush doesn't have that pushback, doesn't have that heavy spin to really contest this turtle safely. And I think he will go ahead and hand that over, but they're looking for the gold.
ISO gets pulled into the Beer's Passion, able to pop the Blazing Duet though. Gonna be able to get away from this, maybe pick up a kill. DMI's back, Joybaj here, looking for the knockup. Zia calls it. The foresight on that one, able to flicker away and escape death.
Escaping death there indeed. And honestly, it looked like it might have worked for Ackerman there. They tried extremely well. I like that they went for the trade because like you said, it's kind of a lost cause going for that turtle when Panda doesn't have the heavy spin. So it's a pretty well thought out idea. Obviously it didn't fall through for him, but I like that they have the right mentality. We can't get it here, let's look to trade it over there. That's exactly what you need at this level of the game, because those little trades over time do add up. At this point, we're just looking to see the execution fall through for the side of Ackerman. Speaking of execution though, BTK poised and ready.
Joybaj going in. Push, able to pop the heavy spin though. Joybaj gonna get stuck against the wall, and Zia wants to find it, does. Gets the kill on a Joybaj. MobaZane trying to move on to Nicolette. Nicolette pops the black shoes. Zane pulled under the tower now, able to dash away. Yato also popped the black shoes, brings some of that health back. They're gonna keep up the pressure here. Kush looking for an angle around the side, but him and Nicolette decide to finally back off. The bombs come out, and Zia's able to clear the wave. Both teams back off.
All right, both teams backing off. Now we're back into a bit of a Cold War. Ackerman doesn't have too much of a gold lead, right? They're up 2 kills, sitting at about 700 gold lead. That's not bad for the side of BTK where you're looking at things overall, especially since they do have ISO in the gold lane, and he hasn't taken a death, like you said. He escaped that gank from earlier, so having some good potential.
Okay, we'll see. Wait, King's calling up in the top side. Kush though with the heavy spin. T forced to use the flicker. MobaZane wants to maybe try to steal this orange buff, but Nicolette's pressing in on the inside, gets terrifying. Joybaj tries to dash in. King's calling comes out. Nicolette in a bad spot, able to flicker. Will she get away? Yato wants to finish, and Nicolette finds safety in the midst of death. MobaZane now also looking for something himself. Galaxy with the final hit, able to push him to the side, but everyone escapes unscathed.
And that's just the beauty of when you have Nicolette on your team, man. Somehow, some way, gonna be able to find a way to get out of trouble. Speaking of getting out of trouble, getting out in a lead here, a little bit out as far as items. Both Nicolette and Yato went in for that Enchanted House. Both are gonna have that CDR. They're both gonna be able to offer in that poke. Nicolette with a dip and a dashing. Lolita in Yato's hand with those blooms, able to make those plays. Speaking of plays though, Bosh.
A little bit of play. Baj trying to move on to Kush once again, but Kush pops the heavy spin, but they do get that utility out again. Don't know if that's the plan, but it is working okay. This time Nicolette has a King calling of her own, but MobaZane still able to secure it. Zia finds T though. ISO on the backside with that place duet. Points goes down. Next might be Nicolette, but she's slippery. She's able to get away quick. Yato not able to get the chase down, but still taking a look at the gold, even with 2 turtles over the side of BTK. Ackerman holding a small lead, but here comes Joybaj moving on to Kush. He doesn't have the heavy spin. Try to defend the tower, but ISO. Oh my god! Zia snipes him out of existence. No tower for BTK just yet.
You know, earlier, Trex, we saw a play of ISO going crazy, and I called him ISO-lated, but this time a face shot and ISO-aided from the side of Zia. He's having a great game. 3-0 and 0 on the Beatrix. That's what Ackerman needs. Gold lane secured right now, especially up against ISO on this Claude. Now you got the kill on him. You're putting him a little behind. That's going to give Zia what he needs, especially since he spikes a lot earlier than Claude. Sure, the DHS comes in handy, but you need another 2 to really get the job done. Zia only needs 1. You get that Blade of Despair, then you're just building flat penetration items at that point. Maybe some survivability in the form of like a Wind of Nature and such, and you have a game on your hands.
And as we just saw, Zia's definitely going to land those snipe shots. Kush in a bad spot, able to use the heavy spin though. They wanted the purple buff, and now they might take a death. Yato, black shoes back into the midst of things. Bombs come out, the hook comes in. Zia pulled, shut down. Yato getting a little bit of gold into his pocket. Galaxy pops the final slash, but does not lock on to anyone. BTK on the aggression here. MobaZane holds down the front line. Yato trying to work his way around. Nicolette in a bad spot down in the bot lane, getting chased down. Able to get a little bit of damage onto Joybaj here as Yato, ISO, and team want to try to take this tower.
And, you know, looking at this as Nicholas trying to hold down this tower with Valentina with the Gloom in the back pocket. We actually might see her use it. There it goes.
Coins comes out, and it's a good ult to have. I mean, it's definitely nothing like, it's not a cult ulter, it's not some crazy set, but it does give you another life and even more mobility on the on that hero, on the Valentina. So it does help a lot, I feel like.
Something I was going to point out is that it's kind of the only option, right? Obviously, T has the King's Calling, but there's no one really to counter out on BTK with the King's Calling. So it's not really something to utilize unless maybe you're able to catch ISO. But with the BMI, with the sprint, it's a little hard to make it happen. For Nicolette. This Black Boots ultimate is pretty much all she has to offer here. You know, Trex, you pointed it out, and I feel with you strongly on this. Nicolette on the Valentina isn't our favorite to see, and right now, this isn't even a match that's favorable for the Valentina. So now we got 2 negatives for us, and that could be something to keep an eye on for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, Nicolette picks up the King's Calling. She picked it up last time during the last turtle objective. Wasn't too detrimental in the fight. I think at this point she's just kind of reaching, trying to grab anything that can help out the team. BTK doesn't want to let up the aggression. King Column comes out from T. Galaxy in a bad spot. Will get taunted. Brought down to about 10%, but Yato finds the kill. Kush in the midst. Zia takes down a tower on the bot side, but the fight still pursues. Under Lord, put ISO to the backside. With that blazing weapon, Zane takes it. Kush tries, but it slips out of his fingertips, and now he's on the run as the rest of BTK ensue on the chase. Moving on to this mid-tier tower. Tier 3 at that. They're going to be able to make it crumble, but while all of that is happening, Zia making plays on the boss side. BTK doesn't want to stop. Toybaj with a deep flicker dive into the home run field, able to take him out. BTK on the rise, but they got to try to recover some ground on that boss side.
You know, if there was any question about how BTK was going to come into this series, well, sweet lambs and gentle giants, here is your answer. BTK is still here to play, even after taking that unfortunate sweep earlier. They're not going to let Ackerman walk away with the series for free. They're going to keep the pressure up, keep the tempo up, and that's exactly what they need. We talked about it at the draft. They have a lot of picks here for the counterplay, and they've kept most of the players for Ackerman in check, as you can see. I mean, they're sitting up on a 2K gold lead, and in between this level of competition, that's almost 10K gold anywhere else. That is incredible to have at this stage in the game, because this is only under the 11.5 minute mark, Trex.
And not only that, Yato playing a much better game this time. And I think, like I said, some of those backline mages, he sticks his head out a bit too much, but on the Lilia, you can do that. You want to do that. You want to get in their face as much as possible, and he's thriving off of it right now. Galaxy in a little bit of trouble. Gets pulled back in the hook. The Appraisal's Wrath and the killing spree goes over to ISO. Zane now Kush to the backside, gets a big pin, messes it up, loses it, has to run away, and Yato picks up another one. That's a killing spree. Toinks will fall next with a mega kill going over. Zia looking for something, dropping out some grenades with the rocket launcher, but T, ISO, and Yato have all fallen in a matter of seconds. A double kill over to Zia. Nicolette gonna chase him out of the base, and once again, BTK having a little bit of trouble breaking those base towers.
That's right, and honestly, gotta give that up to the side of Ackerman. A glorious defense for them. Zia picking up that double kill there. That's huge. He's still having a great game, even though Ackerman is a little behind. 5-1-1. What more could you ask for your gold laner? He's actually matching, maybe even say that he's surpassing up there against ISO on the Claude, but ISO does have the Claw. The later this game goes on, ISO becomes more and more of a threat, especially since as far as DPS goes, I think you have to give the edge to ISO. Since he has the AoE with the Blazing Duet, he's able to get in and out of the fights with the BMI. Speaking of getting out of things.
Uh-oh, Joybaj going to be able to get out of that, though. Pops the flicker. And, you know, one thing we got to point out is this is the same exact mistake that BTK made against Outplay. It's like they think they can just take the game, or they're supposed to always get a base tower off the first Lord, because they get that first Lord a lot. And just now, they went so deep, they lose 3 members, when honestly, they could have just done some chip damage onto those towers, backed off, ate up the jungle, but because they lose 3 members, they lose their map advantage. And they could have Ackerman huddled up in their base right now, and they could just be eating up the jungle, but instead, they got a little too aggressive.
And it's a good topic to have and talk about, because honestly, I feel like a lot of teams are a little too over ambitious with the first Lord. It's only a first Lord. It's not in hands. It doesn't have any HP growth. It doesn't even have the charge passive to take down a high ground tower, right? You need more. You could definitely just take at least the tier 2 towers, but hang on.
Yato gonna be able to get away from that when it comes in. Galaxy doesn't get pulled though. T looking for it, drops King's Calling. That's 1 utility down, and it should not affect Ackerman too much. Nicolette does have the black shoes. She's ready to rumble, ready to play. Toinks a little bit low. Zane low as well though, down to about 20%. Nicolette, black shoes back into the midst of things. Zia able to find ISO though, and Galaxy locking on to Zane. Nicolette looking for one. T escapes with a sliver of health. The Kush takes the Lord. Zane in the midst of all of them, and Zia finds the double. Make it 3. Ackerman on the rise here. T and Yato left to defend and go back for health. Ackerman should get a nice push out of this.
Just like that, Trex, Ackerman is trying to turn this game on its heel. They picked up the Luminous Lord here. They have all their members up. You still need some to spawn from the side of BTK. Ackerman's going to look to take this tower in the mid. It looks like they're going to forget all about top side. They're just going to look to push for the high ground here in the mid, and this might be a nice and easy pickup for them.
Yeah, they get a nice tower. I don't think they're going to go for the finish. They're going to play this one smart. They don't want to get too aggressive, and that is the mistake that they did not make like BTK made last time. They're going to eat up the jungle. They're going to wait for this Lord, and I don't think they're going to push too hard. I think they know they have the advantage now, and they can play it cool.
You know, I would have loved to see after the high ground tower, maybe one member from Ackerman go up to the top side because the Lord was kind of being stalled out from that midway. They could have had all three of these synced, but they do have overwhelming minion pressure in the top. They'll probably still get that tower anyways, just from the strength of the minions, but look at the siege here, Trex.
Zia did just pop that big snipe shot, so he doesn't have that to take someone out. ISO should be able to melt this down, and here goes Ackerman up to that top side finally. So they are going to get a lot out of that enhanced Lord. Joybodge looking for the set, gets knock up onto Kush. Hook comes out, not able to pull him in though just yet. BTK still in the defense, but Ackerman going to back off.
And that's exactly what they need to do. Controlled aggression. Something maybe BTK can take notes from. They had the same opportunity not too long ago, Trex, but bit off a little bit more than they can chew. And this could be the difference maker because it's definitely opened up the map back into Ackerman's favor. Now they have the map control. They have the map pressure. You've taken 2 high ground towers. BTK has 1 left to defend that ever so prized crystal base, and that is the name of the game. The less of those outer towers you have or inner towers, the bigger threat of there is to end this match, and that is exactly what Ackerman has entered. They started to enter into the end game. They're starting to formulate their plan to shut down BTK in game 1. Look at their positioning. They are holding steady. They're waiting. It's like a Venus flytrap here, Trex, waiting for anything nearby that is worth eating to go ahead and land onto those sticky traps that they have planned for them. This is just an advanced setup right now.
Yeah, I like their positioning right now a lot. We have Kush just holding on the front side. We got 27 seconds. They have macro control just because they've taken those 2 base towers, right? The minions are going to do the work for them. Now Joybodge going to get stunned up, pinned against the wall. Does use the flicker. Might just be able to get away from this. That is good because it was dangerous. But T will pull some macro of his own. Take a tower. Points now in a bad spot. ISO picks it up and dashes away from the bombs just in time. Now BTK trying to fight back here with the Venus flytrap of their own. Ackerman thought they had him, but BTK is always ready for the fight.
That's right. Picking up that high ground tower and the failed ambush in the bush has set up BTK for such a nice wall wiggle here, especially because Ackerman waited so long. They were ready to find a pick off and unfortunately fell short. But Lord, HP bar drop is low here, Trex.
What's going on with ISO on the backside?
Oh, wait a minute.
Galaxy tries to get him, but ISO might just... Galaxy, wait, no. Galaxy dashes through. In comes Nicolette, going to send ISO away. This is going to give him a little bit of a number advantage over the side of Ackerman if they want to try to contest this. Kush does still have that heavy spin. Snipe shot goes a little bit too far to the left. He's going to switch up the weapons. T look for something. Joyce tries to get the knock up. Heavy spin finally does come out. Lord is low. They should be able to get this. Galaxy gonna pay his life for that one. T able to find it. A 1 for Lord is a good trade, I feel like, over the side of Ackerman.
That's a darn good wall wiggle if I've ever seen one there, Trex, because honestly, BTK looked like they had that. They were able to reverse the ambush that Ackerman wanted to go for. T was able to open up the base of Ackerman all at the same time. A member gone from the side of Ackerman as well. They took down Toinks. That looked like it was in favor of BTK, but Ackerman able to play that so well. That's why these wall wiggles are so important. Speaking of things that are important, though, we do have a pause request coming out from the side of BTK, and obviously we're going to honor that. But Trex, now with that siege coming down, a little bit of breathing room here. How are we feeling right now?
I don't know. I'm trying to blow up my voice before we get to Vegas, so I'm feeling good about it. This is just game 1. Honestly, Ackerman does hold a 2,000 gold lead, 1,900, 800, something like that. Lord coming. I think they could not lose to this Lord, right? Depending on how ISO plays this, if he can get the right position and melt it down, they can survive. How are you feeling about it, Deku?
I mean, honestly, I feel like the odds are good for Ackerman. They already have taken down 2 of those high ground towers, right? They have a lot of options to work with for this laning. At this point, it just comes down to execution. Obviously, they are missing Galaxy. I feel like that's why they're kind of trying to stall this out. But that minion is going to fall in the mid lane, and now they may be forced to do a little bit more than they want to. I won't say forced. It's going to come down to decision making. Either you're going to commit to an outrageous play, or you're going to try to play it patient.
Yeah, I mean, I always forget. Lilia as well. Such good wave clear. Literally melts down that Lord with about 5 glooms, brings it down to about half health, and ISO does the rest of the work. Ackerman not going to be able to siege that to its maximum potential. Looks like they might try to pull the card here, though. Force it in. Snipe shot comes out, does not connect. ISO going to live to see another day here. They should be able to clear these waves, but Ackerman's still waiting for the possible mistake as BTK holds it down in the base.
I'm sorry, did Zia pop Wind of Nature there on accident, or did he buy Immortality there?
Oh, no, wait, Kush. Big pick. Final slash comes in on Joybaj, able to pull him away, but Kush still finds a kill. Galaxy on a bad spot, T as well with the King's Call. Nicolette flickers through the wall to pick up the kill onto T. Mobazane gets a taunt onto Galaxy here, brings him down to about half health, but still not enough. Those are 40-second death counters on the side of BTK right now as Ackerman pushes the envelope. They want to try to end this. All they got to do is get Zia within range of that base. He's got enough damage, he's got enough items, should be able to melt it quick. ISO knows it's coming though. Toinks dashes in, down goes ISO. Immortality pop, the Nubiru's passion doesn't get the finish. Wind of Nature comes out, but Nicolette finally founds it. Toinks might just go down here. Mobazane looking for Zia as well. This is a base defense if we're going to call one out ever, but Zia finally locks in.
Ackerman.
Mobazane on his lone summon. Ackerman might just take game one. The minions are there. Mobazane still up. Appraisal's Wrath can't connect because he's taken out in midair. And Ackerman take game number one.
That's commanding, Trex. That means so much here. Getting that first game of a series is such a momentum boost for a team no matter what. And for BTK, that's 4 losses in a row, okay? Because they took 3 already up against Ohio. And now, or not Ohio, Outplay. My mistakes there. Living in the past here. Back to the present. Now you lose to Ackerman. Again, mentality in question. How many losses, how many straws on the camel's back does it take until it breaks here? They're going to have to really hunker down and figure out what they can do to even up, at least reset the series 1-1 here, because we don't want them to fall down 2-0.
Most definitely don't want that. And that game was definitely back and forth. Ackerman held a lot of control. BTK swings back into their favor. But once again, BTK make an ever so slight mistake on that first Lord. And it kind of spells doom for them from there on. Gold did end up in the favor of Ackerman, and taking a look at some of these items, Galaxy does pick up some magic defense to deal with Yato, and I think once a couple people start picking up that magical defense, same thing with Toinks, same thing with Kush. Well, Kush, I mean the Radiant, picks up the helmet as well. Yato's not as much of a threat. He was getting some nice picks offs in the early stage, but once things move forward, he's just not really able to make it count like he was in the beginning.
And we're moving forward right into the replays, looking at some of the highlights from this game. This wall wiggle here was so good. Zia picking up the kills. Galaxy trying all he could to isolate and pick off Mobazane here. Created so much space. Look at him getting forced away from the wall. Then he goes back over, but no, sir. The Lord is gone, and now are you. Zia picking up that double kill, and they just kept going. Triple kill into the gold lane for Ackerman. They kept that momentum running there. They didn't end it right there, but it didn't take too much long thereafter.
So taking a look at this, Nicolette once again, 35% kill participation there. 35%. Once again, she is holding up so much pressure. She didn't have the greatest game, but still she was always involved, and some of her zoning towards the end onto ISO there was extremely important. But Zia, Kush, and Toinks also playing a good game. Zia, she started off good, then had a little rough stage, but towards the end still making the shots count quite literally.
And that's all that matters. What do you do when it counts? Because again, Trex, this is esports, almost means nothing. Get the job done, or you're going to get none.
Most definitely. Now, all right, if we're going to do the ping pong thing, winning first game is really important, right?
Very.
Yesterday, BTK won first game, and they just went back and forth. But when you win first game in a best of 5 and everyone goes back and forth, a little bit of math for you guys, it ends up on the team that won first.
That's right.
So this time, Ackerman securing the win. So even if they go back and forth, Ackerman could win game 5. So at some point here, BTK's got to pull off at least 2 in a row. Maybe 3, but just to make things easy, 2 in a row if they want to take this. But Ackerman, after that game, definitely looks like a favorable team.
And you know what? You could call it maybe Ackerman coming in with a better game plan than yesterday. You could call it that they have the fresh legs up against BTK, who's seeming a little exhausted, going through the same thing Ackerman had to endure yesterday when they survived their first match in the lower bracket for semifinals. We're going to see if BTK can dig deep, because game one is not going to get it done if that's going to be the continuation of the story in between BTK and Ackerman.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to really like give the excuse of like, oh, BTK just played 3 games, because I mean, yes, it's a different team, but Ackerman did take a long 5-game series from BTK and then went on and 3-1 to Empire. Yes, I would say this is a little bit of a different series than Ackerman versus Empire. No hate to Empire at all, but still, it's a little bit different. But still, I mean, I'm sure these guys play ranked games for like 5 to 6 hours sometimes, you know, just go in all night. I've seen Zane on stream, so I don't think there's quite a stamina issue. Yes, maybe some morale, but that's esports, like we've been saying all night. That's part of the game. That's part of this. They got to pick things up and pull it together if they want to do it.
That's right. There's a fair point to be made there, because Liquipedia isn't going to put not enough sleep next to L's in those columns. So again, just to back up what you're saying, you just got to get it done, right? The odds are maybe against you, but that's just esports. Sometimes you're not the top dog heading into the series. You might be the underdog going to play out. And right now, down 1-0 up against Ackerman, BTK on the back pedal, has to try to right the wrongs, get this reset, find 1-1. Once it's 1-1, it feels like a new series all over again, because it's equal grounds. You just got to even it up. What we don't want, though, worst case scenario is falling down 2-0. That is a hard hole to climb out of, facing elimination, having to win 3 games in a row.
Yeah, I feel like BTK has to win this game. Like, if they don't, I mean, don't get me wrong, we've seen some reverse sweeps in the history of Mobile Legends, but I don't know if we've seen many semifinals reverse sweeps. I don't know if we've seen teams this close and see reverse sweeps. So BTK needs to do something a little bit different here. Once again, I'm going to say it, I think it just comes down to gameplay and to who makes the better mistakes. All the teams tonight have been drafting pretty impeccably, right? But it's just those little mistakes throughout the game.
It is those little things like we talked about earlier, those little trades, little mistakes, they all add up to paint that overall picture in a victory or defeat for these two teams. Speaking of some things, though, to paint up, Ackerman's already starting to ban out. You talked about this a lot, right? That Ackerman likes to ban out things from T on BTK's lane to give Galaxy a little more ease, a little more breathing room, if you will, in that weak side of the map. It looks like they're going to start to set that up again for him here, and I think that's a great option. We know T loves the YZ. We also know he loves the Lapu there. So I think that'll get to slide through potentially, right? I wouldn't expect him to ban that again, or ban it in the 3rd slot here, maybe go for something else, but it does force him in a direction and not let him have either or, right? Kind of limit that hero pool a bit.
I think BTK should probably like ban out the R-Lot in response, right? They are going to go for the Melissa. They have one more, but if they're going to ban the Yuzong, you can't let Galaxy get that R-Lot. Yes, it wasn't like anything too crazy last game, but we all know right now the R-Lot is a monster in the XP lane. And at least if you ban that out, what is Ackerman? Are they going to first pick the Lapu, you know, just to pull it away from T or something? Like, I think at this point, if they do go for that, then at least you get 2 good, solid picks. T might not have the greatest, but still, we have seen him fall back on other things. Not always the best. He did finally have some good Terizla games last night, because he was having a little bit of trouble with that. Same thing with like the Dairoth and some other picks. So I don't think it's completely out of the realm for T, as long as he knows how to adapt to what hero he's playing.
And, you know, I don't think first picking that Lapu's out of contention here, because we saw BTK pull the YZ in the first pick on the blue side, right? They took that up to kind of deter some picks. So that's still, Ackerman could go look for the same thing, but in this case to limit T's availability. Something though I really want to talk about. Mid lane, Yato and Nicolette, something they both like to prioritize is the Farsa. So now I'm wondering, how do we look at that? Are we going to allow BTK to pick this up? Because if Farsa slips through this first half, or through the first pick, I'm willing to bet the bottom dollar that Yato gets it, right? And if he doesn't get it, now you're talking about letting Nicolette get it. Either one of those locking in Farsa is a little scary. I would beg to differ that I believe Nicolette is the scarier Farsa player, having that positional advantage, but they both had showed their prowess on it. I feel like that's going to be a contested pick here between both of these teams. Oh, nope, they're going to ban it out. Off the table.
But that means the R-Lot's open. That means I think that's why the ban took so long. It's like, man, what do we ban here?
What do we give?
Farsa, or do we ban out the R-Lot? They ban out the Farsa. I think there's a big chance. The Eve is still open, though. Ackerman now also wondering, it's like, Faramis is still open, Fredrin's still open,
Yeah.
Kaj is still open.
A lot of things.
A lot of things still on the field right now. So let's see how things go. I still think that maybe Ackerman just goes for that easy EXP lane pickup first, possibly the R-Lot.
You know, it's one of those things, the battle of give or take. I do think, though, it's rough. Like, R-Lot could be locked in. Okay, it looks like they're going to go for it. Well, I think we know exactly what's going to come over from the side of BTK for sure, regardless of whether it's 1 or 2. Faramis probably, Glue. Yeah, it'd be great. You take Glue and Faramis, you got a nice swing back pick here, and there it goes.
Yeah, and it's definitely solid. You got a lot of sustain. If Mobazane wants to go for something like other than the Fredrin, like if Kush picks up the Fredrin right here, he can still pick something and still be sustainable. So we have some answers. We have some of that front line. I'm excited to see how Yato plays on this. Are we finally going to see him move around a bit more? I felt like when he was playing on the Lilia, he was moving a bit. Nicolette is going to pick up the Eve, so maybe try to contain the Cult Altar a little bit.
Yeah, and that was one of those things we talked about previously when we saw the Eve and Faramis matchup, you know, kind of look to split or contain, like you said, and put it in these team fights. Something you pointed out, so that, I think that's a +1 to you. Kind of did say they'd probably go for the Eve there, so good read from over there from Trex for those first picks. And there's going to be a Beatrix locked in. I do like that. It is a nice option up there. Now I'm wondering, though.
Has been great on it.
Yeah, amazing on the Beatrix. Now it brings up the question, will BTK look to lock in their marksman? Claude is still available, and you know ISO likes to play it. If they don't lock it in now, it becomes an option to ban out from the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, it's like, but do they want that here? I guess you do get to escape the world manipulation, so it's not
There
a bad
goes.
pick. Yeah, they're gonna go for it. We're gonna see. This is game number 5 in a row for ISO on the Claude. We have him not, but I mean, it has worked. It's not like it's a bad pick exactly. Marksman's like such a weird spell. Like as long as it's unbanned, you can play a lot of Marksman every time, and they're still viable. Like even now, the Beatrix, viable. It doesn't really matter what you pick, because if you want to go damage burst, if you want to go DHS, you have those options. And Claude as well, with such the heavy control mages and things of that nature, his mobility just helps, even if they don't pick a super tanky lineup, right?
That's right. And they ban out the Fanny here. Obviously, respect over to Kush. Because if that goes through the second half of the draft, obviously, you know, that'll probably get locked in. Kush is a monster on that Fanny, so I definitely like it. Something else I expect maybe to get banned out, especially since Kufra just got taken out. Maybe we see a Lancelot ban as well, because we know Kush exceeds and performs extremely well on that. Even something, well, he probably won't pull out something like the Hayabusa here. I really think it'd be the Tank Slot. Tank Slot would be an ideal ban for me from the side of BTK, especially since we haven't seen Mobazane step into that unless he plans to get in his bag and go for the lanes. I think it's an option to take off, because yesterday he really wrote it out. Like you said, 3 games in a row, getting 2 of those victories. That's a nice win rate, but he hasn't pulled it out today. And if they're not going to use it, I definitely think you take it away from Ackerman here.
I think that's what he's going to do. They decide to ban out the Kaja, so now I think a high chance that we see Mobazane, just because they are going to be first pick, pick up the Lancelot here, and then maybe Kush picks up the Fredrin or something like that. Akai also still open. Kush played it well last game, so I mean, it's definitely a possibility, and it just adds a bit more CC, a bit more things like that. Also can kind of push back that advancement for the Cult Altar if they want to try to dive onto you with it and use it aggressively instead of defensively. So yeah, just a lot of possibilities. Both teams, though, definitely taking their time. BTK being behind this one game, as we stated, they need to make this count. Ackerman, go.
Nice.
They call the read.
Yeah.
They call the read.
That's a good ban. Yeah, like you said, we were feeling it. The Lance was definitely an option to go for here, so that's a solid ban. Honestly, it was either, in my eyes, it was either up for contention for you ban Lance and ride on the fact that BTK hasn't pulled it out, even though there's a couple glaring things to point out that he will, or you could have went for something like the Lolita, in my opinion. The Lolita would have been a nice safe ban as well, but they can also pick it up too. If BTK doesn't go over, they can pick it up for their side, because Lolita Eve extremely strong, does well into the Faramis as well, does good into the Claude with the Blaze Duet. Either side, honestly, that Lolita is going to be a nice, I feel like that's going to be the contested pick now for both of these teams.
I almost want to say Mobazane just picks up the Akai, right? Maybe just Mobazane picks, because I mean, I feel like Karina, okay, with Fredrin open.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I feel like the real contest here was either Fredrin or Akai. Of course, Kush could play some other like assassin picks, maybe a Ling, maybe a Hayabusa, something like that. Possibilities were out there. but I didn't expect this pick because I just feel like there are a lot of things that could deal with it right now. Mobazane though, feeling comfortable with it. I guess with the Cult Altar, you do get even more sustainability, and his job right now is I think right now we're looking at possibly just trying to maybe rack up some kills here. Maybe the neutral objectives in the early game aren't going to be as important.
You know, and wow. Oh, so they're going to double down on that Hellker pick from yesterday. That worked out for him. Can't be mad at that. Can't be mad at that at all. Locking in with the Grok. I feel like that's a good option, especially, you know, if you get a Darkness Falls with a Wild Charge out of nowhere, that could take a game right there. That could be a game ender. You can set up Eve as well. You can set up Nicolette for a nice roll manipulation. It's not Lolita, but it has the same amount of effect as that AoE CC with the Wild Charge. You can also stop Framus and the rest of the company from advancing forward. It's a nice knockup, nice stun, nice damage as well. Honestly, Grok does a lot of damage for a tank. And on the swing back, Atlas. Trex, are you feeling Atlas?
I mean, Joybaj, I mean, he can make it work, right? We've seen him get the pickoffs, and without like there a Farza against him that can burst down. Yes, there is a Eve, but the damage is not the same. So Joybaj can make these picks happen. Personally, I don't know why he's not just like playing the Franco. I feel like you get kind of a lot of the same effects here. And now with the Grok as well, putting out walls can maybe stop some of those charges, or just get wild charged up when you're trying to engage. So it's not going to be easy for Joybaj. Quick thing to point out though, in the playoffs, Hellkurt's sitting at like 100% win rate right now.
Well, ride it if it's hot.
I mean, ride it if it's hot, man. I mean, I know a lot of people are like iffy about it, but the reality is when it's been getting picked, it has been winning. We just saw best player win with it. We saw Ackerman win with it last night. It's been doing okay so far in the playoffs, but we are now jumping into game number 2. Ackerman up 1 right now in a best of 5. BTK falling behind, trying not to go home here. Can they take the dub?
Can they indeed? And honestly, BTK has to take this dub here up against Ackerman. Again, like you said, the momentum, right? It's all about that momentum. If you go down here up against Ackerman, the series feels pretty set on how it can go. Seeing Joy about to put a little pressure over there. We already have a pause though. So we have a moment to kind of break some things down, kind of set that story up a little bit more. Looking at those compositions again, I feel like both of them are going to be looking for some nice team fights. I do feel like though Ackerman has maybe some better potential in the late, just because I really like the Hellkurt. Just like we saw what best player did with it in not Kush, but we saw what best player did with that in their series, right? Using that Darkness Falls for more than just finding kills, right? Able to pick up those neutral objectives, able to find an opportunity to go for that crystal base in the midst of a fight. Those are the type of things, the type of weapons and plays you can make when it is available for you on your composition. So I feel like that's something Ackerman has going for them. It almost feels like, you know, you have a concealed play, or you can use the Darkness Falls. I feel like they both bring like that same kind of effect after a certain point in the game.
I think one advantage, though, that BTK has this time going against the Darkness Falls is they're a bit more of a pocket composition. Yato isn't a very backline mage like he was with the Farza, so there's not as much vision denial. BTK wants to group up during these fights, and if they do, the Darkness Falls isn't going to mean too much, right? Yes, you can escape. Yes, you can get some rearranging. Your team can maybe flank around the backside, but it's not exactly going to deny them too much vision. Points in a bad spot. Zane going for the possible finish. Kush pops the Dark Knight Falls just in time, able to hit that level 4. Yato forced to back off, and nobody goes down.
He committed a lot. He desperately wanted that kill. And that would have been nice if Mobazane able to pick that up. I feel like any advantage a jungler gets, especially at this stage of the game, is extremely nice. So even though he didn't pick it up, you do force Twink to go for the recall. That's a roamer off the map for a little bit. But look at this now on the bot side.
Yeah, T in a little bit of trouble, but he's glue. Should be able to get away from that. Nicolette coming down to help out, though. I like the mobility from her right now. We're also seeing Yato move with a little bit, too. Turtle has spawned.
Look at Galaxy. He doesn't have level 4 right now. That's something we can look out for here.
Yeah, so he's not going to have that final slash for this fight. Yato also not level 4, though, so no Cult Altar just yet. Mobazane able to take the Turtle. T going to get pulled back. The grab is on top of Kush. Kush doing a little bit of damage, though. Real world manipulation does come out. First blood going over the side of Nicolette as the Cult Altar just gets the rest of the team out of harm's way.
That's right. BTK picking up the Turtle, but Ackerman locking in the first blood. So you can say pretty nice and even between both teams. Even the gold agrees. The gold is currently even, so neither team really getting that plus advantage in that. Just making a smart trade in between the two. So nothing to complain there, nothing to take away negative from either side. Obviously, one of them would have liked to get the advantage, but you can't complain from either side, especially at the start of the game. 3-minute mark. This is a nice, gentle spot for both teams. No one has a clear advantage. No one's getting snowballed on. There's no one getting fed in either of the side lanes. So this is a healthy start.
Yeah, and a plus part about getting that turtle and getting some of these things is T, even with taking the death, still holding a level advantage over Galaxy. Galaxy finally hits level 5, but still he's a little bit ahead in the XP right now. It's not a whole lot. It's nothing to call home to mom about, but still, you would think that T would be falling behind drastically, being on the glue and then taking that death and losing some of that early game advantage.
That's right. Speaking of advantages, since we're so early in this game, right, nothing too much has been picked up by either team, but hang on, MLBB.
Looking for Galaxy, will find it. This is exactly what I wanted to see from MLBB. Just go for the kills right now on this Karina.
That's right, and you know, we were looking at Nicolette's item there briefly. She had the Mystic Container and 2 mana necklaces. Ooh, but hang on.
Damage on Joy Baj. Dark Knight Falls comes out. Nicolette brings up the world manipulation to Bruce Passion. The silence. Joy Baj forced to use the flicker, able to just get away, and still a safe game for both teams.
Yeah, like I was saying though about it, with the Mystic Container and the 2 mana necklaces, I'm not sure if Nicolette plans to go for the Enchanted Talisman first or the Ice Queen Wand. She has components for both, so that would be interesting to see, especially with this second turtle coming up. But look at the pressure there on Kush.
Yeah, ISO doesn't have that Blazing Duet. You can tell he wants to dive so bad right there, decides not to. T, also in a bad spot, goes pretty deep, hits a split, looking for the grab. But he's going to just try to get away to safety. He could have jumped onto Galaxy, but he decided not to there. Another turtle going over to the side of BTK. They're starting to get a little bit of a gold lead here.
You know, that was such an annoying mechanic there from Glue. Almost got taken out by the Stingers, but the split saved him. Look at the invade.
Ooh, did they take it? No, but wait, they're able to take Kush, so it doesn't matter. Toinks gets some nice damage on Joy Baj and MLBB. Nicolette brings out the world manipulation. Zia looking for MLBB there, but he will be able to get away and take a camp on his way out.
And that's real nice there from the side of BTK, especially since a lot of games they've kind of spent on the back end. It's nice to be a little bit in the lead. It's not a lot. They're up right under 2K, right? Only up in 1 kill. Nothing else too much glaring difference, but Zia might be in trouble here, Trex.
Yeah, they're homing down on him. Ooh. 3 members, Points trying to come help out. Dark Knight Falls comes in. MLBB wants close distance, goes on the tower, finally gets vision, but he knows he can't commit. Doesn't want to take the chance. Twinks is there. He's scared of the wild charge or the wall or anything to keep him under that tower too long.
You know, 3 members around that turret. Zia all alone, and the Darkness Falls. Oh, I feel like the only ones that got confused there were Ackerman just running around. But speaking of confusion, some things cleared up. Nicolette did opt in for the Ice Queen Wand for the first item, so those 2 mana necklaces going to start building into the Enchanted Talisman for the second item.
Yeah, and they get a nice amount of chip damage there onto that bottom tower. If Galaxy can get that and get some rotations in, it could be helpful, but T's got his eyes locked on him. He doesn't want to let Galaxy out of sight right now. BTK still keeping things pretty simple on the map.
That's right, and that's all you need, right? Keep it simple, and things are a lot easier for you. BTK looks a little comfortable in this match. Specifically, Yato also looks comfortable. He hasn't provided too much of the side lanes. You see he's been clearing, but he hasn't really navigated the map too much. You kind of talked about that. Clear, and then right, just like this, just sitting around in the mid lane, not being proactive. I would like to see him move around a little bit more, but I'm glad to see that he's not giving kills to the other side, but that might change quickly.
I was a little worried about the Yato there. That wall came out. It's like wild charge. But no, MLBB gonna now collect the 3rd turtle here, putting them at a 2,000 gold lead advantage. Joy Baj looking for a possible set there. Ackerman, though, I think they feel comfortable in their late game here. And as long as they, don't take in too many deaths, it's okay if the gold gets a little bit ahead of them. They also just don't want to force a fight. Toinks in a bad spot, force to use wild charge to disengage. Their eyes on Joy Baj here. Hiding out in the bush. T gonna get final slashed under the tower, but will be able to get away because of the Colt ult.
That's right, Colt ult does get popped there. You know, I'm kind of wondering, this time I see another gank on Zia.
Yeah, Zia will get stunned this time. ISO gonna move in, the freeze, the pull, the fatal links, and you're fatally taken out. BloodThirstyKings put another kill on the map. T now looking for Nicolette. Nicolette pops a roll manipulation, try to get some shield, but I don't think you're going to be able to escape this one. The grab, waiting for the slam, but you can't pull him out of that. Will be able to get the kill though. Mobazane now under the tower, able to take a couple shots for T, so he can escape safely.
You know, something to be noted out here, right? Nicolette and Kush have both fallen kind of in this early stages of the game. It's not too crazy. It's not a feed festival out there, right? It's not a charity project. It's something to note because we talked about before.
Oh, Toinks goes down next. Mobazane gonna pick up another one. He's at 4-0 right now. And as you said, Deku, yes, Kush and Nicolette not having the greatest start.
And that's something that normally leads to them talking about leaving the clash and may not be over.
I think you're safe. I think you're safe to talk.
I think I'm safe. Oh, no, can still play.
Maybe not. Nope. Wait, here comes Joybod. Fatal Links on to 3. Real manipulation won't save you today because ISO's here. Galaxy goes down. Mobazane with the unstoppable kill. On to Nicolette, and now Zia and Toinks are left alone. The tower falls, and BTK is on the rise.
Well, you know what? I can't be mad about being interrupted with that one. That was a great 3-man set from Joybod, and that comfortably puts BTK in a nice spot in this match. And look at him. He knows he's having a great game right now. The recall spams are coming out, and that's what you want to see. The confidence from BTK, even though they're currently down in the series, they've been down all day technically, still have the heart out there, still have the confidence and the know-how to make these type of plays, make these type of game-changing moments happen, and keep themselves competitive throughout these matches.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about the morale anymore because BTK is definitely playing to maximum capacity right now. They're giving it a good game. They're on point. I'm sure their comms are doing great right now. Ackerman, though. Ackerman on the behind here. They can still lose this game and be okay, but I don't think they want to. We know they do have it in them. Zia's only taken a death. Still could output some damage in some of these fights.
Exactly what they're going to want. And right now, Trex, we're starting to see that wiggle stuff happen again between BTK and Ackerman. That's exactly what's going on. Toinks looks like he wanted to try to give some vision there, but looks like Ackerman is deciding to call off. You know, it's interesting to note here, Trex. They haven't contested a lot of neutrals, and while that's fine, they haven't been very proactive on the opposite side of the map. They haven't been trying to find trades that make plays anywhere else. So you're just giving it for free. And look at this. Mobazane says you're giving that, you might as well give it all. Look for discount shopping and Cushion Jungle.
Nice shot though, does hit on Mobazane. He's able to take that orange buff. Boink's gonna get pulled in by the Fatal Links. Nicolette looking for a position, drops a world manipulation, followed up by the Fierce Patch. Mobazane quickly moves on to him, looking for Zia. The final slash comes in to save Zia's life. ISO also trying to lock on, but does not find it. Nicolette is the only one to drop, but what do they get? They get more presence on the map and another 2 towers to drop along with it.
I like that play from ISO. He's seen the team kind of committing, but he also saw Nicolette isolated alone with the real manipulation. Soon as the rest of Ackerman sprayed away, went forward.
Ooh. ISO, speaking of him, almost gets taken out there too. The final slash coming up from Galaxy. This time they do back off though. They don't overcommit. Ooh, he's flying up there looking for Kush. Kush able to get back to base safely though.
Right, and Ackerman looking for a way to get back in the game. I mean, they're down 6k gold right now to the side of BTK. I think this is one of the largest deficits we've seen so far throughout any of these matches. So for BTK, that is a nice position to be in and a nice feeling to have as well. I mean, look at them right now. Mobazane looking like a roamer. He's playing deep into the jungle of Ackerman. This can obviously go well. It can also obviously go wrong, but they've taken over so much map control, especially since taking that mid tower that pretty much both sides of the jungle have been free. We saw them do this to the orange buff. Now they're doing it to the purple, but
a little bit of damage. Galaxy does get grabbed on, but this is all they want. They just want the tower. Toinks able to get the wild charge though. Bombs come out. He takes some damage, brought down to about half health. Toinks in a bad spot though. Kush tries to come in, but he's immobilized and shattered. That's 2 members down. A double kill going in the hands of Mobazane. He's 7-0-2 now. Nicolette on the cutting board will possibly fall. Yato able to find Nicolette. Next might be Mobazane, but he's just too slippery. How is this man standing? Finally shut down. Zia gonna collect that gold. Galaxy looking for more. T, wait to try to dash out of this, or maybe just trying to bait the rest of them in. T still up with the split, still hanging out. Need to grab out of there, but he's ready. He's gonna walk his way out of that base without a scratch on his chest.
hey man, Glue is such a cheesy character. That shouldn't be allowed for anyone. That would anybody else, that's a kill right there. But T using and abusing what Moonton is offering to him right now. And you know what? Can't be mad at that. BTK, though, making some great plays. They're still sitting up comfortably. 12-3. We're right underneath that 12.5-minute mark. Trex, the gold lead has increased. It was 6K. Now it has reached to the links of 8K now, which is phenomenal for BTK. Already having a big lead and able to increase it further says volumes about a team's macro decision making. Speaking, though, about macro decision making, this Lord has spawned in, and I'm wondering what's the call from Ackerman. Are they again going to give up another neutral objective with 0 profit anywhere on the map, or will they gung-ho it, Hail Mary it, they're up 1-0 and maybe make a huge play?
They don't have time. ISO is ripping, shredding, slashing through things, and I think they just know right now with the composition they have, they can't force it. Push 0, 3, and 1 Deku. I think that's a major problem for them right now.
Well, we can't stop there. Nicolette's 2, 4, and 1, and you know what, Trex? We've been saying it all season. From the start of regular season until now, when Nicolette and Kush have a great KDA, when they're online, when they're synced, things are well. But if they are ever falling at the wayside, if they're taking deaths early, if they're starting to get punished out there on the map, Ackerman falls apart, and you can see it right now. Their main go-getters, the main hustlers for the team, aren't popping off, and it's trickled down effect to the rest of the members, and that's how we're looking at this lopsided match right now. BTK kind of just having their way with Ackerman like a pinata fest right now.
Let's see if they can smash open the Candy Lord. Gonna connect onto that inhibitor, take it out. Boinks looking for some conceal play, maybe onto the mid side. Not gonna be able to find it. Does rearrange though, brings out the wall. Zia gonna be able to shred down the Lord. The BloodThirstyKings are still coming. Torrents to the wild charge, able to get the knack up. Galaxy gets the final slash, but the Colt Altar comes out. The damage does not exist anymore. Joy Baj looking for Galaxy. Oh, flickers through the tower, pulls him into the team. Nabir's passion comes out. Nobody gets the finish just yet. ISO with the blazing duet, able to clear out a little bit of minions there. BTK don't want to let up, but I think it might be time to go. This is the mistake they made last time. Hopefully they learn from it. They do decide to back off. Kush maybe looking for a re-engage here. Galaxy as well, along with Nicolette. BTK aren't going to overstay their welcome.
But maybe potential clash here, Trex.
He does get the slam. Bombs come out. Zia doing a little bit of damage. Darkness falls. A little bit of dodge, a little bit of weave. Galaxy gonna get pulled back into the midst of things. May just go down here. Mobazane to the backside as well. Trying to lock on to Nicolette. Galaxy taking out Miyato. Mobazane in the midst of them all though is taken out under that real manipulation. It's a 2-for-1 on the map. Mobazane for Galaxy and Zia.
You know what, that's huge though. He took out Zia, so that's a lot of the wave clear from Ackerman here.
Joy Baj gets the fatal links though. Down goes Galaxy. Kush as well. They're going to try to lock onto this page. ISO looking for the finish.
No
minions aren't there though, and he's shredded down. Nicolette picks it up. T, Yato, Joy Baj, you gotta get out of here, but Nicolette wants to get it. The double, looking for the triple. Luckily, Joy Baj gets away. The defense is real.
Immaculate, that's what it was. That was like a turtle show, right? They just pulled their neck in, let Nicolette lead the way there with that real manipulation. Trex, this is game changing. These are the type of moments that define a team, because that could have easily been a game ender. But you know what? This also means we got a little too ambitious with BTK the judges. We did see the initial siege, they did back off there. They bit off way more than they could chew. The moment those minions start to disappear, ISO should have been out of it with the BMI, but instead he actually used it to go in. But Joybo!
Wait a second, big damage, Ghostbusters, out it comes, people going down, can't quite lock on, but Nicolette drops road manipulation just in time. Yato and Joy Baj off the map. Mobazane will be next, and all they get is Zia. Nicolette starting off with a 2-4-1 in a matter of seconds, jumps up to an 8-4-1 KDA. Just when we counted her out, she's here to play.
We must know bad math. We aren't too good with arithmetic because, yes, Nicolette is starting to prove us wrong. You're not starting to, has proved us wrong. Like you said, 2-4-1 to 8-4-1. That is a crazy turnaround. And looking to add more.
Looking more, exactly. T, a little bit deep here. Trying to get the split. Will be able to get away, and he hasn't taken any big deaths, so he does do some damage. ISO gonna be able to find Galaxy. Galaxy uses Flicker. ISO's like, yeah, I got you. I'm a Flicker in too.
Nice.
Boinks with the wild charge and another real world manipulation. Every time they got something, she catches them, and Kush is here. Flickers through, finds ISO, and Kush is on the run, and Joy Baj just whiffs it hard. No Fatal Links for you. Mobazane is back on the map, though. Minions are coming in that top side. They got to send points back to clear the waves. At this point, BTK is a little bit of control over this Lord, but Kush is ready. Does not have the Dark Knight Falls to try to get some vision, try to deny some vision. Here we go, the 50-50. Who's going to take it? Zane takes it with these. Toinks able to get the knockup. Out comes the Mirror's Passion. T wants to keep going, but he's shot down, and a godlike kill goes over to Nicolette, but the minions are closing in. They got to go back to base because Ackerman is on the rope still, and that is the problem when you're down those towers.
But you know what? Something they do have going in their favor. Yes, they do lose the Lord. Now they have to try to defend. But T's down for another 20 seconds here. It would be wise for BTK to try to stall this out. Try to maybe let him get on there. I don't think it'll be enough. It's only one cannon minion there. This is where the decision making comes into play. Will BTK try to commit with 4 members, or will they back away, Trex?
Here goes the dive, conceal play, Joy Lodge for the pick, Points able to get the wild charge once again, they're all inside of this, real manipulation, the Bolt Altar, still not enough, Kush ends up going down, but Yato will be the next to fall, it's Kush and Toinks off the map, but Yato is gone as well, ISO and Joybaj force the flicker away, and the Lord is cleared, BTK won't take the game right there.
There they go again, Trex trying to force things that aren't there. That is a problem. You cannot give up kills like that. Obviously in a good spot there to not end up losing the game, but let's say this was that could have been a potential game ender if there's no Lord there. You cannot give up those type of kills. You can't make those kind of faulty plays this late in the game. We're approaching 20 minutes here, Trex. In between BT and Ackerman, it's always reached this point. At some point, someone's got to learn we can't keep doing this. But look at Bosch over the wall.
Yeah, he's hunting, man. He's on that dive mode, which I feel like with the competition, they kind of have to do that. They have to commit. They have to make the plays happen. But if they don't, they walk right into Nicolette's real manipulation. So they have to be a bit more precise about it.
The Baj, I know, would have went for that, but Trex, we got to pay attention there, too. He did not have the flicker. He was trying to sniff the set, and there were members grouped up, but he didn't have that extra right to close the gap, find the fatal links, so he had to sadly walk away there. But he definitely wants to go for that set. You can see it on him. That's a Baj play if I've ever seen one. But forced to back up. I feel like now, unless things change drastically, like now potentially, things should be cool off the Lord. Oh, Baj.
Oh, that's bad. Baj is going to get wild charge. Final slash. Taking a little bit of damage, but Ackerman's not going to overcommit. T to the backside.
Oh no!
We'll get a nice hit onto Kush with the split. Should be able to get away from this, and even though you can tell he's stuttering those steps, he's doing the old stutter step there, right? Because he feels comfortable. He wants to try to bait them out. He knows they're not going to be able to kill him too quick.
Things are so tense right now in between both of these teams. I mean, you can cut the tension with a knife right now. This is, again, like we said, either the momentum swinger or the momentum starter here for BTK. They need to be able to secure this. Lord coming up in less than 10 seconds. Trex stakes couldn't be higher right now. We're crossing over the 20-minute mark. Lane Prio is going to be in the favor of BTK. ISO's making sure that in the top side, they're going to have control there. I'm wondering who's going to get control in that mid lane, because that's also very important. But right now, BTK working on that Lord. They have full control of the river, have the lane. Prio Ackerman might have to give this up for free.
Yeah, and Joybaj is just keeping tabs on
wait,
the Dark Knight Falls. Kush is going. Wait a second. It's low. Lord goes to Kush. How'd he make it in? He sneaks in and finds it. Mobazane, though, able to find a little bit of damage on the Toinks there. T in a bad spot. Zia trying to lock on. Kush able to get taken out, but we know there's an immortality. Will they be able to get the finish? No, they don't. Yato can't quite get it, but BTK still closing the grass. They found a member. They don't want to let this Lord out for free.
Baj has flicker.
Push it, but the minions aren't there. Baj does have flicker, but the final slash comes in. A lot of damage onto T. Able to hit the split once again. Lord now marching. One member down for the side of Ackerman, but they do have a Lord there. BTK does have ISO. Lord now switching over to the bot lane here. Gonna make his way there. ISO also making his way there as well.
What a Hail Mary play from Ackerman. If someone told me Jesus was outside riding on the bicycle right now, I might believe them, because that was unbelievable from the side of Ackerman. But a little bit of struggle, a little bit of tussle, Trex.
Pushing a little bit of damage on Joybaj there. Naboo's patch comes out. Baj able to flicker through, but a final slash. Galaxy finds Yato. Joybaj goes down next. Bombs come out. Joybaj goes down. 2 members down for the side of BTK. Mobazane able to find Kush though. Mobazane moving on to Nicolette. He doesn't have that real manipulation. ISO in a bad spot. Not able to get away. Zia finds a double, and Mobazane doesn't find Nicolette. Lord at about 60% health, still marching down.
Turret has been
Worst case
destroyed.
scenario, Trex 3 members down from side of BTK, a healthy looking Lord with the charge passive still activated. That high ground tower is going to fall from the side of BTK. Will they be able to recover though in time to not let them end?
No, they don't have anything to melt this Lord, but Ackerman is kind of backing off T, able to get to the backside. Once again, that is going to buy them enough time to survive this out. Going to pull Zia
Not
back
enough.
in, but the health is still there. Not enough at all, but T's okay with that. He can kind of hang out in this moment. Zane down to 50% health. Don't know if he wants to get involved in this. T caught up in the world manipulation. Yato here, able to save the day with that cold altar. Blinks. Waiting for something. Joy Baj flying out of hell like a bat once again. Looking for it. Finds it with the fatal links, but Galaxy's here to help. Toinks still doesn't go down. Galaxy actually responds and finds Joy Baj. Yato pays the price for finding Toinks. Yato didn't have the passive up, so he's down to 40 seconds on that death counter. More damage on the T here. T with the slam, able to get the stun, the split, but he's not able to escape this one free. The immortality comes out. Pops the winner Truncheon. Push finds the kill.
This is insane, Trex. Just like that, things have went from worse to worser for the side of BTK.
ISO to the backside though. Pops plays
ISO.
duet. Finally finds Nicolette, but everyone has immortalities. Can't get the finish. ISO still up though. Nicolette drops her manipulation. They finally find the pick off, and that's a 60-second death counter for Nicolette. BTK back on the map, and it's a 2v2 currently. Mobazane gonna move straight over to this Lord.
And that's exactly what he needs to do. Like you said, them timers are long right now. Trex Galaxy's put away for over a half. So is Nicolette. They're both off of this map. But look at Kush. He's such a sneaky, sly dog. He pulled it off last time. I'm not sure if he'll get it this time. No one's checked the pushes yet, Trex.
He's gonna try. Several members of BTK are here. One's very low, gets a wild
Let him
charge,
die.
able to get the mega kill. At this point, they're okay with it.
Uh-oh.
Watch Zia though in the bottom side. Push gonna come in.
Going for
He
it.
sneaks in. He's going for it. Mobazane able to take it though. In the double kill over to Mobazane. Zia forced to go back to base. Those are some big death counters on the board, and all 5 members of BTK are here.
When the game's on the line, when your back's against the wall, who do you call? Some say Ghostbusters. I say Mobazane, baby. Comes up huge with the retribution, even though Kush went undetected. Undeniable had this sneak attack advantage, but just a little too early and a little too quick with the retribution. And right now, BTK poised and ready. Trex, this could be the final siege of this 25-minute game.
Listen, 4 games in a row, BTK has not been able to get a siege off just yet and get a finish. Can they do it here? The Lord coming, Joy Baj able to land those fatal links, but Nicolette brings out the real manipulation. ISO able to bring her down low, finally locking onto the base and trying to get the finish here. It's down to about 60%. Joy Baj goes down. Nicolette able to get the finish as well. ISO still holding out on the backside. Mobazane finally locks on and gets the game. It's 1-1. BTK finally securing a win.
And that is huge, Trex. I'm talking about gigantic strides for BTK. They had lost 4 in a row, done with the lose streak, and now evening up the series 1-1. This is exactly what the Bloodthirsty Kings needed to stay in this series with them Ackerman boys.
Yeah, I mean, now it's the ping pong once again, but if Bloodthirsty Kings want to come out on top, they gotta win another one here. Ackerman, I mean, it was close there. It was close. Ackerman could have taken that. BTK could have taken that. I think if BTK wants to come out on top in the series, they got to step it up just another notch. But it's the same exact story for Ackerman. Both teams giving it their all right now.
They gave it their all, but again, have to go back to what Mobazane did. I mean, the mentality on that guy, right? You lose that initial Lord to Kush on a Hail Mary play with just Toinks given the vision, and then you come up so huge there. You didn't even know this man was nearby. You have to contest with the Darkness Falls. There's things coming left and right. You don't know what's going on, and just commits it with the retribution.
Most definitely. Now taking a look at some of these items, T, someone I kind of want to focus on because I think he was extremely detrimental in that game. He picks up the blade armor, helps him deal with Z a little bit. Also, with all that physical defense, along with the anti-cuirass, he's able to deal with some of the damage from Kush as well. He's able to be that bulky monster. I mean, he saved the day there. Lord was coming, and that final push from Ackerman when all hope was lost, T was able to get in the backside, push Z away from base, and I mean, by just those couple more seconds till everyone else got back in the map, buy time for Mobazane to get over to that Lord and start it up.
That's right. I mean, it's just the little things, right? Just the trickle effect. You get 1+ here, you get another plus there. After a while, you're doing good math. You're up high up on that scoreboard there. Speaking of high, I mean, BTK finishing 29-19 there. I mean, it's just all over the place, man. They just had a great, phenomenal game. And honestly, they had to dig deep, okay? Because there were a lot of mistakes, like you said, in between both of these teams. For a second, for a moment, it always seemed like BTK might be coming up short again. They might come up short again. But able to overcome what Ackerman did. That was a strong performance from them.
Most definitely. Now, with that being said, before we continue into another game, we got a quick intermission. So let's send it back over to our beautiful host, Xina.
Thank you, Trex. We want to welcome the OP Mage player, Hoon. Congrats to you guys for making it to the grand final. How are you feeling today knowing that you secured the first spot?
Thank you. Yeah, it feels great, but we kind of expected it already, so just excited for Vegas.
Oh, you expected it? Well, I guess most of us kind of did. How was the last series versus BTK? It seemed like you guys were having a bit of a hard time in the early game for the first 2 games. How did you guys turn it around?
Yeah, we definitely misdrafted first game, and then that kind of costed us a pretty bad early game. But I think we just put up a better synergy between each other, and then just found a way to win. It's always like that, even if you're losing early game, you know.
Yeah, you guys do end up doing a great job of coming back from, you know, a rough match. You guys have a really good defense. Your team synergy is just that on point. Did you expect you guys were going to reign terror like this whole tournament, like the way you guys did, basically going undefeated?
I mean, at first, not really, but then when we kept playing and be like, wait, we're actually better than everyone. So yeah, from that point, yeah, we kind of expected that yeah, it's gonna happen like this, but it just didn't come off easily. We prepare a lot for draft, we prepare a lot for all the team fights and stuff. We watched the games together and all that. Yeah, we put a lot of efforts behind the scene, actually. I think that kind of paid off.
Yeah, and it's showing. You're doing an amazing job out there. But who do you guys want to go against in the grand final? Ackerman or BTK?
Not sure. Anyone. It'll be fun even if BTK comes or ACK comes out. Personally, I want to see ACK in the final because, I mean, none of them were actually on the stage and then show themselves on the camera. So, kind of want to see how they look like, and you know.
I think we all kind of want to see that, but you fellas made a huge fan base here. Were you guys gonna bring any goodies to hand out, like any signed goodies to the HyperX on V14?
Ooh, you mean for OP? You want a jersey?
Oh, yeah.
We might have some, but not a lot. So maybe a few people, only for a few people.
Oh, I hope I get one. Just kidding. But anyways, thank you so much, Hoon, for taking the time to chat with us. Is there any place on social that you want everyone to follow you if they wanted to follow you? Like,
you guys can follow us on Instagram. We all of our members have it except for, I think, best player. And please follow Team OP, the channel.
Well, I am looking for it. That's the channel for their channel, right?
Yep.
But I am looking forward to seeing you again at another, North America Mobile Legends event, and seeing you on stage on that grand final. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you.
See ya.
All right, we are back. I love the confidence from Hoon there. It's like whoever wants to come and challenge us, we got this. But I don't want to get too much into OP here because right now we're still in the middle of a series, Deku.
That's right.
It is 1-1, Ackerman up against BTK.
And they are slugging it out right now. BTK and Ackerman are looking to give us one of the best series we've seen thus far in the NACT playoffs. But Trex, here we are back again. Draft for game 3. Things on the line. Again, this was almost a game that could have potentially been an elimination match, but things have been reset, right? Basically, the slates have been clean. 1-1 is the same as 0-0 in my eyes here. It's the equal distance to win this series. BTK, we were talking about where their mental's at. Clearly, it's on Vegas right now.
You know, you said they were slugging it out, and I got this vision on my head of like a Rocky movie, except both fighters are Rocky, and they're both just bloody and punching each other. And but yeah, anyways,
Gotta cue the song.
Don't want to get copyrighted, but anyways, BTK up against Ackerman. Like you said, essentially now it's just a best of 3, right? BTK back on the blue side. They lost on the blue side in game 1. But what's funny is last night, I almost feel like blue side won like almost every game last night as they went back and forth. Pretty sure it did because it went back and forth, and BTK had first pick last night, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, interesting take. This time blue side is not always dominating. Ackerman able to get the turnaround in game 1. Now with BTK being on blue side, their draft looks really similar to game 1 right now.
And it's funny that you talk about the blue and red side, because I believe like towards the end of the qualifiers run for NACT, I believe you dropped a video, or maybe 0ML, so we had on here. So we're talking about how blue and red really had no difference, right, in the win rate category. So it feels like, at least for this tournament itself in the present, it really hasn't mattered too much on who gets blue and red, which is funny because sometimes you normally do see a rise in one or the other, but right now things are even Steven. So I guess if you're a competitor, if you're one of the teams, you don't feel too bad about whichever side you're taking up on.
Most definitely, and it definitely has been like a dead even. That's why I found it so interesting, like last night when it was BTK versus Ackerman, because the way they were just going back and forth. Maybe it had nothing to do with, maybe it's just the way they were playing it. Probably did have nothing to do with the blue side. But yeah, I mean, it's just the back and forth between both teams. This time things are switching up a little bit. BTK is going to ban out that Valentina. I'm wondering if they're going to try to steal the Farza this time. If Ackerman does not ban it out, it'll be the first time it slips through the ban phase in the past 2 games.
I think it will slip through. I think they can. I think, like I said, the threat of the Farsa, if you're talking about between the 2 players, is Nicolette. I feel like they take the chance, they take the risk, you give it up, because if you go Farsa first pick on the blue side, I mean, you're leaving a lot on the board there, right? And while Farsa is good, it's still not even the #1 pick for the mid lane, right? So you're giving that up for a lot of priority. They're going to take the Paramus, though, so that's good, right? You get your prio, but you know what that means.
I don't know. It means,
what that
like it's the Farza. And let's just
without a doubt.
Let's paint a picture, as you like to
paint
say.
The perfect
picture. Let's PPP up in here right now, all right? So just imagine, right? Last game, Nicolette had the Yve. She doesn't have burst damage. It has decent damage, but doesn't have burst damage. And she was sitting at like 2-4-1 or something.
Yeah.
Was able to rack up like 5 or 6 kills in a matter of 30 seconds just from dropping a well-timed real-world manipulation. Imagine if she was dropping a Feathered Airstrike.
Oh yeah.
Last game.
Probably wouldn't have been 2-4.
It would probably be 2-0 right now. Let's just say that. If she was dropping a Feathered Airstrike in those situations, people wouldn't have been getting slightly melted. They would have just been disappearing in a matter of seconds. But they know they have that. I think they maybe save it for the 3rd pick here. They pick up the Beatrix, and they still get the R-Lot, which, like I said, last game Galaxy had some major plays to turn things around.
I was about to almost pop my eyeballs out of the sockets here, but again, like I said, they do have that last pick before the end of the phase, so they're able to prio something else. And I like they go for the Beatrix because that's something ISO has kind of relied on heavily for them. And again, Zia has been performing like a monster on it, so it was a contested pick. That was the contested pick this time. Previously, it had been the Farsa. Now we're talking about the gold lane, so I think that's a great adjustment there. Deny that from ISO. Now you set yourself up for a better picture.
They get the carry, so we're finally going to get to see him. This is the first in 5 games that we're going to see him play something other than the Claude. Not as much movement on the carry, right? Your positioning is very important when you engage onto these team fights. It will work well though with the Fermis, I feel, just because you want to kind of stay grouped up with your teammates and you're going to really capitalize off of that Cult Altar here. A lot of it's still going to, I think, come down to how T's able to zone for them, which so far he's done pretty well.
You know, but I do feel like this is a plus for Ackerman, right? You have the Beatrix into the carry matchup. Love the Lolita, by the way. Very strong here into two of those picks over there, without a doubt. But the Beatrix, I really feel like has the edge, right? Obviously, carry does the same amount of damage, but she is single target with those speedy light wheels. Beatrix has the advantage when you're talking about the Neru's Passion, especially since most Beatrix players now in the back pocket, unless you like to still play with the Renner, which there is an argument for in cases you should use it, you're going with the Bennett. You're using double AoE weapons. You're going to end up winning the DPS battle against carry. So I like the setup they have in the gold lane, and putting in that Lolita now helps negate carry's damage even further with the Bulwark Shield.
Most definitely, and I think for BTK we see the Yi Farza ban here. Easy, right?
Have
I think
to.
It's gotta be the choice, but they are thinking about the number 5. No, wait, no, it's Ackerman actually banning
Yeah.
They take out the Kufra, so we're leaving on Joybaj. BTK, I feel like it's just simple, right? We have to ban out the Farza here. Maybe they decide not to. Maybe they feel comfortable dealing with it. But if I was going against Nicolette right now, it would definitely be on my ban list. Now, taking a look at some of the other things, both junglers still need to pick. I think it's pretty interesting.
There we go.
I think it's interesting that both of these teams have really been like saving their jungle picks so close to the end, really trying to possibly get counters in. The Tank's a lot still open. The Fredrin's still open.
Fanny.
The Karina's still open. Fanny's still open. And there goes the Kufra ban.
Focusing Nicolette has opened
No,
up the
Fanny's
other
not
thing.
banned. Fanny's not banned. Fanny's not banned.
Oh, Fanny is banned.
Fanny is banned.
Okay.
Fanny's banned.
Ooh, I was about to say. They got rid of that right away. Okay, all right. They're good. They're good for now. But there goes Tanks a lot.
Yeah, Kush will get the Tanks a lot. I think we just see probably Mobazane pick up the Fredrin here. Joybaj is going to lock in the Grok, which honestly I feel like the Grok has been a little underplayed over the past few nights. I think it's like just a really good tank, and I'm surprised we haven't seen it as much. I think it's a great set tank. It has a good defense, able to get vision. It does a lot of jobs for a team, and Mobazane going to once again lock in this Karina.
We're going to double down on it. Ooh.
Another signature pick from Nicolette.
Yeah, it is a strong pick from her, but we haven't seen much of it from her because obviously, you know, some of those higher priority mages. But now that the pool's been dwindled down, you know what I mean, bans coming out, Lunix becomes viable here. And honestly, it's not bad. Going in, especially into Glue, going into Grok, Karina even, it's going to be another tank. And if you can get to that backline on carry, who has to play very close range, we know she has one of the shortest ranges of marksman. Now we're talking about fancy plays, Ruby DDs really all up in your face, bursting you out, and Nicolette can definitely perform that combination.
And this is a hero that Nicolette likes and plays it aggressively early on.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people talk about the Lunox as a scaling mage, someone who has a great late game. Well, Nicolette turns this late game mage into a early game mage. She knows how to be aggressive with it, and you pair it up with the Lolita, who has a great early stage as well. There's definitely some possible picks, so it's going to be very important on how Yato responds to this, but it's 1-1, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you keep that volume up because this is BTK going up against Ackerman. The scales have been reset. We're back at ground zero. We're back at even. Who's going to win the next match?
That's right, and now it's up to the teams to build up the story they want. Do you want to come out in the lead, the potential victor in this series, or will you take a back seat and maybe let someone cash in on your dreams? Time will tell. And I have to say something, Trex, we'll probably have a lot of time to tell because both of these teams since yesterday have not ran us any short matches. We just got done with a 25-minute game. And I don't think there's been a single match between BTK and Ackerman, including yesterday's matches, that have went underneath that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they push at the limit. They won 5 games last night. I don't doubt this could go 5 tonight at all. Galaxy in a bad spot, though. T gonna pick up first blood. A very good start for the side of BTK.
And that's huge, right? Getting that first blood, especially on that weak side of the map. Now you have a lot of pressure and an island, basically. That's kind of the island of MLBB. You're typically left alone, excluding kind of the first half when the turtles start to spawn. You know, the first 2.5 minutes or whatever, you might get some visits. But after that, whoever has that lead, whoever has that pressure, is normally just going to stay there as an XP laner. You get to get all the cuts, You get to lead out in the rotations. You get to be most impactful in the team fight because you get to lead out first. If the opposing enemy laner ever tries to make any plays as far as cutting, you can potentially just mop them in the 1v1. So that could lead to a lot of things here for T and the rest of BTK.
Yeah, I mean, T took a death in the laning phase last game and still was winning his lane against Galaxy early on. Now, he's got a kill this time. He's a little bit ahead, so I think Galaxy's going to be in big trouble. This means Ackerman bringing some of their resources down that way, which I think a good thing for BTK now is get this Turtle and maybe move up to the gold lane. People are going to be tugging the XP. Now, Turtle down to about 70% push. Puncturing through, look for something. T gonna hold down that front side once again. Yato there as well. Gonna pop the Ghostbusters. Get a little bit of poke damage. Galaxy in the backside though. Does have the final slash. Gonna try to move Mobazane away. Mobazane still able to take it though. Colt Alter comes out. Nicolette looking for that final hit. On a Joybaj, able to find it and pick up a kill, but T finds Kush on the backside. It's a good kill for the side of BTK.
Definitely nice for BTK, but might not be over.
Split coming in. The grab, slam, bring the boys back. Galaxy brought low once again. Yato here to help. Galaxy able to get that final slash though. Push T back in. Yato in a bad spot will go down. Nicolette looking for maybe another one here. Forced to use a flicker, but Mobazane trying to clear things up. Gonna move in. Finds Nicolette. Toinks might just be next. Make that a double. Zane on the rise. Walks into Kush, but he should be able to get away.
That's how you clean up right there. That's a clean up crew. What's those commercials? I don't know, the bounty picker upper. That's what Mobazane is right there, man. A way to clean up through that mid lane, pocket some kills. I mean, a double kill, and we talked about this. Early leads for these junglers in the form of kills like this is huge for their advantage because now Kush, who has suffered a death, Mobazane, who has suffered none and has picked up 2 kills plus the assist, probably looking pretty nice and healthy as far as the gold economy looks like, and that can transition into things like those item leads, which makes him even a bigger threat. Maybe turns out Kush a little bit more and able to take advantage as far as XP down the road.
Yeah, I mean, in the past 2 games, we've seen teams have a little bit of an advantage in kills, but not this much of an advantage in gold this early. It's only 4 minutes in, and BTK's leading almost 2,000 right now, and you can tell the pressure they're having on the map. Joybaj and Yato both being extra aggressive. ISO trying to make his way down. Off to Speedy Light Wheel. Numion Blast comes out. Kush will be able to get away from that one. Zia trying to get locked on to ISO here, but BTK still controlling the river.
Speaking of control, ISO definitely having a great time right now. He hasn't suffered a death, hasn't picked up a kill, but he did lock in that corrosion side because he is going to be a little staggered behind him. We know you got to go for that expensive first item, that Blade of Despair. And as we're heading into that wall wiggle with the marksmans included into this fight, that item difference might mean some significant impact.
Looking over that tri-bush, trying to get a nice back sandwich. Zia able to pick up the turtle though. Joybaj pretty low. Nicolette makes the call not to engage, but ISO just walk right into her. Up on that top side.
Ooh.
Might go down to this. The darkness comes out and the final hit connects. Mobazane wants to walk into Nicolette though. Takes a couple shots to the face from Zia. Will get the finish. Wait, no, the Brilliance comes out just in time. And the Numion Blast does not lock on, but Yato still gets away, along with Nicolette getting away with that sneaky kill.
You know something that's actually funny there? So for that turtle contest, Kush used the retribution. Mobazane did not though, and Zia came out on top. I just thought that was hilarious that even happened. Kush basically lost the retreat battle to no retreat if anyone else would have contested.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he got stunned up. I feel like we lost cam on him for a second. I just wasn't able to keep up. Everyone's popping their ultimates at the same time. But yeah, Zia, I mean, it was a helpful retribution, you know? Zia's the real retro.
It's a love tap
right now, I guess. It's a love tap.
I guess someone else has to do it. We saw Hoon do it, now Zia's doing it. I guess everyone's a jungler today in the playoffs. I guess that's not a bad thing.
They are going to be able to take that tower, though. Numion Blast is going to come down. Nice stun. Phantom execution. Push. Able to help Zia secure another one there with the love tap. Zia wants that kill, though, and it's going to be really helpful as he scales through this game.
And speaking of scaling, Zia just locking in that Blade of Despair. So now he's on par. He's hit his first item spike here in the game. So he can be more of a threat in these rotations for the side of Ackerman. The gold lead's pretty even. BTK leads it slightly, right, by 700 gold. So things are pretty nice. These type of things, these kind of pickups as far as items could start to dictate the flow of things with proper itemization, since the gold economy is fairly even between both of the teams.
We haven't seen any big setups from Joybaj just yet either, so we got to still kind of keep our eyes on him. And T as well, just having a great game. Gold still in the lead of BTK. Xia, though, like you said, he could be a looming threat to get that shred on.
That's right. Speaking of threats, though, we could see something happening. You see JoyBot getting a little bit of vision. They were able to pick up that turtle uncontested with that vision, with being able to ward off the threats from Ackerman. So BTK is going to hold on to that lead a little bit more, and it has increased, right? It was sitting at that 700, now it's sitting at 1K, so they're doing good. Whatever decisions they're making right now that we are seeing happening, it is paying off for them. It is literally profiting for them as JoyBot has locked in that dominance, ice on that anti-heal, which is going to be huge for them, especially when you're talking about going up against Nicolette, talking about Galaxy on this Arlot, because Arlot actually has a ridiculous amount of sustain, especially with this tenacity tank emblem that he has for that hybrid defense boost as the HP bars go low. Speaking of HP bars, though, members working on T, or maybe T working on them.
Hey man, T's 2-0 right now, and I feel like he's just, from last game to this game, he's been playing so well on the glue. Something that we haven't gotten to see him play a whole lot this season, I feel like. But right now, he's definitely strutting his stuff. Zane wants to come in split, trying to lock onto Kush here. Decides not to go for it. They don't want to take the risk. Gonna move their way over, down to the boss side. Do see Toinks and Xia possibly setting up for something.
That's right, maybe setting up for something, maybe setting up for nothing. We are gonna find out, though. They've made contact.
Oh, Numi on blast with the flicker. Nicolette comes in. Darkness. Xia gets the kill, though. They're doing so well at translating those kills over to Xia.
And it's really good. Last time we saw Xia start off with the Beatrix, it was about 3-0. He's on par to go for the same thing, but in the mid side, a little bit of flash from Mobazane.
Should be able to get away. Mobazane's feeling good right now. I mean, but eventually, though, Nicolette will be able to shred him, too.
That's right. Speaking of shred, Ackerman looking poised and ready to catch someone off guard, and I see Yato looking for the rotation. He might be in trouble.
I see T as well, trying to come in, does get the stun on the backside, hits the split. Zane moving in as well. JoyBot here, waiting to possibly set something up, decides not to go for it. I think it's a decent call. BTK still taking their time, but Ackerman doing the same thing as well.
That's right. Something, though, that is being done differently is BTK has great positioning right now for the... Oh, JoyBot!
Finally, a nice wild charge. Nicolette forced to use the Brilliance. Not able to get past that wall, but the Numion Blast does zone them away. Make that a possible attack onto T. Gold Altar comes out. Veer's Passion to help line things up, bring everyone down to low health. Z is doing a nice chunk of damage on Yato there. Zane still limits to 4 members. ISO, look for the possible attack. Does not have the speedy light wheel, so he can't force the engage. And now Kush take control over the Lord.
That's right. What was once BTK's territory has now became Ackerman, especially now that Nicolette's back into the fight.
That T very low, won't be able to survive this one. Will get taken out. Nicolette able to find the kill. ISO pops the speedy light wheel, maybe a little bit too early there. Not able to get the big finish. Brilliance comes out. Galaxy hold the front side. Kush able to find that Lord, and down goes JoyBot next. That's 2 members down for the side of BTK. Ackerman finally taking the lead here.
And that's what they want, right? Be able to take the lead, not only in the economy, but maybe in the series, but hang on, Siege.
So hip, they can take that tower. They might move on to this purple buff next. Mobazane is alone. All he's got is Yato. ISO finally showing up. Mobazane is able to secure his own purple buff. That is good, but Lord still coming.
That's right. And the forces of Ackerman are still coming. Not just that Lord. And look at this. They're playing towards the opposite side of the map. They're going to let Lord do its thing in the top. And I like that, right? We've seen some teams be a little over-ambitious. They're going to let Lord do its flow, whatever. But now they have been pushed back. I'm not sure if they're going to try to recover. It's like maybe this Lord may go to waste since they weren't able to get the outcome they were looking for. We do see the members grouping up, though. We could maybe potentially lock into a concealed play.
Maybe Toinks is on the backside, but they're not going to try to push it because the rest of BTK are coming around the side as well. Securing back their jungle, securing back their camp, so I don't think they got any towers out of that Lord.
That's right, no towers at all. And, you know, honestly, considering how both of these teams have treated those first Lords, not getting the tower as opposed to losing like 3 or 4 members doesn't sound that bad. Because, yeah, because they have not been having great success with these Lords. They like pick up a tower or 2 and then just like throw everyone's life away. So I feel like this is a neutral outcome here for Ackerman.
I mean, and they do take the gold lead, right? So I think it's definitely a win either way. They gain position, they gain gold, and they kind of take control of the game at this 11th minute.
That's right, taking control right now, and this is where you want to be. You want to keep the pressure up. Ooh, Galaxy stuck.
Raj waiting for it. Does finally go for it, gets knocked up. Here's Numi on blast. Big hit. In comes the Colt Alter. Kush trying to puncture through. Not able to do a whole lot of damage. Zia doesn't connect too much with Anyweir's passion as MLBB just wants to work on the purple buff. T does get dashed away. Pops the slam, looking for a possible hit. MLBB looking for the finish. Kush in a bad spot, will get taken out. T picking up the kill. Nice immobilized with a stun on Toinks. Looking for a possible finish. MLBB wants to try to connect. Looking for it, able to find, that is a killing spree. Over to MLBB there. Nicolette dashes in though, the darkness, the brightness. Looking for something. Not able to get the finish though. MLBB very low, and the finish comes in. Yato finding the kill. Zia finds Yato though, but here's T on the chase. Zia goes down next. That is a shutdown. Exactly where it needs to be. ISO need a little bit of money in that pocket.
And this is exactly what they need. Like you said, a shutdown to his hands. It was isolated, it was ISO-aided, but now it's ISO-faded because this was destiny inside of BTK to be able to put that much economy into his hands, especially at the current state of the game. They needed him to be able to overturn his own pockets, and now BTK's up in gold, almost 2K right here. Trex, so a great turnaround for them, able to take control of the map from Ackerman, and that's going to be very important with that Lord that just spawned in.
You just never know with these two teams, man. They are just always back and forth. Once again, it is a slugfest. One guy punches the other in the face, then the other one gets punched back in the face, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. But in the end, only one will be victorious here. It's 8-8, 2,000 gold lead. Lord is back up. We got the wiggle going on.
That's right, and that's the entertainment value that we are talking about. And you know what? Now, things are unfolding a little bit more clear.
Yeah, Toinks not able to get the Numi on blast. MLBB takes him out. Kush puncturing through, but Colt Alter's there to save the day. 4v5, and that is right, but one is not alive. T goes down. Now Ackerman on the round. Nicolette will be next. Looks like a Hex Galaxy. A little bit of trouble. MLBB ready to rumble. Looking for the kill. Can he get it? Trying to find it. Just does. That's a double for MLBB. Kush now all alone. It's a 4v1, and they might just try to ram these minions down the middle.
And they're going to split up the attention. They're going for a bit of a push, but they're also going to let MLBB go to the Lord pit. Kush doing a number on those minions, though, so he's going to find the defense, and that's why that call to split up the attention was good, because now MLBB still reliably finds them a +1, even though they don't get the high ground tower. Picking up that Luminous Lord, you're for sure going to be able to find one later. Kush!
Ooh, Yato in a bad spot, but here comes ISO. He doesn't have any more punctures. ISO not able to connect. Joybaj also on the chase. Wait, Kush. Want to re-engage. Toinks is here as backup. All 5 members of Ackerman back on the map. Yato is coming soon.
That's right, and you know what, Trex? This is a great situation for BTK. They were on the back pedal of this game, but now getting to turn it up a notch. But before we get there, we're gonna get a pause request. Get a moment to compose ourselves here, Trex, because things have been so back and forth, man.
Listen, even though BTK finally pulled it off last time, I will say their Lord pushes are not looking too great right now. They're like 6-1 right now, but 6 being the fails. So if they want to try to take this here and make a huge advantage, they got to do it right. There's still 2 tier 2s on each opposite sides of the map for Ackerman. I think those are the goals here.
That's right, definitely the goal. And speaking of goals, looking at the replay, we know what's at stake here, right? Looking for that Lord we were talking about, the wall wiggle entertainment, but then deciding to focus down on Toinks, courtesy of T on that glue. He's been coming up huge for them for some of these engages. And then look at MLBB patiently chipping away at Zia with this Tankarina. Look, he runs through 2 members. He is completely locked in and focused. He knows exactly who he needs to shut down to give BTK an opportunity to stay in this game. Then you're looking for the 2v1. You get his left, I get his right, and that way we win the fight. And they go ahead and split the attention here. We saw them go for the push. Didn't pick up that high ground tower, but MLBB did lock up that Lord for them. And that's kind of where we're at now in the storyline. We're kind of sitting, waiting patiently to see if BTK can get it done again. They ended the lose streak, maybe starting up the win streak.
Definitely a possible win streak. BTK want to try to close this out, and if they get it to 2-0, it's definitely looking good for them, because all they got to do is get 1. Ackerman's got to get 2.
It looks like
this pause is going to be a little bit longer, Deku, so we got some time to talk. We got some time to hang out. 1-1. Let's build up the pressure here.
That's right.
So, do
BTK.
you think BTK takes this game? Let's get right to the chase.
I mean, if you ask me right now, I mean, they do have the Lord marching down the lane, right? That's always a good, strong way to take a game. but it depends. Ackerman has had solid defenses across all the series, right? Neither one of these teams have really ended off an early Lord. If we're going off the history here, I don't think BTK closed it out right now, but I do think they have got the understanding of what they need to do, right? They're starting to lock in on the key targets. Instead of dancing the wall for too long, we saw them focus their attention. They were like, okay, let's not keep watching T go for these targets by himself. Let's help him out and start winning these fights first. We can maybe end off that. But Trex, speaking of end, we're off the pause, building up a little bit of momentum here. It's 1-1. Someone potentially get the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord is going to get melted down pretty fast, but they do still get both those tier 2s on the offlane. Here comes Mobazane on the backside.
Look at Toinks.
Have vision on Toinks. Toinks looking for it. Able to connect. Onto one. Kush trying to come in, but the Colt Altar comes out in the nick of time once again. Yato in a bad spot, though, a little bit too deep. Nobody able to get the finish on him. ISO with the speedy light wheel gets a lot of damage on Toinks, but no finish just yet. They're going to get vision on that orange buff jungle. They know where BTK's at, but Ackerman's still not forcing anything. T going to get pushed under the tower, but once again, he's on this blue, and he is bulky. Now, back to win conditions real quick. I think ISO is really important here. We saw in that last replay, he kind of waited for Nicolette to come in. Nicolette tried to get that darkness off onto Yato, try to get that Ruby DD or whatever you want to call it onto him, and then ISO comes in at that last moment to take out Nicolette. So I think the timing that ISO decides to be involved in this fight is extremely important. It's the same thing for Nicolette. It's both kind of waiting for the other here.
You know, for Ackerman, I think they're kind of waiting more on the slipping but I'm tripping effect. BTK has such a nice sustained comp. Ackerman's looking for the quick burst, but that's just not what's happening.
Nice pincer there. Wait a
Oh.
second, oh, gets stopped by the wall.
Good
So
wall.
clutch.
Great
so
wall.
clutch. We were all nervous for a second there.
That's a
We're
wonderful
like,
wall. I've never been more amazed with a piece of rock in my life, man. That's just a phenomenal wall. Because if Toys would have landed that, just a piece of grok, man. A piece of grok. Because like if that Nubian Blast does land, I mean, that potentially at least maybe 2-3 members get wiped out right there immediately. And I'm not sure exactly where the dead timer's at, but with that Lord spawning in pretty soon, that could have been detrimental for BTK. But out of the hypotheticals, back into the realm of reality, Galaxy looks to be in an unfortunate spot, and BTK pops a conceal somewhere over here and starts to scout out that jungle. He's the only member on this side of the map. Maybe he's trying to ward off any potential clearances, looking for the wave prio. The weird part is, though, the person waiting for him happened to be Joybodge out here, as well as with not Mo, but ISO here. If they find anyone walking through this path, one wild charge, a pop of the speedy light wheel, it could be over for that member. And Galaxy right here might be it.
I don't know if they have vision on
Zia.
I don't know if they have vision over there. Zia might walk into it. People going back to base. Joybot just hanging out there.
They have good sandwich
right now. He's
with
ISO right now.
He's with
right?
ISO.
And no one's got vision on him.
Okay, they see Zia. They
trying
see
to
Zia.
rearrange. Here goes the conceal play onto Zia. The flicker, the wild charge. Down goes Zia. Toink still holding his position, though, but at this point, it is a failed mission. Nicolette and Galaxy too far away. Back at the Turtle Pit, though. Mobazane is up. Push, able to take it. Will they be able to capitalize back on this? Push on the run. Very low. ISO looking for the finish. Immortality pops. Kush should not be able to get away from this one. Punctures through, but Mobazane finds it. It's God-like kill. Lord is coming, but BTK has the numbers advantage right now.
And that was such a lovely setup from the side of Ackerman. They were able to keep the vision right on the pit. They were able to get the vision as well, or not.
Wild charge with Shadow Stampede. Galaxy in a bad spot. Does he get the finish? No. Toinks will get that on Yato, and Nicolette picks it up. Mobazane still working on the Lord, but they do find their first base tower.
I'm sorry, BTK. I gave the credits to Ackerman on accident. Had the names swapped in my mind there for whatever reason. But great setup from the side of BTK. Had good vision, had good pick control, able to find the kill and the Lord all in one swoop. What a coordination. They're so in sync. Boy, I thought they were multiple women sharing the same house for a moment there.
Yes, that is very true. I thought the same thing for a second. It was the first thing on my mind, actually. Joybodge, though, he's going to lose a little bit of map space on here. Mobazane, he is alone. Don't know if he wants to try to force this purple buff. Kush not there, though, so I guess he could go for it. Nicolette, though, doesn't want to make a play just yet.
Right, not just yet. Patience is the side of Ackerman right now. They're going to look for another good pickoff. We've seen them look for a pickoff before. It didn't work out for them earlier on in the series. But right now, they are content. They are huddled up. Look ridiculous. Both of the teams are trying to make plays. Wait. Look in the mid.
Trying to make a play. They might just be able to make the play. But wait, yeah. ISO on the mid side. Going to get ganged up. That's a bit more important to Galaxy. And ISO goes down. It's a shutdown for Kush. Now Kush wants to force it onto Yato. Look for another one. Galaxy able to find it. It's 2 men down with 40-second death counters on the map. MLBB with a thumbs up, but your run might be up. Got to try to get out of here because Ackerman's going to push the aggression. Wall comes out from Nicolette with the flicker in. Able to get the dash. Darkness. A lot of damage on Joyboz. Doesn't get to finish this yet, though. T, the boy himself, trying to start sipping. Looking for it, but he might be tripping. Might be slipping in a bad spot, able to get away, but the tower still falls. Zia able to get it. Ackerman still pushing the aggression here. They know there's some death counters there, and they want to try to get as much as they can.
10 seconds.
Nicolette pops the darkness once again. Looking for some more damage on the Joyboz there, but nobody pushes the fight.
That's right. Those death timers were at 10 seconds, but another important timer, Lord, coming up in about 20 seconds. And Ackerman has all the control, but look at this. They have a nice bush set up. Is there any vision? Toinks.
On the flicker. MLBB makes it to the backside, though. Nobody able to lock on to ISO there. Cold Altar comes out. Joyboz with the flicker. The knockup. Zia will fall, but wait, there's an immortality. Can't get the finish. T not able to connect. Yato will do the job. Next Kush in a very bad spot. ISO able to find it. BTK on the rise, trying to make the enemies fry. T pops the immortality. Galaxy on the run as well. MLBB able to get the finish. Yato actually getting the kill. Now they want to say, no, Lord, we want to try to ram this in. We've got your base tower, and there's only 2 of you left. We've got a cannon, a minion, and 3 more coming. Can they get the finish here? Conceal play out from Toinks, trying to get a nice positioning. Stun comes in, Speedy Light Wheel. Toinks is eliminated, deleted. They're on the base. The minions are there. But wait, the Numion Blast is not enough because BTK are going to send Ackerman back, my man. They're going to take this 2-1.
Trex, that was insane. In that bush next to the orange buff, Ackerman looked like they had to jump. Toinks, man, with the Numian Blast from the bush, there's no vision on it. He goes for the flicker, but what's happening to the rest of the team? BTK said, okay, you want to fight? No problem. I'll knock you into the middle of next week looking for Sunday.
This is very true. Now, BTK, man, I mean, both teams consistently trying to make plays happen. Ackerman, they thought they had it there. Like you said, they're all sitting in that bush. Toinks goes for the flicker in, but MLBB's already at their back line. It's too late, and everyone's distracted by that point. ISO's all good. 2-1, BTK holding the lead.
And that's what they needed, Trex. This is what we were talking about. You get this 2 wins in a row there, right? Now you're in control. Now Ackerman has to play to your pace because they're facing elimination. This is peak, man. This is playoffs. This is esports, man. This is the hype. This is what we wanted tonight in between BTK and Ackerman for what the 4th rematch, I believe. 2 regular seasons, 2 semis. This is crazy, man. This is an amazing series right now that we're getting. But things that we're also seeing, post-game stats here, BTK obviously pulling it out in the end, getting the win done. You know what? It's actually crazy because we've been talking about them needing Yato, right, to kind of be that glue, kind of be that confident guy. He only went 3-6-10, but BTK was still able to find a way to navigate that. MLBB leading it. We were talking about he has to be the rock for this young star-studded team, and I think 7-0-6 is a great way to show, a great way to elevate the rest of the team, bring the confidence. I mean, look at this man leading the way. This was after they made those sensational plays down on the bot side of the map on that orange buff, the Uno reverse, the signed, sealed signature onto Ackerman's face. They put Ackerman's name in the death note, and you know what happens when that goes down.
You got about 60 seconds, and within those 60 seconds, heart attack time, you're out, nothing left to do, and Ackerman pays the price for that one. Now let's take a look at some more of these stats. BTK, more damage to the turret, more damage taken, less damage dealt, but still able to get the win there. Now, let's actually break that down because BTK was tanky, and the reason why I think they have more damage taken here is they have the Cult Altar, they have the sustainability to hang out in those team fights and just outlast Ackerman too many times there.
That's right. Too many times indeed. And you know something here, Trex? Too many times we've been in a position where it feels like a team has the advantage. 2-1 to the side of BTK, but we've been here before. We saw this already yesterday. Things aren't always as close as they seem. BTK has the advantage, but Ackerman still has the will to make it again. There's a lot on the line. Pressure is here. The storyline has written itself. Someone has to get it done to take that coveted spot, the second runner-up seat into the grand finals up against Outplay, who's comfortably waiting, as you heard from Hoon, in Vegas.
Oh, look at this play. Look at this play. I thought this was it. This looked like it was almost it for BTK.
Oh, man.
He brought some Moba Zane. And actually, no! Galaxy! I didn't even notice that. Galaxy whiffed that so hard. He hit the final slash and knocked all 3 of them toward his teammates out of the Numion blast there. Wow. I thought they dashed in.
Thank God for replays.
Oh, Galaxy's gonna hear that on Discord. But anyways, BTK, and those are the, this comes down to it, right? This is what comes down to it. Once again, it is those small plays. It is who makes the most mistakes at this level, because both teams are giving it their all. And right there, big mistake. BTK capitalizes on it. Match point draft here. Can BTK 3-1 this, Deku?
You know what? Anything is possible right now, and we're seeing it unfold between our eyes. I mean, hey, thanks, man. I've been working on my PR. But BTK went down, right? 4 games in a row. Here they are now, 2 in a row. You need 1 more to send Ackerman packing, right? This is what legends are made of. Can Mobazane, can Yato, ISO, Joy, Bodge, and a Galaxy get this done? Or not Galaxy, T. I'm so sorry, T. I ruined the ending for you. But can they get it done up against Ackerman? That's what we want to know here. This is what matters. Trex, we've been saying it all night. This is esports.
This is definitely esports. Welcome if you're new here. You don't got to knock on the door, just come on in, because BTK is looking to close it right after they finish up Ackerman if they can. Now, here's the thing. I think Ackerman can definitely win a game here. I don't know if Ackerman has what it takes to win 2 in a row, but consistently, these 2 teams have been neck and neck throughout NACT. So if there's any 2 teams that have such a close match, I definitely feel like it is these 2. So I don't want to count Ackerman out just yet. I say it time and time again. Nicolette, in the midst of things, puts her big girl pants on. She gets in the game. Same thing with Kush and same thing with Zia. This is a big hill to climb, but I do think it's possible. Now, bans coming in, BTK sticking to the same thing they've been doing, keeping it tried and true. The Joy ban, the Melissa ban, Ackerman this time switching things up a little bit. They go for the Claude like they did last game. They take out the Wanban. This time they're banning out the R-Lot. Do they have something in store for the EXP?
I think they do. I think that is the plan, or at least they don't plan to prioritize the XP. Last time they went for the R-Lot first for their draft, and maybe now we kind of see things switch over, right? It didn't really work out for you for whatever reason, X, Y, and Z. Let's switch it up a little bit, and that's exactly what needs to happen. You don't want to repeat. You lost last game, so definitely need to switch things up. For BTK, though, let's keep running it. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That was a clean match for them. They dug deep. They made great plays. For once, I'm not going to lie, Trex, the setup that they had for that Lord near the end of the game, where you had Joybot, you had ISO patiently waiting while there was control of the pit, while there was vision there, while they're doing the whole wall wiggle. That is the level of gameplay I expect from these teams, and BTK pulled it off flawlessly. They opened the opportunity for themselves. It wasn't given, they sought out for it, and that's what you have to do in this kind of series where everything is on the line.
And things are a little bit different this time as all these things are on the line. T finally get his hands on that treasured Yuzong pick of his. Ackerman give it over, and they give it over for the Valentina. Not only that, but they ban out the Claude, but look what ISO's going to pick up. He's going to take away Zia's Beatrix here. So now, with so many marksmen off the map, Zia could still pick up the Harith. We've seen him on it. It just clicked. It was like,
that's where I was going to go with it.
Harith
Ooh, nice, Trex.
It's early, though. It's early.
Who cares?
It's very early.
Who cares?
There's still
We're facing
3 picks.
elimination.
Yeah, go for it, right? But there's the Kufra. I might have liked a Franco or something better. The Kufra can work.
You're facing elimination.
Does Joybosh not like Franco? Does he like not? Have we seen him play? I don't know if I'm on like memory issues or something.
He has
but
played it.
I feel like there's
I
a
think they
lot
played
of
it
times
yesterday.
tonight. Did he? All right.
Yeah, I think they played it yesterday. It must not have went well. I can't recall exactly if they didn't put it in, but maybe it's just more of the consistency thing. Maybe it's just Cooper might be a little easier for him to pull off than the Franco. I don't blame him. You don't want to go for it. You're looking to win the game. Both of them need to go with their best move. One team needs to win. The other needs not to lose. So just pull out exactly. Go for the comforts here. That's why I'm all for this Fanny in the first half. Forget those counters, man. You got a game to win. Put it exactly. I would have been. If you go for something safe for here, I'm gonna be upset. The viewers are gonna be upset. Put it on the line, man. Put your money where your mouth is. You're regarded as one of the best Fannies in North America. You're facing elimination. Vegas is on the line. MSC is on the line. IESF is on the line.
Think of the glory.
Pull out the Fanny, the glory, the story, baby. Let's go.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Pen on the paper. Let's write this narrative.
All right, now back to the second ban phase. Diggy will get taken out from BTK. I like it. That could be something that could be a thorn.
Ooh, they got out the hair. Nice.
The hair is banned. So
this
now
is good.
This is good. This is good. I am definitely entertained, Deku. I'm definitely entertained. And the drafts have been on point tonight. I just gotta say, man, like all the things, like we're thinking of stuff. We're like, oh, but this. And then they're a couple steps ahead, man. They're on
there
it right now. And there goes the Akai ban. There goes the Karina ban. Is Mobazane gonna fall back to the Fredrin here?
Fall back to the Fredrin, or does he go crazy and go for the lanes?
Ooh. Could.
Well, he did pull it out. He pulled it out yesterday against Ackerman. Elimination match. He pulled out the tanks a lot. Again, he hasn't pulled it out tonight, but we know he can, and we know he could.
He can, he could, but will he?
I gotta see it.
Which one do we see better against the
Esports?
Fanny, give it to us. Instead,
Esports,
Yato's gonna pick up the Faramis again, which I think with the composition right now, you have this Yuzong, you have the Beatrix. I really like the Faramis once again with this, and honestly, whatever Zane, I think the Fredrin works a little better. It gives me more Ube vibes here. Especially going up against Fanny. Zia forced to fall into a Brody here, which I'm not saying is like a bad pick, but still, it's definitely not something we see him on all the time.
I like the Faramis pick also for the reason that you have now a second life up against Kush on this Fanny. You can't just fly by once and get the kill. You're gonna have to spin you're gonna spin the block a couple times if you want to find that kill. Mobilin's gonna go for the Fredrin. He locks in that Ube that you're talking about. So there it goes for you, and he's gonna double down on what he's known for, and that is the Fred, the walking petrify.
Yeah, I would say Kush's major option here is early laning phase kills here. Try to get on ISO, because if we get into the if things stay as a stalemate when it gets to mid game and everyone's grouping up, I don't know if he's going to be able to get any pickoffs on anybody really. It's definitely not gonna be easy. Coming into possible match point, Deku, take us into this.
I mean, on that same token, Fanny, even if they do group up, the split push is still there. And we've seen it be done by multiple players on the Fanny. That's the thing. That's the advantage you always get with those cross-map picks. You know, the potential's there. The Fanny, the Ling, even if you're not having a hot game, even if you're not finding those kills in the team fights, you can still look to open it up different. Trex, here we go.
This is it. Match point for BTK. They're looking for revenge against Outplay. They want to try to make it to the finals, but Ackerman wanted just as much. Who will be the unstoppable force here? Can Ackerman prevail, or will BTK keep them at home?
That is the question that needs to be answered, Trex, and I can't wait for it either way. This is going to be a great story. Either Ackerman matches this up, right? Evens this up for one more sweet game, or BTK shows us how to come back from a shows us how to come back being down 4-0 basically and win back to back to back to back, baby. That's some good esports gaming right there, and it's all possible in between both of these teams.
Honestly, when you have two teams like this who have such an equal standing, I feel like, in skill and strategies and all of it, it's like just who wants it more, right? Like who's gonna dig deep this game? Who's gonna be able to pull everything they got out and try to get the win here? Now, let's talk about early game. Let's talk about mid game. Who do you think has the advantages throughout this?
I mean, you're talking about early game. I automatically look towards the side of Ackerman. You have the Fanny, you also have the Brody. Fanny's going to look to go for those early kills, look for those rotations to the side lane. Might even just ignore that first turtle, especially since you have high and dry. Go for the solo laner that's potentially going to be in the gold lane, right, on that weak side of the map at the moment. Then you have Brody. You want to get him out of the lane. If you can open up the towers, you get Zia moving on to Brody. He has the early game spike, just like the Beatrix. Ooh, look at Kush. Wait.
Oh, Kush in a bad spot! Pulled under the tower, through the wall. He thought he laid a booby trap, but he's going to get whacked. It's a bad start for Ackerman.
What was that? That is so unusual of Kush to make such a mistake to fall like that. But if you're BTK, you're not complaining.
Definitely not complaining. I mean, I thought he could just get the kill in time, but wait, Mobiles ain't going to be able to take this turtle. Galaxy into the backside. T is here to help out, though, taking a couple shots. Galaxy now getting locked up from that bouncy ball. Force Flicker pulled back in. Nicolette going to pull out a Black Dragon of her own. Ready to attack there. BTK takes the first neutral objective, though.
I'm still just so lost on that, man. That death to Kush, it looked good, and then just like that, it turned into a negative for them. It happened faster than a knife fight in a phone booth there, Trex. That was just completely upside down in a matter of seconds. You don't normally see Fanny struggle to execute the kill early on, and you definitely don't see Fanny take the death early on either. That's not a plus for Ackerman right now.
Yeah, that is definitely a rough start. And we were talking about confidence earlier for Yato. If you need a confidence boost, that'll give you one right there. You're feeling yourself after getting a kill on a Fanny in the first 2 minutes, especially when he tries to trap you. Wait a second, Joybotch and Batsot trying to use the flicker. Zia doing a nice amount of damage. Torn apart memories, gets the finish. Zia gonna pick up that kill.
That's good right there. Evening up the kill board, keep the gold lead close, right? BTK has the advantage, but it's not too far up. I'm wondering who's able to pick that up. Both of them went for the retry. I believe Mobazane was able to win that, if I'm not mistaken.
Most definitely. I think he was. I wasn't able to quite catch it. He's got an orange, he's got a blue, so either way, he's looking good right now. Nicolette clearing the waves, and this time Yato and Joybotch are moving around together a bit more, and Nicolette is the one that's kind of stuck on the mid side.
Okay, bit of an engage here though, Trex, but it's not going to lead to much. Going to be a bit of a cold war. We got Turtle up in less than 30 seconds. Now we're on the gold lane side of things. ISO versus Zia. Both of the marksmen, though, aren't going to have that Blade of Despair. So it's going to be kind of that double Legion Fury Hammer. So we're not really going to have that idle spike like we saw last time. There it is. Yeah, we're getting exactly that in between both of the marksmen. Actually, though, ISO opted in not to go for the double Legion. He went for the Anti-Cuirass, which is a great itemization choice up against Zia, who's going to be looking to find the kills with the Corrosive Strike, the Torn Apart Memory, Wombo combo, and now reducing that damage. That's going to be a big help for him.
And he also picks up the Mallet, which is like a nice cheap item to get a little bit of damage, a little bit of penetration. Wait a second, Toinks comes in very low. No one's able to get the finish. Kush into the backside. Cold Altar comes out. Silence on Yato. Kush not able to get the finish. ISO now chasing him down. Here comes T as well. Mobazane able to take that. Petrify comes in, and T picks up Kush. That's 2 deaths onto the Fanny already. Galaxy trying to salvage something. Bravest Spider look for T. Able to get the finish. A big KO on the map, but still BTK feeling like they're coming out on top here.
That's right, and they are on top right now. They're up 1,000 gold, finding a huge kill on Kush. Kush has found 2 deaths in this match. You were talking about win conditions. You asked about what they need to do. I said Kush has to jump out, right? He needs to find those kills, maybe focus that weak side of the map. But instead, Kush happens to be getting focused. The hunter has became the hunted. He is struggling right now. Unusual, but this is fortunate for the side of BTK. You already have one factor that has been limited, and some of it has been Kush's own doing. We saw him charging for the fight up against Mobazane early on. Was it necessary? Absolutely not. You can take that as a minus from the side of Kush. Even when he charged for Paramus, I talked about at the start, that second chance at life, he's going to have to spin the block a couple times. He wasted all his energy, but speaking of wasted things.
Tyrant's Rage, Toinks in the bad spot. Nicola able to steal that Cold Altar, use it for her team here. Mobazane going to come in, able to take the purple buff away from Kush. Kush in a very bad spot at this point. Appraisal's Wrath comes down. Mobazane will be able to get away from this, but Joybotch into the backside gets knocked up on a Nicolette. Able to buy some more time. T here as well. Zia will finally fall, and T brings out the Black Dragon. Let's get it rolling. We're ready to fight. BTK moving on to the tier 3 in the mid side. Toinks and Galaxy trying to defend. They're going to be able to take this here. ISO gets the final hit. Kush bringing the cables back up, but doesn't want to engage.
And, you know, if I was him, I wouldn't either. Like we said, he's struggling so far. He's behind. He doesn't have the lead. He doesn't have the advantage. He's down 2 levels to MobaZane on the Fredrin. The block of cylinders, for whatever reason. Look at this.
I think that's it, guys. That is rough, and that is like, you know, you said it was a win condition. I said it was going to be really hard to get kills unless you got them in the laning phase because of the Colt ult, and we've seen it a few times now. He's not able to get those final hits. He's also walking right into the Petrify from T every single time. Zia looking for T, but he's not going to find him today. No torn apart memories, no finish for him. Instead, he gets finished. Now MobaZane going to be as aggressive as ever. No bust for Kush as well.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, they're reducing Kush to just nothing. He's about as worthless as gum on the bottom of a boot at this point. A Fanny that's 0-3 is a Fanny that's not for me. 5-2, down 4K gold inside of BTK. Things are looking grim for Ackerman. They need to try to fix things, and I'm not sure if they can with Kush at the helm with the Fanny. Without that purple, without those kills, you're literally down a member.
Oh, Toink's gonna get shattered down. Kush still cannot engage. And you mentioned Kush not being able to do anything. Who else? Zia sitting at 1-2-1 right now, and on a Brody that is not where you want to be at. Honestly, your only option again is to try to get early game. So the saving grace for Ackerman is what right now, Deku?
It's gonna take a lot. I mean, this is the hard part. Nicolette, but Nicolette's on the Valentine of this game.
Yeah,
It's
still,
not
she's the
something
only
like
one
the Farsi.
deathless.
She is deathless, but Kush is not, and we've talked about this. It takes 2 to tango for the side of Ackerman. Kush ain't doing his part. I don't think Nicolette's going to be able to do enough to do hers and his part. Look at this Kush again in trouble.
Yeah, Kush trying to farm and can't even do that. Walks into the tower nub. Able to just get away there. T though on the advance, looking for Zia next. Points is the possible target. Gets the wild charge. Yato here though as well. Nicolette stole the Black Dragon. Not going to be too helpful here. Maybe a nice escape mechanism, but now still Ackerman against the wall.
Against the wall in more ways than one, because Kush hasn't been able to latch onto many the way BTK has been rotating. And you know, you were talking about, right, Brody not having a great time either. Zia, it's the unfortunate case, right? The jungler needs the early to mid game attention, and so does Zia. And if Kush couldn't find it as the jungler, obviously the gold lane's going to struggle. So now they're both kind of just in this bottomless pit of what do we do? What do we do? We don't have our power spike. We're no match, and the opponents we're facing are scaling for the late, and they're already ahead of us under 10 minutes in the game.
And it's not just a small lead, it's 5K, 9 minutes in. Lord is up. I don't think Kush is going to be able to make any slide moves. He's going to try to do a little bit of split push in here. Maybe something, but T is always on him like white on rice.
Definitely on it. Kush finds a tower, and that's really the peak of his highlight reel so far in this series. But he's going to be in trouble again. It's like he's in trouble. Look at T. Look at T.
He's walking right into T, not able to get it. Tries to get the Petrify, wasn't able to, but it doesn't matter. Zane takes the Lord. At that point, they're fishing for fun down there. That's not even like a big deal. They got MobaZane taking the Lord, and they're just enjoying themselves. Cat and mouse at this point.
Literally not necessary, but it's like you said, it's the entertainment value now. It's just for fun. Zane's able to do his job comfortably. Even if Kush made it to like a site, right? He's down 4 levels. What's he gonna do? Win the retry battle up against MobaZane right now? Down 4 levels? I don't think so. They're just, this is a side quest right now. These are extracurricular activities at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they just got to play extremely defensive. If we want to talk about any win condition for Ackerman, it's pure defense. Try to last this out about 10 minutes, I would say. Maybe get Nicolette online. I will say if Fanny could start doing some damage still, maybe get some pickoffs, but it's not going to be easy, and the odds are definitely stacked against them.
He almost got soloed by MobaZane on the Fredrin right there, narrowly escaping. I don't know. I just don't think there's anything Kush can offer, even like as far as split pushing. The team is in so much of a deficit, they can't really stall out like a 4v5 or 4v5 and even give him the opportunity to try to go clear out these waves. He can't be a killer right now, and he can't even be a cursed helmet at this point.
Definitely not a whole lot he can do. BTK taking their time with it though. They're not going to make any mistakes like they have in this night so far. They know they have a huge advantage. They don't need to rush it like you said. They have late game possibilities. They have sustainability. They have all the answers right now. All they got to do is wait for this next Lord and just keep on slowly moving forward.
Speaking of slowly moving forward, it's been a crawl for BTK. We've been talking about Ackerman a lot this match, but honestly, man, BTK over the weeks, time and time again, the doubt was there, but the perseverance unmatched. The confidence was unwavering for them. They started out this series on a lose streak, right? 3 games in a row, and to come down here into the lower bracket, performing the way they are, hungry for that trip to Vegas to go face Outplay again after losing to them earlier, just speaks volumes about this team, man. Weekend in and out. It's just upwards progression of improvement.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us were worried about the tilt factor, right? We were all worried that BTK was going to come down to the lower bracket after taking a 3-0 sweep and just possibly get decimated by Ackerman. They even lose game 1 against Ackerman. At that point, all you guys, everyone who voted for Ackerman, they're licking their chops, man. They're like, oh yeah, this is it. This is easy money right here. BTK comes back, takes game 2. BTK comes back, does what exactly they needed to do, taking 2 games in a row, and now we're sitting at match point. BTK sitting with a 10,000 gold lead. They are just a few minutes away, if they can get this win, from going and getting their revenge match up against Outplay in Vegas.
And I think it's almost a done deal here. I mean, 10K deficit is hard for any team to overcome, but up against BTK at that is almost insurmountable to have to deal with. It's just at this point, man, what can you do? There's no clear win condition for Ackerman. They don't have the late game. They don't have the space on the map to even go for the split push. I mean, you see T trying, not T, but Kush trying, but they're nowhere close to sniffing those towers to be able to take him down. Even the mid tower still up for BTK. You're not even forcing any type of map pressure to them. They're okay with losing those outer turrets. You can't crack the mid. Everything's okay for the side of BTK. This looks like a final parade here for the side of BTK.
I mean, but let's take it back to the draft. Would we still say that Fanny pick was just the pick? Or I mean, I guess it still could have worked, but again, it was that initial mistake, and once again, it comes down to mistakes in this game, taking that first death against Yato. But here's BTK. They have arrived at your front door. Knock, knock. Guess who? Mobazane, Yato, Joybaj, ISO, T trying to get the finish here. They take down another one. Lord still up. Zia on the, oh my god, what was that damage? Zia back to base. Out it comes. ISO locked on. BTK looking for the finish, and Ackerman will not be going to Vegas. BTK dropped down to the lower bracket, looking for some redemption, trying to get the dub. They will be our second grand finalist.
Wow, I was hoping you keep going, man. I was feeling inspired there. No, I was gonna get out there and start playing. That was motivation, right? Gave their hearts, man. No doubt at all in anyone's mind, or at least at this point, it shouldn't be who BTK is. They, at this point, are vetted survivors. At this point, they've been put through the ringer, right? They started out at the start of, even from the qualifiers, down immediately from the roster. The changes, the loss early on, get to the regular season, you start off the weekend slow. The first half was not friendly to them. Then you get here into the playoffs, man. Even getting here to this lower bracket started off at a deficit. 3 losses in a row. Mentality in question, and what do? Backs against the wall, gave it their all here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all season, BTK has definitely been doubted. Like you said, they got a rocky start. They move their way through. They're sitting at like number 4 early on in the season, work their way up, find the number 2, take this loss against Outplay. And then again, we're all wondering, can they now face a new problem? The tilt factor. Can they be destroyed and then go up against Ackerman and still continue their morale? And they continue to answer back with yes. But they are going to have one more big thing up against them, and that is Outplay. Before we get any farther, let's take a look at this final replay.
And there it is. I mean, this was the moment, a parade inside my city. Yeah, if I ever saw one from the side of BTK, man. This, I can only imagine, how you're feeling going for this push. It's pretty much sealed. It's pretty much done. The members of BTK looking to make their final highlight clips, their final highlight plays. Ackerman just looking to solve for a few more seconds to stay out there in the glorious Land of Dawn, but BTK won't let it last for too long. They go ahead and start picking members off the map. Look at the final push onto the Crystal Basin. Boy, I wish this replay included the play-by-play you had there, Trex, because that was a phenomenal game ender from the players, from you, and I hope it was a phenomenal ending for the viewers there.
Yeah, honestly, I know these scoreboards are up, but I think the real thing we got to talk about is BTK able to take this win against Ackerman, right? They're going to be going back up against Outplay, and first couple series, first time they went up against Outplay, they take a hard loss. Second time they do a little bit better. Last night, today they do a little bit better, right? Can they do anything in the grand finals though, Deku?
That is the question. I mean, obviously the stats aren't in their favor. It's been a sweep every time they faced Outplay, but I think if you come out there with the heart they showed down here in the lower bracket, I think we have a grand finals on our hand. Anything is possible if we haven't seen much throughout all of NACT regular season. We've seen time and time again players, teams rise to certain levels, rise to occasions, and I think this was one of those moments for BTK. A lot of doubt has been erased about this roster and about this 5-man talent led by Mobazane.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the what ifs, right, earlier on today, and this was definitely one of them, and how interesting fate works here, right? Very first series of this season. What was it, Deku?
What was that?
Very first series of this whole season. What two teams were playing?
Oh, BTK and Outplay, right?
And now, how are we going to close this out?
The way it all started.
The way
BTK and Outplay.
The way it all started
is esports, baby.
This is definitely esports now. Everyone tuned in. Let's throw it back to our wonderful, beautiful, and possibly upset host, Xina.
What a way to end the night. Congratulations to BTK for making it to the grand final. I am not upset. But BTK making a comeback after their loss, you know, making sure to tell everybody that they're not out for the count. But teams who make it to the grand final are allowed 2-day grace period to make limited roster adjustments. So maybe, you know, we might be seeing a different roster at the grand final, you know. So they may have a different take on taking out on Outplay. So our MVP for the series, though, is Mobazane.
Oh, Mobazane. All right, Mobazane. I mean, with the Karina games, the boy who lives. That's the real nickname right there.
Yeah,
he better show up to Vegas with a little scar on his head and the glasses.
That's perfect.
The boy who lives. He's made it through a Cadabra and back, and he is here to go against Voldemort himself. Let's see if we can pull this off. It's definitely not going to be an easy one, though, I got to say that. The Mobazane, the Karina games were amazing. Definitely helping secure his team to victory tonight.
Absolutely. And I mean, MVP to Mobazane, but again, this whole BTK roster, everyone had to buy in, everyone had to contribute to this, because it was never about Mobazane at all in most people's minds, right? Everyone was concerned about who he had around him, and now Mobazane, the players themselves, and I feel every viewer should be confident in what we've seen tonight in BTK.
Yeah, definitely everyone. Like T, honestly, I could have gave T this MVP and been super happy with it. Like T did an amazing job.
Yes, they all did amazing. Let's take a final look at the bracket right now, guys. Deku, can you run us through the bracket real quick?
I mean, here you are, a little bit of a recap, right? Starting out from day one, we had Outplay versus Empire. Series kind of going expected. A clean sweep from Outplay as they've done all season. We had BTK and Ackerman, the teams you just saw play for their spot in Vegas, went in BTK favor again. We saw Empire, Ackerman that same day in the lower bracket. Ackerman held through the fire in the gauntlet, playing so many matches that night to be able to make it here tonight. Today we kick it off in the upper bracket with Outplay being able to sweep a BTK, and then down there in the bottom, as you saw, BTK 3-1 onto Ackerman to go to Vegas.
Yes, these two teams will be going to the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas on May 14, guys. Very excited. But now it is time to end our show, fans. Let's thank the teams that participated in this tournament, as well as our amazing casters, our mods, production team, and the hosts for doing a wonderful job. And our awesome fans as well for sticking around through all of this for these past weeks. We appreciate all of you. Do you guys have any final words for our fans?
We didn't get to do a proper send-off to Ackerman, I feel like. Ackerman did such an amazing job this season. Nicolette,
Absolutely.
still in my opinion, one of the greatest mages, and not only one of the greatest mages, but being a female player where so many female players are kind of looked down upon in esports, just being literally a top 3, possibly top 2 mage in all of NA. They did amazing. They still won over so many of our hearts. Big shout out to you guys. And there's not too much else to say except I'll see you guys in Vegas.
Trex always leaves me on the back end of such an inspirational send-off, but I'm going to try my best here, right? So there we go. We concluded off semifinals. Again, I had to extend my thank you to everyone, production, the viewers, for letting us be able to cast a fantastic ending to the NACT semifinals ahead of Vegas. And just like Trex, I can't wait to see all of you and the rest of these competitors out there in Vegas.
And Deku, it was awesome casting with you too this season.
It was a pleasure, man. One more time.
Really amazing. It was really amazing.
Oh, one more time.
Oh,
Wrong way.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I was like, wrong way, guys. You guys did an amazing job. And thank you everyone for watching and spending your time with us. We hope you all have a wonderful couple weeks before the grand final. See you guys at the HyperX Arena, and goodbye, everyone.